Hello, everybody, and welcome to GDQ Hotfix. We have a very special broadcast today for you. We actually have the Summer Games Done Quick 2026 Tetris qualifiers going on here. I want to remind everybody that we have a classic Tetris match going on at Summer Games Done Quick 2026, and the finalists will be playing on stage. So we have 11 players today, and all 11 of them are going to be competing for 4 slots at the tournament at SGDQ 2026. So for anyone that is interested in the event, we will be live in Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 5th to July 11th. So you can go to gdq.gg and still register if you want a chance to be on the main stage as well. So with that, we're going to be having 4 separate qualifier matches today. Our first match is going to be with T-Storm 281 and Alice or Heyo Knight. So be sure to check out these players as I introduce our commentators for this first qualifier. So we have Toast and Morlando. Toast, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you, Richard?
I am really excited for a full day of Tetris here. We have, again, 4 qualifiers. And do you want to maybe talk about kind of how we're going to be having this format today?
Yeah, this is actually a brand new format that, at least for main Tetris events, it's been used in what's called Tetris Wars. But the way this works is we give you points based on your ability to score beyond a max out, which is 1,000,000 points. The original version of the game, you couldn't score behind 999,999. So you get 2 points for a max out, and then every 100,000 points you get beyond that is an additional point on the player's scoreboard. So they're trying to go above and beyond a max out as many times as they possibly can in this 90-minute session.
We're also joined by another commentator. Morlando, how are you? Get started here. Yeah, as you can see on stream, everybody, we've got basically 90-minute qualifiers, and then people will be able to finish out their final game after that timer is complete, and then we'll hopefully be able to talk to some of these players afterwards. And with that, I think we're basically ready to get started with this first qualifier, don't you think?
I think so.
All right, so I will let Toast do the honors here as we count down our players, and then we'll be shuffling them out of here, and then we'll hopefully be able to talk to them a little bit after.
Yep, so players, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and get yourselves over to the ready screen. And I think we're pretty much good to go here. So I'm going to go ahead. I will give the players a countdown, and once that countdown starts, the timer will begin and the qualifier will commence. So let's give them a countdown in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right.
All right. Both of our players are now silenced, and we're off.
All right, and the game is underway here. Sure, many of you have maybe seen Tetris, whether it's regular NES Tetris, or maybe you've seen modern Tetris like Tetris Grandmaster, Tetris 99, or anything like that. So we'll kind of quickly highlight some of the differences between modern Tetris and classic Tetris. Probably the most notable ones that you'll see are that players do not get to hold pieces. Whatever shows up in the next box, you have to take it and you have to place it. There is no mercy on that front. In addition, there is no sliding of pieces from left to right. Once a piece hits the bottom or it hits the stack, that's where it's got to go. There's no ability to move pieces and do some of the absolutely zany stuff you'll see from modern Tetris players. Once that piece lands, as you're seeing with Alice, who once the piece landed, it was stuck there, and she ends up topping out there with an early qualifier score. So aside from that, Orlando, you want to talk about speed changes and what happens at transition and when those happen, so that our new people watching know what to expect when the players get to those milestones?
Of course. Well, actually, we can see our players are starting on two different levels here. So T-Storm on the left here is playing on level 18. That is the standard level for competitive starting play. And at 130 lines after level 18, you would transition to level 19, which we can see Alice is currently playing on. And that is 50% faster. So on level 18, pieces drop every 3 frames. On level 19, speeds, which will last from level 19 all the way through level 28, pieces will drop every 2 frames. And then once we hit level 29, pieces will drop every frame all the way until level 39, which is the super kill screen, as we call it, where pieces actually drop twice a frame.
Yeah, and I'll add into the mix that super kill screen you see on level 39. That is modified into the competition version of our game. If you're playing a what we call a vanilla cartridge, which is the OG Tetris cart, that's not built in. So once you hit level 29 speeds on an original cartridge, you basically play that way all the way through level 255 if you can survive that far. So that was built in because several years ago at the World Championships, and we'll get into this a little bit later, the players got so good at playing on the kill screen that games went excessively long just because they were able to survive on those speeds for just insane periods of time. So the year after that, the modification for the super kill screen was introduced, and now, in essence, there is a defined end to the game as far as competitive NES Tetris is concerned.
Yeah, I remember back in 2022 it was, and matches would just go on and on because there was no incentive to try and go for points. It was just, can you outlast your opponent?
Now what actually kind of prompted everyone to get those high scores? Because I know both of our players here have different input methods of how they're actually controlling their pieces, right?
No, freaking fantastic question, Richard. So we do have contrasting play styles. I'll kind of go over the 3 main play styles you see in the Tetris community. The first one, which you're not seeing here, is referred to as DAS, or a delayed auto shift, and that's pretty much how most mere mortals play the game. You hold the controller in your hands, you hold down the D-pad to get the pieces to go where you want them to go, and it basically works the same as your keyboard. Like if you were to press a key on your keyboard, like if I hit L, it'll press an L, it'll wait, and then it'll just start putting in a bunch of L's. In essence, that's how DAS works, and neither of these players are what we call DAS players. What you're seeing from T-Storm is what we call hyper tapping, where he is using his finger to tap the D-pad rapidly, as fast as he can, to get pieces moved over. And T-Storm is one of the faster tappers in the Tetris community. I believe he's been clocked at 18 hertz at his peak, which is basically 18 taps per second, which is insane. Now, on the right, Alice is using a playstyle that we call rolling. Tell you what, Marlanda, you wanna let the crowd know about rolling and how that works?
Yeah, so rolling, instead of consistently hitting the button, you essentially hover one of your fingers above the left and the right inputs on the D-pad, and you hit the controller up into your finger, and that essentially, like, back to the keyboard analogy, it's a lot easier to type something on a keyboard when you can use as many fingers as possible as opposed to using just one. And so players can get up to 30 hertz, so every other frame, in order to get the fastest possible speed.
Yeah, and that really revolutionized play in the Tetris community. You just saw scores rise up. You saw players going well beyond the kill screen, and that kind of culminated in that 2022. I believe it was the finals. It was Fractal and Eric ICX where that really manifested itself. And the origins come from, if any of you know the name Cheese, aka Cheesefish. He was the one that kind of came up with the idea of rolling, and it originated with, if any of you are familiar with Flyhack, what he used to do on, I believe it was NES Track and Field. It's a similar concept to that, except you're hitting the back of the controller instead of the front, and that's why you're able to see players just absolutely fling pieces from left to right on the screen with just with reckless abandon, it seems.
Yeah, something to note, obviously, with this, being the NES version of Tetris, a lot of controllers nowadays are kind of bigger, heavier, and NES brick is very light, and it's very easy to kind of just hit the back of that and still have it actuate the button.
Yeah, those original, the flat NES controllers, the bricks, they do work the best for rollers. I do know there are some rollers in the community that can do it on non-traditional controllers. Like I know there's a third party one, the Hyperkin. I do know of at least one roller that has been able to do it with that, which is kind of wild. But yeah, just the original standard 1980s NES controller, that's what they use, and it works really well for them.
Yeah, and throughout the years, people had, maybe experimented, maybe going back and forth between methods. But from my understanding is a lot of people now just roll the entire time, even, as they lead up to those higher speeds. Is that correct?
For the most part, yes, you'll see rolling all the way through. It allows players to be more aggressive on those 18 speeds where you can really just pile on the points. Whereas some players may opt not to do that. You'll see occasional players that do have the rolling ability. They may use DAS on level 18 just to kind of preserve their hands and then switch to rolling at the higher speeds. I believe Alice is a player who sometimes will use DAS on 18 and then switch to rolling once you get up to the speeds on level 19 and beyond.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. But you're seeing some scores get going on right here. Alice at 819,000 on level 24. Alice is definitely on track for a max out here. T-Storm having a pretty good game in his own right. 662,000 on level 20. Make it 689. T-Storm is right now, if he can keep doing what he's doing, T-Storm is also on track for a max out, which would give these two players points for their first time in this session.
Yeah, and as a reminder for everybody, it is that first million points will get you your initial points, and then every 0.1 million after that is going to be an additional point in this game. So we'll see how far they can go.
Yep. And for those of you watching, the players with the 4 highest combined qualifier scores will basically get that entry into SGDQ to have a chance to compete on the main stage in the finals.
Yeah, and it's really exciting to actually see a little bit something different of a speed run, that we normally have at these mainline events, and we're going to have a showcase of some of the best Tetris players in the world. So I actually have a question for you, Toast. What kind of made you want to submit this, and what gave you the idea to?
Well, I've got a couple of things. One, Tetris hasn't been on GDQ in a while. I think at least NES Tetris. The last time it came up, and I'm going to pause right here because Alice has just made it to the kill screen. You see that speed is now basically double what she was doing before, and you pretty much need to be able to roll to make that happen. And speaking of Alice, now with a max out at 1.049 million, and she's going to have about 90 more lines until level 39 to try and improve that score. So we'll see what she can do here. But what made me get into it, as I mentioned, NES Tetris hasn't been on GDQ. I think the last time it was with, I want to say Jonas and Harry Hung, I want to say was the last time it was on. But we wanted to get it back in. And of course, it helps that I am local to SGDQ. So it was something where I could be involved with it as well, as I do some work with restreaming and broadcasting in the classic Tetris community. And I've done my fair share of event organizing. So it kind of was just a perfect storm of everything being in my wheelhouse. I'm like, let me just make this happen and see if we can get it going. And special shout out to GT Ace, as he was able to help me get connected with the right people at GDQ to try and make this magic happen.
Yeah, very cool. And as we see here, it looks like Alice has collected herself another point, reaching that 1.1 million mark. So let's see how far she can go with 4 levels to go.
Yeah, we'll see if she can hit that super kill screen here. If so, even the best players in the world will not be able to do much on the super kill screen. we've had players reach level 40 before, but it is extremely rare. You probably got a better chance of getting hit by lightning in the same spot twice than hitting level 40.
But yeah, great job from Alice here, getting a few Tetrises on level 37.
Yeah, and actually, we'll let this game finish up here as I get the score. But Alice does get a Tetris.
Passing.
She got the 1.4, so we're gonna put that up. That is 6 points for Alice in this qualifying session already, and we are just barely getting started. Not even 15 minutes in. So one thing I wanted to point out, which you probably saw as the game went on, is what we call scaling in relation to how many points you get. So maybe Orlando, if you want to share with the fans here about scaling and just how point values increase the further you get into the game.
Yeah, so, well, first off, with Tetris, you can clear up to 4 lines at a time, but the most efficient way by far is just clear 4 at once, like Alice just did, and like T-Storm is about to do here. In relation, if you clear just 1 line at a time, you're only getting about 13% of the amount of points you would have gotten if you cleared with a Tetris. Double, you're only getting about 1/6 the amount, about 17%. And then getting a triple, you're only getting about a third, 33% of the amount of points you would get if you got a Tetris. So it's really the most efficient to try and clear with Tetrises, waiting for those eyepieces, those long bars. And then as you get higher and higher in your level, you do get more points, and that actually scales in relation. So the reason why sometimes players will start on level 19 as opposed to level 18 is because you do get just that little bit extra amount of points. But for example, a Tetris here on level 18, you're going to get 22,800. But if we go back to that last game from Alice, where she got that Tetris on level 37, that was worth a whopping 45,600 points.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So basically double.
And just to talk a little bit about that, we've actually seen Alice reset twice in the time that you're talking, especially when we're early on in a game like this and in a qualifier format like this. It seems beneficial to just reset if your stack ends up kind of being a mess. And we just saw that from Alice right there.
No, absolutely. If you're starting a game and you're not feeling it, you're off to a bad start, sometimes it's better to just kind of cut your losses and start anew with a fresh game. And you'll see that at all levels of qualifying. I've done it in my qualifiers as well. I did it a couple times at CTWC where you start the game, the pieces aren't working, you got maybe like a 20-piece drought to start, and you're like, this is just not happening. Let's start over. And for reference, I'll point out a couple of things that our viewers are seeing on the screen, kind of by the player names. You're seeing right now, it's showing something called TRT. That's what we refer to as the Tetris rate. It's a measure of efficiency, and it basically shows how many lines, how many points you're getting off of Tetrises. And the higher that number is, the more points you're scoring by means of Tetrises. And the other thing I'll mention, and this is in contrast to modern Tetris. Modern Tetris uses something that we have called a 7-bag, where basically you get set each of the 7 pieces in a bag. It's just the order is randomized, and once that bag is emptied, then you get another bag of those same 7 pieces. So at most, you'll go 13 pieces before you'll see 2 of the same piece. And in NES Tetris, that's not the case. It's just pure random number generation, for better or for worse. So one thing we track is how long until you get a long bar, because it's so essential to getting those Tetrises. So if you have more than 14 pieces between long bars, we refer to that as a drought. And if that happens, you'll see that Tetris rate indicator change to a drought counter, and you'll see how many pieces it has been since a long bar has been detected. And we haven't seen any extreme ones yet, but I personally have seen them get as high as 50 and 60 pieces without a long bar.
Yeah, and from my understanding, I did a little bit of research about the randomizer for NES Tetris. So it does have like a one-piece like look back. Basically, it looks at what your current piece is, and it will roll the next piece. And if it is the current piece, then it will re-roll one time again, and it'll just give you whatever that result is.
Right.
So the original Tetris that originally came out was basically fully randomized, and there's a one re-roll grace in this one, which does cause some potential for droughts, which is again something that these players have to deal with. But a lot of them have a lot of experience, and they know what to do when it happens.
Yeah, and shout outs. Go ahead, Morando.
I was gonna say, in a similar way, in difference with modern NES Tetris, you can get the same piece over and over again. So you can, I believe it's like you can get like 7 straight S pieces, and which is entirely impossible due to the 7-bag randomizer for modern Tetris.
Yeah, nope, absolutely. Sometimes if we see a thing where you're getting like 3, 4, 5, 7 pieces in a row, like if you get 7 S's, we'll refer to that as an S burst. And personally speaking, S bursts are the bane of my existence. They are absolutely horrible, and I will top out about 1,000% of the time if I get one. But did want to give a shout out. I saw Burb Wizard in the chat. Hello, Burb, one of my good buddies, prominent name in the Tetris community. Notable commentator, and he does something that we refer to as Tetris friendlies. You can see him, I believe, on Friday nights, restreaming some friendly Tetris matches with a bit of a pro wrestling vibe to him, which is a lot of fun to check out if you haven't seen those before.
Yeah, it looks like T-Storm here about to get 1,000,000 points here, so going to be on the board very shortly.
Yeah, max out watch forthcoming. That Tetris will give T-Storm the max out. If you've got cowboys in the chat, now is the time to ring them. T-Storm with his first 1,000,000 points, and he is on the board. But
very
with T-Storm, yeah, we're gonna keep a close eye on T-Storm. He does have the ability to hyper tap, but level 29 kill screen play is still tough for a hyper tapper, so he's gonna try and maybe get one more Tetris if the pieces cooperate before hitting the kill screen, but he's got one more burn left, so we'll see if he sets up for this dirty column 3 Tetris. If he gets what he needs, he's Tetris ready. Where is the bar? There it is. Gets a Tetris into kill screen, and he's going to try and burn to get that 1.1. And he can't do it. But what a game from T-Storm. We're going to put that score, and that is 2 points on the board for him.
Yeah, very nicely done. And I did a little bit of research, and I believe T-Storm also is a restreamer in the Tetris community. Is that correct?
Yeah, T-Storm has done some restreaming. What I'd say he is most known for currently in the Tetris community is for being an insanely fast hyper tapper, but also for being one of our Tetris coaches. So if players are looking for advice on how to stack efficiently, how to improve their play, they go to T-Storm, and T-Storm will hop on stream and he will coach up some of the players, regardless of skill level. I mean, it doesn't matter if you got 100K PB or if you're like a rollover player, T-Storm will help you improve your game.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of curious for both of you. When did you get started with, getting more involved with the classic Tetris community?
If you want to start, Orlando, go ahead. I'm going to put that score in for T-Storm.
You good? I started watching classic Tetris right around the 2017 World Championships with Jonas beating Alex Kerr in those finals. And then I started watching Jonas Neubauer streams. And from there, I just started playing, and then I debuted in the online. Actually, I attended my first regional in Hartford in 2019. Met some wonderful players, including Matt Bucco, and also one of the other hosts of Friendlies, the king of restreams, Kingsman. But from there, started playing in online events, and it's just been so much fun ever since then.
Awesome.
Yep. And as far as me, I got started playing Tetris back when it came out. because I am in that age range of some of the legends of Tetris. So I started playing probably in the late 80s, early 90s. And at the time, I thought I was hot stuff because I was able to get to level 10. We've evolved a bit since then, but I kind of got brought back into the fold around the time of the Joseph versus Jonas finals in 2019. So I picked the game up again and got into it from there. And my first in-person tournament was Mini D on the screen. It's a local regional tournament in Minnesota. I got my first taste of Tetris competition, and from there, improved my game, went to CTWC, then just kind of exploded from there. And my first opponent in competition is actually one of our later qualifiers. My first ever competitive Tetris match was against Rhubarb, who's going to be qualifying in the third session later on.
Very cool.
And Alice there going to get a max out there. So she's going to get at least another 2 points. Still has some runway here on the... So on level 27, those are still the same speeds as level 19. So we'll still kind of refer to that as level 19 speeds. And then there's another Tetris. So has about 10 lines now until level 29 with that second speed increase.
Yeah, Alice has one more Tetris available to her. If she needs a burn in her back pocket, she does have that available, but it's not going to matter. She gets into kill screen with a 1.168, and once again, she's got 100 lines to work with until that super kill screen, so she has the ability to add on even more to her already impressive start to this qualifier.
Yeah, both of our players taking a little bit of time, had a few warm-up games, but are now both playing well. Alice now second score on the board and playing really nice, good setups here on the level 29 speeds.
But yeah, this board's getting into a bit of trouble. She's going to need some 5 taps to get pieces over to that left side. She misses the 5 tap of the SP. She's going to top out, but that's a 1.2 million. So Alice is going to get 4 more points.
Great job.
And I can also mention that because this is a cumulative total, Alice on the score sheet as Knight has 10 total points right now in her qualifier. So as the players continue to get more and more max out games, you're going to see their scores add up. And for reference, at CTWC this year, we'll see if we reach numbers similar to that, but our top seeds were getting over 60 points in their qualifiers. And to make gold bracket, you basically needed at least 10 points to get in.
And as a reminder here, we have 2 players in this qualifier, and we are going to be having 3 players in each of our pro seeding qualifiers later today. So again, be sure if you are interested in Classic Tetris, be sure to tune in throughout the day as we showcase off a bunch of different players. And, I want to thank you, Toast, for kind of organizing this and getting... We have 11 of the best Tetris players in North America playing today. So I'm really excited to see, how everyone does and see who qualifies for SGDQ 2026. As we get into this next game here, it looks like, T-Storm on a pretty good score with a very clean board right now. So let's see if T-Storm can end up getting another max out as well. And we're going to be working on getting everybody a link here for the scores also.
Yeah, T-Storm is really, really efficient on those level 18 speeds. As you can see, a 74% Tetris rate. So 74% of the lines that T-Storm has cleared have come with a Tetris. That is clearing 4 lines all at the same time.
And I saw mention in chat, and we're noticing this too. Alice is switching between 18 and 19 starts. So Morlando, are you able to offer any insight as to why a player may opt for a 19 start instead of an 18 start?
So those level 19 start. So on the vanilla version, on the vanilla cart for NES Tetris, the highest level that you can start on is level 19. We have since implemented a way that you can play and warm up starting on level 29. But level 19 is the highest on the original version of the game. And with that, you are starting on the faster speed, but you are getting a slightly higher, we call runway, which is the amount of total points you can get. So comparing level 18 to level 19, a Tetris on level 18 would be 22,800. On level 19, you're getting 24,000. So it's just that little bit extra. And if you are able to keep a similar level of efficiency going on level 19 speeds, it's actually a little bit more efficient than playing on level 18 speeds. Mm-hmm. Now, some players might choose to go back and forth just if you're trying to get into a rhythm, and if you can't get into a rhythm on one level start, you might try to do another one.
Yep. And taking a look at T-Storm here, he's got one more Tetris. He has a 1.1. I don't know if he can get a 1.2. It'd require a lot of mate crazy hyper tapping on kill screen, but he's going to just give it a try. Maybe he can get a level 30 out of this, which a level 30 for a hyper tapper is no trivial feat. He's 6 lines away, 5. He gets a double. Can Keystorm get level 30? Let's see if he can make it happen, chat. He gets to level 30 on the kill screen as a hyper tapper. Once again, tremendous feat from T-Storm, and he's going to top out with a 1.1. Great game from T-Storm.
Yeah, and just to give everyone a quick update, we do have that link in chat. You can visit gdq.gg/Tetris to see everyone's scores as they get updated throughout the qualifiers today. So we'll be getting a few points here for T-Storm. T-Storm very happy about that, I'm sure.
No, absolutely. I mean, a hyper tapper making level 30 and beyond. That's on par with, say, a roller hitting level 40. It's just an amazing feat of talent and skill.
Yeah, and it looks like Ray also added the countdown timer for the actual qualifier itself on stream, as well as the points there. So thank you very much, Ray, for getting that information to all of you. And again, so a few points for T-Storm as well. Again, it's going to be the top 4 players out of our qualifiers today that will be basically getting badges for SGDQ 2026, but they still will have to play. They'll still have to play in the tournament on SGDQ to be able to play on that main stage. It is only the finals that's going to be getting played on stage. So we'll see who ends up taking that spot. It could be you, chat. If you want to play, you can still register for the event and then sign up, and maybe you can get a spot from the tournament at SGQ as well.
Okay, and I want to give a heads up both to our competitors and our viewers. We have under an hour left in this first session, 59 minutes and 46 seconds if you want to be super precise. So we're about a third of the way in. So if you do a little extrapolation, Alice is on track for 30 points, and T-Storm is currently on track for 15, but there's still a lot of time left, and as players get warmed up, you could start to see them get some really good games.
Yeah, both of our players did spend around the first 10 minutes or so just trying to get into a rhythm. Even if you've been, playing throughout the day and you're warmed up, you still got to get the mental state of being in a qualifier. But now that they're fully into it, we've been seeing them getting some good scores.
Absolutely. I mean, T-Storm's having a great qualifier session to start. I'm gonna try and double check, but I think T-Storm has actually exceeded his numbers from his CTWC qualifier already. So he's kind of cooking to start.
Yeah, and as a reminder for everyone, CTWC, the Classic Tetris World Championships, that was just 1 week ago today. So, or this last weekend. So a lot of these players still very fresh. They've been playing for that event and have just continued playing. Sometimes after an event like that, especially of that caliber, you might stop for a little bit. But all of our players probably still feeling a little bit of the heat, and definitely in practice, as we can see here.
No, absolutely. I mean, sometimes there's a little bit of a post CTWC lull or a hangover in a sense where sometimes players take a little bit off or play gets a little bit worse. But based on what we're seeing out of T-Storm and Alice, not so fast, my friend. They're having some great scores here. And Alice into level 24 with a 720,000. Might not hit max out before 29 unless she picks up the pace a little bit. You'll see that Tetris rate stat in the lower right. Commonly known that you want 60% to get a max out. So she'll need to pick things up if she wants before 29. But as you've seen, Alice does have level 29 play in her arsenal. So if she doesn't quite get the max up before that, she could very well get it in the kill screen.
And
we were just talking about that drought counter earlier. Alice currently 22 piece drought there that she had to go through. So 22 pieces without getting the eyepiece or the long bar, whichever nomenclature you want to go for. But once again, another little drought there, just the bare minimum of 13, 14 pieces there, but handling it well and trying to get this board cleaned up before the level 29 speed increase.
Yeah, and one thing I'll also point out, what Alice was doing before, she was not only getting Tetrises off of the bottom of the stack, that stack was about 4 or 5 pieces high and she was getting Tetrises there, but also not getting them in that right well. So when a Tetris occurs off of the bottom of the stack, we refer to that as a dirty Tetris. So Alice was building for dirty Tetrises, but she was also getting them a couple of columns off of that right side. And so she was getting dirty column 8 Tetrises. And before the kill screen, you saw her reset her stack so that she could get Tetrises on that right side. So she transitioned her well over to the right side. So maybe, Orlando, you want to tell the folks why we try to typically set up for Tetrises in that 10th column on that right side?
Yeah, so with the playfield for Tetris, it's 10 columns wide, and so if a piece is straight up and down, it has to either favor the left or the right side. In a lot of modern Tetris, it actually favors the left side. So if you rotate a piece in the middle, it will bias to column 5. But in an ES Tetris, it biases into column 6. So it's actually easier to get pieces all the way to the right side. And Alice gonna just clutch there with the Tetris.
Alice was just dumping pieces to the side trying to get that one Tetris, and she barely passed the $1 million or $1 million point mark, and managed to get herself a couple points off of that.
Yep, and I think she kind of saw the tea leaves there that she wasn't probably going to get a whole lot more than that, especially with level 39 looming. So she decided to get the max out, and then said, you know what, I'm just going to reset and go for more points in the next one. But she did make sure to get 2 huge points out of that particular game. And then also to follow, sorry, I was going to follow up from earlier. I wanted to pull up T-Storm because I mentioned I think T-Storm actually beat his qual score from CTWC. I do have those scores up. T-Storm at CTWC, he didn't even max out in his qualifiers. His top score at CTWC was a 954,000, and he's already more than past that total. So T-Storm looking great early on here, and same with Alice, already at 12 points.
Yeah, what I wanted to talk about too, looking at their CTWC performances, as you mentioned, T-Storm, Knight got top 16 at the event. So she's, you know, very accomplished player.
Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah, and making the top half of the gold bracket is not an uncommon occurrence for a night. I believe she's done that previous times in the past as well. I'll take a look to verify and see just what she's been able to do at CTWC. I can mention that last year T Storm was your bronze bracket champion at CTWC, and kind of underqualified in relation to how he normally plays in comp, but kind of stepped up this year, moved up to the next bracket in 2026, and you're seeing him try and really make a strong case for making SGDQ right now with the numbers he's putting up.
Yeah, and you know, I kind of want to pick both of your brains a little bit because obviously we have kind of staggered qualifiers today, but I kind of feel like it's kind of like you're setting the bar when you're starting off. You know, you don't have any other scores to compare against, and you're kind of just trying to play the best you can. Do you think that kind of factors into, you know, maybe them either resetting more or, you know, just you know, does that alter your play if you're playing first?
Personally, I think so. I've got experience from both sides. Last year, I qualified in the very first session. This year, I qualified in the very last session. So I've seen it from both sides of the spectrum. One thing that I think I liked about qualifying last is that I knew what I needed. Based on what my goals were, I knew I needed to get X score to reach X objective, and I personally liked having that reference. But qualifying first, I also like that just from a mental perspective. You get it done, you get it out of the way, and then you have the rest of the time during the other sessions to just let the chips fall where they may, see how other players do, and then react accordingly. But for me personally, I guess if I had to choose, man, I don't know. I kind of liked having that later qualifying session this year, so I might stick with that if I have the option in the future personally.
I would have to say I'm probably the opposite. I know for something like an online tournament that we have, you know, our classic Tetris monthly tournaments, I try to qual not on the last day of the month because I don't know how I'll be feeling that day. But if it's like, oh, I'm really playing well today, I guess I'll throw a qualifier in. But also in terms of in-person tournaments, I remember last year's Northeast Regional in Hartford. I was in that last qualifying session and I knew what I needed to get, and I just could not play for the life of me. And I was just putting so much stress onto myself trying to get the score I needed, and it was just, the brain was not working. So I think I like the having a little less stress and the setting the bar of an earlier qualifier.
Yeah, I do want to note that everyone did kind of get the opportunity to pick what they wanted in terms of time slot. So, you know, it seems like both of these players obviously doing very well to start off here. Probably picked this first slot intentionally so they can, you know, kind of just get things out of the way and out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, and I'll point out that T-Storm just obtained his third max out of the session, another 1.1 for him. So T-Storm currently sitting at 8 points in this qualifier with a lot of time left to add on. I mean, for reference, if T-Storm had this kind of qualifier at CTWC, this would almost make gold bracket, if not make gold bracket, based on how he's doing so far.
Yeah, incredible job.
Nope. Alice right now into level 22. She's at 588,000 points, so not the most fiery of paces from Alice. You see that 53% Tetris rate. So if she wants that max up before a kill screen, she'll have to kind of get things in order and start throwing down some Tetris. As you see, she gets a dirty Tetris there, and will try and clean up the stack a little bit. You see some gaps forming there, just not getting the right pieces at the right times as Alice.
And again, we are about halfway through this first qualifier right now, and just a little bit over half of the amount of time left. So, if we're kind of just extrapolating these points out to the rest of the qualifier, it seems like Knight doing pretty good for herself. And then T-Storm, we'll see how the rest of the players do. We have a lot of good players coming up later today.
Yeah, if you extrapolate the numbers here, Alice, aka Knight, will be looking at around 24, 25 points, which would have been about the 24th seed in gold this year. So kind of in that upper echelon of the top players in the bracket. And again, as mentioned, T-Storm, Ronkley in the chat. Also, shout out to Ronkley. He's going to be doing some commentary later on. Actually, he's on next session and he's on for the last session, mentioning that 8 points is what was needed to get into gold bracket this year. So T-Storm, if this was CTWC, would already be in the gold bracket.
Yeah, maybe his poor performance at CTWC, or maybe wanted to do a little bit better. Maybe grinded a lot in the last week just to make sure that this was a good performance.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see a couple of players qualifying today, hoping for the GDQ redemption arc with a strong performance both in qualifiers and at SGDQs. And I think T-Storm falls into that group. I think you're seeing right now that if T-Storm is on, he can really throw a wrench into things in terms of who might be making it to the Twin Cities this year.
And something I want to note, obviously, we mentioned them both having different play styles earlier, but we've also seen Alice kind of restart. I feel like a little bit more than we've seen T-Storm, and especially for something like a qualifier, you definitely want the consistency of being able to make it towards that end game a lot more frequently.
Yeah, and I'd say that's kind of more of a player preference thing. Some players, like they just know right away, and they want to reset and get back to a fresh start. Other players, they may see that, okay, the game's not so hot, but I can get out of this and I can play aggressive and get back into it. So they may decide to fight through it, struggle through the dig, and get that board clean to try and at least salvage something out of it. So it's kind of a your mileage may vary sort of situation depending on the player. So you got a little compare and contrast with Alice going for the big old resets, and T-Storm more or less trying to play things out and get the best scores he can out of each possible game.
Yeah, I will say some players tend to start off their games perhaps a little over aggressive. I know sometimes if I'm doing a qualifier, I'll try to see how long I can play perfect, but trying to keep a perfect board, you're going to make some perhaps suboptimal moves, trying to just not take any sort of burns other than Tetris's whatsoever. And so that will lead to more frequent restarts because the board will become more chaotic and more holes will be in the stack.
Oh, for sure. And if you do have one of those perfect or very high Tetris rate games, sometimes mentally you feel the pressure, like, I've got this great game, I have to keep going for Tetrises. And as Orlando mentioned, sometimes it's to your detriment. But for the most part, you're seeing the players take strategic risks, know when they can go aggressive, know when they need to turn it down a notch, maybe hit the brakes and play it safe. So you're getting a good mix of aggression and strategic play out of both T-Storm and Alice today.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit again. T-Storm is a hyper tapper, and Alice is a roller. I'm actually curious for both of you. What are your play styles when you're playing NES Tetris?
I'm a DAS player. I am. I play the way it was intended to be played back in the 80s. So my hyper tapping is not fast enough to be more effective than DAS. I can maybe on a good day get up to 10 hertz, which basically it's basically like the same as DAS. And I have not attempted rolling. So as of now, I'm still on the DAS gravy train.
Yeah, I am also a DAS player. I I've always thought about possibly getting into rolling, but it's never been something I've been able to really commit a lot of time to. But I will say it's fun seeing players that do roll, like Alice, for example. When players don't just roll, we do have events for all of the play styles, and players will play in any and all of the 3 play styles. And so, actually, funny enough, Alice and I will be playing in a match tomorrow for DAS, and that'll take place on our good friends Monthly Tetris, who did throw a little raid to us. So hello, Tetris people. Welcome to more Tetris.
Yep. And shout outs to Vandy, Van Dweller, aka Vandy Pants. Yeah, the man, the myth, the legend that runs the monthly Tetris tournaments, Classic Tetris Monthly. And true to form, every month there is a brand new tournament, and anyone can sign up. You don't have to be one of the top 10 players in the world to do it. You can go in with a PB of under 100,000 if you want, and still get put into a bracket. So it's for the entire community, and they do different stuff. Like sometimes, as Morlando mentioned, they may do a DAS only event. They may do some more off the beaten path modes of Tetris. Like you may see a mode where they don't allow you to use the next box. They'll do modes where the rotation of the pieces is not allowed, and a bunch of others. So Vandy has done a really good job of just getting all of those events put together and maintaining just a really strong part of the Tetris community with all these monthly Tetris tournaments.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, and of course, that's at Monthly Tetris on Twitch. I know Vandy basically streams whenever people are able to play, so there's a good chance if you pop on, you'll run into some sort of matchup in the monthly Tetris community on that stream. But I do want to give a heads up, both for the viewers and for the players. We're over halfway through our session. We only have 41 minutes remaining, so we're starting to get into the home stretch of this first qualifying session here.
Yeah, and just to give everyone a preview of our second session coming up, so I just want to talk a little bit about, what we have coming up later today. Again, we have 4 different sessions later today. So our second session is going to be having Aaron Julian, Sodium Overdose, and DMJ. So be sure to, stay tuned and check out that session as well. We're going to also have 2 new commentators for that one. We're going to have Omenvar and Ronckley. So be sure to tune in again for all 4 of the sessions that we have later today. And we're going to be having all of these players have a chance to qualify.
Nope, that's absolutely right, Richard. The players with the top 4 total scores will get their ticket punched to SGDQ. With the chance to end up getting on the main stage. So by the time we reach our final session, one of these players, or I should say one of the players in the first 3 sessions, will have clinched a spot. And I guess the big question is, will it be one of these 2, or will it be one of the 6 other players that we're going to see in sessions 2 and 3? There's still a lot of great Tetris action coming up. So don't think this is the end here. This is just the beginning.
And T-Storm trying to get a T-spin there. Again, you only have basically just like that one frame that it gets to the bottom to spin it.
Yeah, and unlike modern Tetris, you don't get any points for a T-spin in NES Tetris.
Yeah, the best we can do is give you some style points, but those don't count in the game.
Yeah. Sometimes you're bored, though. I mean, as you can see from T-Storm's board, just ending up with a middle well like that, sometimes you just got to try your best.
Yeah, and he's going to get that dirty center well Tetris right there. One of the legends of Tetris, Quaid, was known for going for center wells at just about every opportunity. He was a fan of the party down the middle, so... Sometimes the most efficient thing to do is just to bring that stack to the center and send that long bar right down column number 5.
Yeah, we saw another Tetris just there from T-Storm in the middle, and then finally able to transfer it back over to that right well.
Yeah, and I want to point out a score right now, 541,000 points on a level 18 start again. Morlando mentioned before that transition happens at 130 lines. And for your top players, you want to try and get at least a 500,000 score into that level 19 transition, if not more. And I will say T-Storm is on track to be over 600,000, which is a tremendous score into level 19.
Yeah, T-Storm currently running into a drought. Drought counter is a little fidgety there. I don't know what's going on with it, but getting some pieces. Had over an 80% Tetris rate, probably around 85 now. So really efficient game, as we said earlier. You really want to get around 60% or so to approximate a max out or getting that 1 million points.
Yeah, and that score into 19, 635,000, probably one of the stronger level 19 transitions that you will see. Off the top of my head, I don't remember the exact score, but I bet someone in chat will know. I think the maximum score you can get into level 19 off of a level 18 start is somewhere around like 750,000 points. So T-Storm really maximizing the efficiency.
Yeah, and as we're getting to these higher speeds here, you saw T-Storm had to plug up that hole there because you don't want to have a dependency on two line pieces, because that again, with this randomizer, you just never know when they're coming.
Yep, I knew someone in chat would come with it. Tyler mentioning 753,000. Or if you burn in with a single, you can get up to 754,000 into that level 19 transition. But T-Storm right now, he's got that dirty Tetris set up in column number 3, just waiting for this long bar to show up. It's of course, right when you need the long bars, when the game decides, no, you're not going to get a long bar. So T-Storm currently in a battle with RNG for Tetris supremacy, and the drought counter is the drought counter must have taken a lunch break, because this is more than 15 pieces for sure. And of course, long bar shows up right when T-Storm doesn't need it, so he's going to have to do a little bit of cleanup and spend some time in the burn unit.
You know, I do actually want to talk about that the drought counter. So, you know, we are using Nessus Champs to display all of this to you today. Do you maybe want to kind of talk about what kind of tool Nessus Champs is?
Yeah, Nessus Champs is an OCR. So what it does is it captures the game data from the players. So the players, they submit into the Nessus Champs web program with their game capture card. It upscales the game data because they're playing on NES with standard NES 4.3 resolution. It's upscaling it to HD. It's putting it into a presentable format, and it's also allowing us to see things like it calculates Tetris rate. If you're playing a versus match, which you actually see those pieces of information up the top. They're not relevant now, but they will be once we get to competition. It'll let you know how far ahead a player is, both in terms of points and in terms of how many Tetrises ahead they are. So if this was an actual game, you would see that Alice is up by two Tetrises and change, or 69,000 points. And that's something that's really useful both for commentators and for the viewers to be able to just see that sort of information. But it can also display information such as runway, which is like how many the maximum number of points you could get before certain milestones, like the kill screen or the super kill screen. So it's a very robust piece of programming. And shout outs to Yobi in the Tetris community, who basically put this together. I want to say almost exclusively on his own. Obviously, he had a little help, but Yobi is the mastermind behind Nessus Champs, and we're very appreciative of his efforts to make this happen.
Yeah, absolutely incredible tool, if you ask me. Like, this makes it so much nicer to look at and gives so much more information. So, yeah, thank you so much, Yobi, for doing this.
Yeah, and the one other thing that's you can, oh no, actually they can't. We put the cameras there. At least on our end, we can see they also have hearts, which is used in matches to denote if someone wins a game. But it looks like those are being covered up by their cameras.
Yeah, obviously those are not needed for the case of a qualifier here. They have infinite lives. So, however many they can fit in these 90 minutes, we'll see how they do.
Yep.
But absolutely goated tool. There's a lot of different setups too. Obviously, you mentioned a bunch of other monthly tournaments and things that go on, and everyone kind of has their own format, and it's really cool to see all of those represented.
Yeah, and some of the other cool stuff that we can do with this, this will also be a shameless plug for me. I run a local series of meetups events in Minnesota, the Tetris Open we call it, and one of the things that we were able to do thanks to Nestor Champs is in that tournament, instead of seeing the Tetris pieces, the little Tetraminos were turned into pieces of toast. So that's it's a non-traditional use and kind of manipulation of the Nestor Champ system, but it does have the ability to do unique, cool things like that as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah, a little bit more traditional and dare I say useful. But if you have matches normally in the friendlies universe, so with that wrestling style, but we have tag team matches, so those can be 2 against 2. And what you do is you all get into a Nestor's Champs room together, and it will do the combined score math for you, so that you don't have to try to do any sort of math as a commentator or as a player.
Listen, we all know math is very difficult to do offhand, so anything that makes that easier, count me in.
Yeah, and I can also mention in Tetris Wars, which is basically it's a stream where we do various events of matches where it's not just like one-on-one. You usually have like 8 players at a time playing in different formats, and one of the experimental formats that we tried was King of the Hill, where you win, you keep moving up the hill, you lose, you keep moving down the hill to try and get into that top spot. And Nestor's Champs allows us to basically easily move players up and down the hill. So the versatility of this program is it's just such an asset to have in the community. So it helps with stuff like that. It helps with, as Morlando said, things like tag team or even like boss battles where you might have like 6 players going up against 1 player. Maybe it's like 6 sub-max out players going up against Alex T to try and beat his score, for example. And Nestor's Champs does allow for the facilitation of things like that.
Yeah, and speaking of Alex T, so talking a little bit back about their CTWC placement, Knight actually lost to Alex T 1-3.
Yeah, and that a great effort from Knight in that one. But Alex just when Alex T is on, it's tough to take him down. I'm not spoiling anything by saying last year at 2025 CTWC, Alex T did not drop a game. He ran the table. And hello, Trebus. Good to see you here, Trev. I've seen Trebus in the Tetris community. I see them a lot on Tetris Wars. Glad to see that you made it out here to GDQ Hotfix to check out some great Tetris action. And want to give a heads up to everybody that we only have 30 minutes remaining in our qualifier session. We are 2/3 of the way done, and you're gonna start to see as we get closer to the end, maybe some strategic decisions made by players here in terms of, do they want to keep games going? Do they want to top out and restart to try and hope for a better game, or maybe try and make some decisions to more efficiently get points? So you might start seeing that as we get closer to that clock hitting zeros.
Yeah, and just to give everyone a heads up as well in chat, so once they get to the end, they are allowed to finish their last game. So maybe once we get down to the wire, these players might decide to aggressively reset for something nice to end off their qualifier with.
Yeah, so one possible example of a strategic decision that a player might make is they'll they'll see that the clock is running down. They may try and get just enough on the scoreboard where they get the max out, or maybe they just get a 1.1, very quickly top out so that they can get that final game in to attempt to get even more points.
And it looks like T-Storm here getting to level 20 with about 700K. So hopefully we'll be able to see T-Storm rack up a little bit extra points here. Unfortunately, having some trouble.
Just a couple of misdrops there.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for T-Storm.
All right. And what you're noticing, Alice taking a little breather, and you saw T-Storm do it earlier. That is one thing that we'll mention, that the qualifier is the player's time. So sometimes maybe you just need to hit the reset and take a breather, step away from the game, and recharge the battery a little bit. Players do have the opportunity to do that. We don't mandate that they stay at their console the whole time and play. They need to grab a beverage, use the facilities, or just decompress for a bit. They do have that opportunity, and that's what you're seeing Alice doing right now. Is as there's no game going on, just taking advantage, getting a little break in, and hopefully we'll see Alice come back in due time here to finish out this qualifier.
Yeah. Also, it's again, this is a mechanically difficult game, so even resting your hands for a bit, making sure you're taking care of you, because you only have two hands, so you want to make sure that you take as best care of them as you can. Now, when you were at CTWC, I have a question for you. Did you end up feeling, any fatigue as your qualifier went on?
For me personally, I didn't notice any like physical fatigue, but again, as a DAS player, you don't run into you don't run into the physical issues that, say, hyper tappers or rollers may run into, whether it's maybe pain just from repeatedly hitting the buttons, or just the strain in your hand from tapping rapidly. So I didn't run into that. For me, I would say the fatigue was more mental, where I sometimes just had to stop and think for a moment. Or I know in mine, I was having a stretch where I wasn't playing very well in 18, so I decided to just do a 19 start, even though I knew it wasn't going to be very good, to try and do a factory reset, so to speak. And I felt like after I did that, I played a little better. So it kind of depends, but for me, it's usually more the mental of like knowing where you're at in your qualifier, where you're at in terms of scores and what you need to do. And I want to point out, just a few seconds ago, T-Storm did what we in the community refer to as a VITS. It stands for a vertical eye tuck setup. You saw you had that hole in column 9, put the eye long bar into the well and just tucked it into that open spot. So you'll tend to see that happen at the high levels. It's a very aggressive setup, and if you don't get good RNG or you don't have excellent stacking, you'll see that VITS basically ruin your game, as I have seen happen to me numerous times when I try to do so. But right now, I'm gonna point out T-Storm still going. T-Storm's on yet another good pace, currently sitting at 330,000. His projected transition score has him going over 600,000 again, and you see it in that Tetris rate, 82%. So T-Storm, if he can keep this up, is well on track to get even more points. And yes, Ronkley, I did see that. Ronkley mentioning in the chat that I am someone who knows a thing or two about needing more points.
Oh, no.
Oh, and of course, I just saw the message from Vandy in the chat that their beverage and facilities trips are all strictly regulated. Vandy runs a tight ship. That is for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So just with T-Storm there and setting up another tuck, left an overhang with the T-piece which allowed for the L piece to slide in there and fill in that hole. Especially at the higher level, you will see these little micro adjustments, these last second adjustments, thanks to finally knowing what's in the hole in the next box, and you can see what's coming up and adjust accordingly.
Yeah, and that is basically like one of the signature marks of a top Tetris player is you'll put the piece where you're expecting it to go, but then when that piece in the next box shows up, they'll ultimately realize, hey, I can put this piece here instead, and it will be better for my stack health. So they may do that last second adjustment, as Morlando mentioned, and T-Storm pulling that off really well here, and just keeping that stack extremely efficient. I'll also give a heads up. Even though we do love Tetris, we do love playing and just throwing down as many Tetrises and points as we can. Player health is important. I will not spoil any CTWC stuff so that you all can go ahead and watch that, but I do know that player health did come up in one of our matches, and it is coming up here. Alice taking a little bit of a medical break right now. We'll keep our fingers crossed and hope that she is able to return to the match. But for the time being, Alice currently taking a bit of a reprieve. Hopefully, she'll be able to get back into the swing of things. But in the event that she needs to take an extended break, she's currently sitting at 12 points, a very solid qualifier given the amount of time she has played so far. And we'll see if that 12 points is enough to make it into the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like T-Storm also going to be wrapping up this game, unfortunately, getting to that level 19 speed and then having some issues. Again, we have just under half an hour here in our first qualifier. So we'll see how well T-Storm can do in this upcoming amount of time.
Oh, for sure. And it's also important and good we like to get to know our Tetris players both in and out of the Tetris community. So see if I have any cool stuff here about T-Storm. I do know that T-Storm is one of a handful of storm chasers in the Tetris community. So the username does check out. So T-Storm, I think the others in the community are he is one, Draco, Mathwiz, Hydrant, and there's one other I am forgetting because I know there are 5, but I'm sure the name will come to me well after this match is done. But definitely a cool group of people, and Storm Chaser is very fascinating. And you're getting some folks in the chat shouting out Coach T-Storm. Probably one of the biggest endorsements that I can give for a T-Storm as a coach is he coached Crab Rangoon about a week or so ago. I know Crab Rangoon was having some issues with like knowing what to optimally stack. Like he was saying, "Hey, I can see that Stack Rabbit, which is a Tetris stacking guy. Stack Rabbit says I should do this, but like I don't understand why. It doesn't make sense to me." So he went to T-Storm, got some explanations on how things work, got some stacking help, and I think a couple hours after that session, Crab Rangoon ended up getting a PB.
That's great.
So I mean, if you want to get a PB in short time after your coaching session, T-Storm might be the person to reach out to.
Yeah, and again, you're going to see a lot of players today that have just so many hours and so many reps in Tetris here. So, yeah, absolute shout outs to T-Storm. So, yeah, if you're thinking like, hey, this looks kind of cool, I want to try this out, maybe go to T-Storm.
Yep, and Ron Clee coming up clutch in chat once again. How could I forget Jedi Evan? Jedi Evan is the other storm chaser in the community. But in addition to that, I also want to make sure we don't forget about Alice. I can mention some cool stuff about her as well. Outside of Tetris, Alice plays Counter-Strike and Smash Melee. And as far as sports, Alice is into badminton. Now, as far as past performance, kind of a callback to some of the unconventional monthly tournaments that are done in Classic Tetris Monthly. They call these unconventional tournaments Stupid Tetris Monthly. Alice was the winner of the No Bars Stupid Tetris Monthly event back in December of 2025. And it is exactly as it sounds. You play Tetris, but you don't get long bars. So it's a infinite drought, so to speak. But in addition to that, Alice finished top 32 last year at CTWC and also finished top 48 in the 2022 CTWC. So Alice, not a stranger to playing at the highest levels of competition in the world as far as Tetris is concerned.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. It looks like as we're nearing the end here, T-Storm, unfortunately, topping out yet again at about 500,000 points. And just to give everyone a refresher on how the points work, these players need to max out their score at 1 million to be able to get their first 2 points, and then subsequent 100,000 point markers will net them another additional point.
Mm-hmm. And one other additional piece I will mention: if it happens, it's well earned. But if a player happens to get 2 million points before hitting level 39, they're going to get an additional point. So max out is 2 points. Add a point for every 100,000 after that. But if they get to 2 million, bump them up 2 more points. So there's a bonus for reaching 2 million.
That would be incredible if someone.
Yeah. It's happened a handful of times before. To my knowledge, it has only happened once in competition. Meme did that at the CTWC Midwest Regional in Milwaukee just a couple of months ago, at a 2 million in competition in a match against another qualifier in Rhubarb.
Absolutely incredible.
And it's been done a handful of times before. I believe Sidnev has a 2 million in her arsenal as well. I think Alex T may have one too, but whether he does or he doesn't, I am sure there is some stat resource wizard in the chat that will be able to confirm or deny.
I have according to the NES Tetris leaderboards, which shout out to just all of the stats people in general that either do stats for all of the various Tetris events, but also that keep track of all of the data of people's high scores. It looks like there are 8 players that have a 2 million score into level 39.
Oh my gosh. Who are the 8? I mean, I know we mentioned Meme and Sidnev. Who are the remaining players, Morlando?
So yeah, Sidnev has the highest with 39 line cap of 2,153,621. But then below that, Blue Scooty and Falkite are the only other two with a 2.1 million. And then Dengler, Tristop, Dog, Meme, and Neko are the other players with a 2 million score.
Yeah, and that's impressive. That's impressive too, because you mentioned that 39 line cap. Once you hit 330 lines, you're not getting any more points. I mean, you might get a line or two here or there, but once you hit 39, it's GG's, and what your score is what your score is. So to pull off a score like that is absolutely impressive.
T-Storm, I want to point out, was in a little bit of trouble, but managed to execute very well and clean up the stack a little bit. And as we near, about 15 minutes to go, a little bit less than that, we have T-Storm here, hoping to rack up a few more points, try to get to that 12-point mark, perhaps, that we saw Alice get to. So we'll see how well T-Storm can do in these final minutes here as we wrap up this first qualifier.
Yeah, T-Storm, once again, really nice pacing here on the level 18 speeds, 78% Tetris rate. Tetris here going to bring it up to 79%. So really, really efficient play early on from T-Storm. We will see if he can get it going in the level 19 speeds. That's unfortunately seems to have been his downfall during this qual a little bit.
Yeah, and right now we're at 100 lines. In the Tetris scene, we refer to this point as the turn, the Joey Parker turn. Shout out to Joey Parker on that, by the way. And for your good players, you kind of expect that they can get another 100,000 points or so before transition. So we could see T-Storm flirting with yet another 600,000 transition score based on how this one is shaken out. And we can also go back into the archives and take a look at T-Storm on the scene has played 270 matches of Tetris all time. He's got a record of 151 and 119. So a lot of Tetris matches in not a lot of time. Hasn't even been on the scene for 5 years. Started playing in October of 2020, and has just continued to play. Has played in Classic Tetris League. Has done a lot of Classic Tetris Monthly, and recently has done his fair share of going to in-person tournaments. Was at CTWC this year. Went out to North Carolina for the regional last year, and also participated in a tournament called CTAP, which is a online tournament where you have to play the hyper tapping play style. No DAS, no rolling, just hyper tap.
That's really cool to see different events that feature different play styles. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I believe in the community, I believe Stolen Short Sword and Jay are the two players that are mainly. I believe they're the two main ones that handle the CTAP tournaments. So shout outs to those folks for putting that event together and giving some love to hyper tappers, because sometimes they get forgotten about when you've got all of this DAS stuff going on and everything kind of going in the direction of rolling and the heavy hitters that can do that.
As we wrap up this qualifier here, I'm curious, are there any in-person events that the two of you are planning to go to anytime soon?
Marlando, I'll let you talk, because I know you'll be doing more of the stuff on the East Coast.
Yeah, so we got, coming up, I won't be going to it, but our next main regional is going to be in Philadelphia. But as far as what I'm planning on attending, I'm one of the organizers. I keep bringing it up, but of our Hartford tournament at Retro World Expo there in September. And we are also doing a second regional in Canada this year. We had a Toronto regional earlier, but we're going to be doing a Quebec City event this year. And I'll be planning on going to that one as well.
Very cool.
That one's going to be hosted by one of the biggest community members we have in Martz, who has played, I believe, has played the most matches, but hasn't won the most matches.
Yep, that's vintage. That's vintage March right there. I'm actually going to pull up his numbers as far as what he has done. So I mentioned T-Storm has done about 270 total matches, and actually I'm gonna hold off on that because T-Storm is on the verge of a max out here, 949,000. He needs one more Tetris, although he could probably line it out to the kill screen if he just wants the max out. But T-Storm, he probably wants a little more than that. He's going to try and at least gun for a shot at a 1.1 here. Just needs that long bar to show up. Where is it? There it is. There's the max out. He can get 2 more Tetrises. And if he does, it's probably going to require a little bit of kill screen play to get the 1.1, but it's not outside of the realm of possibility. Let's see if he can get this last Tetris into 29. He is ready. Waiting for this long bar. There it is. 5,000 more points, and he'll pull out another 1.1. And there it is. He gets the
Oh.
1.1, clutches it out on the kill screen. So we're going to put that score in for T-Storm.
Yeah, right. 980 points over, right? Right there.
So that's 3 more huge points for T-Storm in the closing stages of this session, as we are under 10 minutes remaining. In fact, 9 minutes left, and T-Storm's pumped up. You see it on the camera right there. He is excited. But I do want to go back to let me see here. Martz's match history again. T-Storm 270 matches. Martz 2,290 total matches.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I believe Martz started out, it was something to do with his son, who is also a Tetris player, Remy, and I believe Remy is actually a max outer. I saw him at Jonas Cup, and I know Remy has done some of those East Coast regionals that Morlando has been to, but wasn't too long ago that Martz's daughter also picked up the game of Tetris, Lucy. And in classic Martz fashion, Lucy also has a higher high score than her dad now. But if you know Martz, you know he is more than proud of his 2 kids, and the fact that they are starting to light it up in the Tetris scene as well. And I saw in the chat Danny saying, I lost to Martz once. In one of our Tetris discords, there is a meme roll that is lost to Martz.
That's funny.
Yep. Morlando mentioning Morlando lost to Martz. I lost to Martz. Blue Scooty lost to Martz, or at least has the lost to Martz roll.
Yeah. So yeah, that's in the Tetris Friendlies Discord, and there's a number of roles of like various lost to insert player here as kind of joke meme roles. But as far as Friendlies is concerned, Martz is on every single show for Friendlies, whether it's a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday night event. And whenever there's someone new in the community looking to play a match, Martz will be like, I'm going to play you in Friendlies.
That's great. You know, as we are rounding out the end of this qualifier here, so I know Morlando, this is your primary qualifier that you're commentating for today. Do you have any, shout outs that you want to give before we wrap up this qualifier?
Yeah, I see him in chat. I just want to give a shout out to my boy Tyler Tetris. He's just one of the best people in classic Tetris, and specifically give a shout out to his kitten Spoon. So shout out Spoon for being adorable.
Aw. Oh, Spoon. Thanks, Spoon. Yeah, thank you so much for commentating today.
Yeah, okay. Shout out to, in seriousness, shout out to for Toast for getting this all organized and sending me an invite a couple of weeks ago saying, hey, doing this event for SGDQ if you want to get in on the comms. And I'm like, absolutely, yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. And so far things are going well. We're almost done with our first session here, but only about 5 minutes left. But things are going to go great. 3 more sessions. Have a few more commentators coming in. Omen Var and Ronkley are going to take over the next session. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
No, for sure. And heads up for T-Storm and the viewers, we're down to about 5 minutes remaining on the clock. So this is the point I mentioned before where you might start seeing that T-Storm may look at his score, decide I'm going to get my points, top out, and go for something more. So some of those strategic decisions may come into play right here. Again, 4 minutes and about 35 seconds left on my clock. So we'll kind of tighten things up here and keep a close eye on what T-Storm is doing. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. T-Storm absolutely pacing right now. He's at 531,000 at the turn. This is on track for another mid 600,000s transition. If he can keep it up on 19, he's looking at adding even more points to his score. Currently sitting at 11. So another max out would allow T-Storm to leapfrog over Alice and take the lead after the first qualifying session. So I got to believe T-Storm understands the situation, knows the assignment, and is hopefully feeling it as he gets a beautiful delayed burn, which sets him up perfectly for the Tetris. And he's already over 600,000 with 114 lines.
Yeah, 91% Tetris rate here. Extremely efficient from T-Storm.
Yeah.
Like, as I've said, saying T-Storm is one of the best level 18 players that we have in the scene. Really, really efficient. That's what you want in your coach. So, Coach T-Storm, knows the best way to do all the stacking, which is more so what you want when you're looking for a Tetris coach. You can learn how to roll, but you need to know how to actually stack all of the pieces here. And T-Storm, one Tetris available here before the transition. Ooh, almost a misdrop of the line. Got the double flip, turned it into a triple flip, but 694 transition, and now already 718,000 points. 743 now into level 20. So really, really nice game from T-Storm so far.
Yeah, and to give y'all perspective, that 694,000, that is one of the 4 largest transitions I've ever had when I've been streaming a Tetris player. So T-Storm in rarefied territory right here with this game, and hopefully he can take it to the kill screen and add some more points onto his score.
Yeah, just past 2.5 minutes to go here in this qualifier. So again, we're probably, if T-Storm is looking at the clock, obviously, T-Storm's locked in right now, but we'll see if T-Storm actually glances at the clock after passing the million here.
Yeah, I mean, we're at 2 minutes left, so he's probably, if this wasn't a qualifier, he would absolutely play this out to try and go for a new high score or a PB, as it were. But knowing that this is a qualifier, I can't rule out the fact that he's probably going to be looking to see how much time he has left and if he just wants to top out and try and go for more points. So this is a decision time for T-Storm based on how this game plays out. He's on track for well over a max out. Actually, based on the score he's got, he's on track for about a 1.2 million, but that pace is cooling off a bit as the stack is playing some games with him right here in the final minutes of this session.
Yeah, with getting that last game off, it's kind of like, basketball. It's a buzzer beater. As long as the game is started before the clock hits 0, you're able to finish it out. So it's just about that. When do I reset? And I don't know if T-Storm has the time, but it's going to be cutting it close about starting a second game here.
Yeah, if he's going for strategy and maximizing points, he's probably going to try and get this max out, top out, and go for the next one. But I am not T-Storm. He may have a different plan in mind, as there are 50 seconds left. Once we get down to the final 10, it'll give a countdown. But at this point, it's nothing but time updates for T-Storm here, as he is 2 Tetrises away from a max out. 40 seconds remaining for T-Storm in this session, trying to get this board brought down so he can get a Tetris. And he is hoping it's a Tetris and change. He is set up in the left well. 997, a couple more burns will do it. 25 seconds left for T-Storm. It's going to be a race against the clock to maybe try and get one more game in. 20 seconds remaining for T-Storm. He gets the Tetris. He gets the max out. Will he top out or will he try and get more points? That is the question, as we are now down to 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is time. This will be T-Storm's final game of the session here. He takes the top out. He gets the 1.1 and adds on 3 huge points to his score.
Very nicely done from T-Storm. Yeah, I mean, right at the end there, you saw T-Storm clear up the board very nicely. So, probably wanting to get that last 100,000 mark. Probably thinking that was going to be better than doing a reset. So very nicely done from T-Storm. And that's going to be 14 points in this qualifier. Going to be taking the top spot so far today. And very nicely done from T-Storm.
Yeah, I got to say, this might be, I don't want to speak for him, but this might be the best qualifier T-Storm has ever had. He had 5 max outs, including 4 1.1 games. So T-Storm coming out firing with an opening statement here. So shout outs to T-Storm and Alice. Had to take a little breather, wasn't able to return, but she did still get 12 points, a very respectable qualifier from her as well.
Yeah, absolutely great job from Alice. So thank you so much for both of them for playing. And yeah, we'll see if we can get T-Storm in here potentially for a little bit of a chat. And, you know, obviously doing pretty well over this qualifier. Hello, T-Storm. How are you feeling?
I'm kind of hype, honestly. Yeah, Toast was right. I've literally never done this in a qual before.
All right, so
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, yep. So T-Storm, I do have a question for you. Obviously, you know, you know, Toast was saying that you hadn't done this before, but you know, how are you feeling in terms of like, oh, CTWC just finished, and you know, have you been playing for the last week? Like, have you been grinding a lot? You know, what was your you know, mentality going into today, and how do you feel going into this qualifier?
Okay, so yeah, this is clearly night and day from how I did in CTWC. The big difference is controller. So I was using a normal Nest controller because that's what was tournament legal. Now I'm using this. This is a padless controller. And it's so much easier to tap. It almost feels like I'm tapping on a keyboard. And I'm an emulator main, so I'm used to keyboard tapping. So, you know, within a couple of days, I just immediately got results. Console PB'd with a 1.18 during CTWC weekend, literally just, again, a couple days after I got the controller.
Oh, wow.
And now I'm playing like I would on emulator. 4 1.1s in an hour and a half is a good day on emulator. Wow. I'm kind of excited.
Congratulations. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is an awesome performance. And
to answer your question specifically, I know you asked about the grinding. Yes, I have been playing about every single day, 1 to 2 hours.
Oh, wow. So something else I want to ask you. Obviously, you know, you're looking at this lineup of stacked players, you know, coming on later today. Yeah, how do you feel taking 14 points in this first qualifier here?
14 is a lot for me to get in a qual. That said, I know how good a lot of these players coming up are. That 14 will very quickly be in jeopardy.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we'll see how things end up going. You know, something I also want to ask you is, you know, something that we talked about during the qualifier are upcoming events. Are there any upcoming Tetris events that you're going to be participating in or that you're going to be taking a part of coming up here?
100% I'm going to CTWC North Carolina. I live in North Carolina, so I'm literally like a 2-hour drive away. So yeah, I'll spend a weekend in Wilmington late September.
Ooh. Awesome. Yeah, good luck. And yeah, I don't know if any of our other commentators have any questions to ask you as well. You know, I'll hand it over to Toaster Morlando here.
If you got anything, Morlando, go ahead. I'm gonna get our next set of qualifiers set up here and go from there.
So yeah, I mean, T-Storm, what was your strategy coming into the qualifier?
Just play well. I can only do but so much about my tapping. So the thing that I have the most control over is the stacking decisions. So my focus was stack as well as I can, and if it turns into a good game, it turns into a good game.
Yeah, I will say you were being very efficient on the level 18 speeds, multiple, like at least 4 or 5, like 600,000 plus transitions. So including that last game, you know, 670 or 690 or whatever that was, it was really incredible. So yeah, I noticed, you know, you as a hyper tapper, did you choose to want to start more on level 18 than level 19?
Yeah, you saw how I was topping out a lot on level 19. My arm, unfortunately, has finite energy, so I could have done 19 starts in the beginning, but I don't stack nearly as efficiently on 19, and then also my arm can just die faster. So it wouldn't really be beneficial to me to do 19 starts. The one game I did on the 19 start was just because I kept dying over and over again as soon as I transitioned, and I wanted to make sure I can still play 19, and then went back to 18.
Sounds good. Well, yeah, thanks for coming out and doing this for us.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah, thanks for everyone for allowing this to happen. This is great fun.
Yep. I'll pop in with one more because it was one of the hot topics in chat. You are a noted coach in the Tetris community. If somebody wants coaching from you, how can they get Tetris coaching?
So I am on Discord. I am TStorm281 on Discord, or Thunderstorm281. It depends on the server, but my actual Discord tag is Thunderstorm281. So that's where you can find me on Discord. You can just send me a DM if you're interested in coaching. I can try to find a way to schedule with you. I tend to have pretty flexible schedules, especially on the weekends, but I'm in Eastern time, so I have a day job. So during the week, I can really only do evenings my time. But yeah, we could try to make something work.
Oh, that's fantastic. And low-key, I'll probably be reaching out to you as well because if we know anything about anything, I probably need some coaching as well.
But yeah, thank you so much, T-Storm, for being on. And for everyone in the GDQ audience, I want to make sure you all stay tuned because we're having 3 more qualifiers coming up after this. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a quick break here as we can set that up. And we will be right back with some more Tetris. So stay tuned. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the SGDQ 2026 Tetris qualifiers. So here we have our next 2 players that are going to be attempting to qualify here for SGDQ. I want to give everyone a reminder, Summer Games Done Quick will be live in Minneapolis, Minnesota, this July 5th to the 11th, so not even a month away at this point. If you want to register for the event, you can go to gdq.gg and register for the event there. And you also have a chance to qualify for this. So the top 4 players from today will be seeded into the SGDQ tournament. But that also means you will be able to, try to qualify yourself as well. And so as we get into the second qualifier, I'm joined by 2 new commentators, Omen and Ronkley. So Omen and Ronkley, how are you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, thank you both of you for being on. We have 2 players coming up here. And so, do you 2 want to maybe introduce yourselves?
Go ahead, Gronk.
Yeah, sure. I am Ronkley. I have placed second in this tournament back in 2018, and I wouldn't even make the bracket these days. I've been doing commentary pretty much ever since that year, and just been in the Tetris scene at this point for a long time, 8 years. So looking forward to another excellent qualifier here.
Awesome. Man.
Yeah, I'm Omen. Omen Var would be, I guess, my quote full name here. I've been a lurker of the Tetris community for probably about 6 years. Well, I guess lurking since about 6 years, and probably more active in the last 2 years. And in that time, I'm probably not really known so much for my Tetris skills, but for some reason, people have decided they like to at least have me host stuff. So you can find me on Wars and Classic Tetris Wars on CTL, CTWC. Actually, you could actually find both Ronkley and I commentating on the gold bracket last weekend and the year before as well. And then the Friendlies universe, which is very much associated and affiliated with CTWC. So I run one part of the Monday Night Mayhem show over there every other Monday. So yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Very nicely done. So yeah, let's get our countdown underway here. Just want to make sure if both of our players are ready to begin the qualifier. We'll give you a countdown once you're ready.
Yep, just go to the ready screens over in NTC and we will get you guys counted down.
Yeah, I'm excited for both these players too. Two of the nicest players in all of Tetris.
This is very much true. Now we're ready from DMJ. Yeah,
All right.
Aaron is ready. Let's go ahead and get these two counted down for the second qualifier session. We will start in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right. So, in kind of an interesting twist of fate here, this is the second time within a week that I have commentated on Aaron's qualifying session.
Kind of surreal.
I got a chance to do that CTWC, so he got 10 points in that. I think he wasn't terribly pleased with the 10 points, but I'm pretty sure that he's told us that he's got the paddless upgrade as well. So we'll see what happens with him in this one. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing if there's any changes in how his qualifier goes here. Right now, though, he's getting a pretty nasty drought at the top of the board.
To give everyone a reminder that's joining us after this break here, for the qualifier format, that first 1 million will net you 2 points, and then 1 point every 100,000 after that. If someone manages to get to 2 million, it'll also be 2 points in between that. But so we'll be seeing these players attempt to max out first for those first 2 points, and then try to add on to that afterwards.
Mm-hmm. And we have a similar dynamic to the last session where Aaron is a hyper tapper and in fact is the only person that has qualified for the gold bracket in CTWC for what was it, last 6 years as a hyper tapper. That is, given how much the community has changed in that time, that is that's no easy feat.
Not at all. Yeah. Also, just as a little side note, kind of online fact, Aaron, I believe in maybe was it the first or second qualifier they ever did in CTWC, got a PB, got a max out, I believe it was too. So that was like what a bang, what a way to be introduced to the scene, right? Oh, it looks like that's going to be potentially the end of Aaron's game here. Yeah, that board was just too messy, too high. So I'm going to go ahead and just start over. Oh, look at that dirty Tetris from DMJ, though. That was crazy. DMJ is a roller as compared to Aaron. So I don't know how much all of you are familiar with the different play styles of classic Tetris, but there are predominantly 3 kinds and really only 2, arguably 1 playstyle left that can really compete at the highest levels these days. Aaron and T-Storm attempting to kind of break the roller streak. Rolling is the dominant playstyle, and it is literally taking your hand and rolling it against the back of your NES controller to bump your hand or your thumb into the D-pad, and it allows you to get very, very fast responses, faster than any of us really thought possible, even just like 5 or 6 years ago. But it has allowed them to do all kinds of crazy things, like get really, really stupid scores and kind of break Tetris in ways that no one expected. So we actually have to play on modded versions of classic Tetris in order to accommodate the players who can play better than what the game could even accommodate. So what you're watching right now is, in fact, a modded version of Tetris. We do play up till level 39, where we have an artificial double kill screen where it goes stupidly fast so that even rollers can't compete or play on it. And that will be the end of the game effectively for everybody. So your goal here in Qual is to try to get as high a score as you possibly can by 39 if you're a roller, probably 29 if you're a DAS player or a tapper.
Yeah, because once you hit those the absolute highest speeds, I mean, it's just impossible for most people to keep up. They mentioned in the first session there's just a handful of players that have even hit level 40, and they're not scoring Tetrises when they're doing that. They're just singling and doubling your
Yeah.
way into that, because there is no way that you can even think fast enough to set that up. So, but yeah, right now this is level 18 that you're seeing both players play. In qualifiers, they're allowed to play on any level that they want, but level 18 is generally considered the competition start because it's kind of the slow, relaxing speeds for these players. I'm sure a lot of people in chat are thinking this is slow, but at the same time, for these players that are used to playing, this is the slower speed. This is a speed where they can think about their placements. And you'll probably see some of the players do some kind of crazy adjustments when they see the next piece. Before they place their piece, they might move their piece based on that. It's a very high level thing to do, but it's very fascinating to watch as well. As we got DMJ into level 19, you just notice the speed doubled, or not doubled, 50%. Sorry, I forgot my Van Dweller lines.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, so whereas before, remember this game is NTSC, so it's 60 frames per second. Yeah, on level 18, the pieces drop once every 3 frames. On 19 and all the way up to 28, it's once every 2 frames. And then on 29, the pieces will fall 1 row per frame. On level 39, it goes to 2 rows per frame, and that's why it's kind of crazy to even think of trying to play that fast.
Yeah, and speaking of fast gameplay here, we do have DMJ reaching the level 19 speeds. So due to a glitch in the code, there's actually like a lot of extra levels, or I should say, yeah, basically level 18, you get to play for 120 lines of level 18. And then after that, it's 130 is 100. Yeah, sorry, it's 140 if you do from 19, which is interesting. Mm-hmm. But after you get to level 19, it then starts to change levels every 10 lines, which is why you see the colors changing every 10 lines after that. So it is a little bit of a quirk in the coding from way back in the day. A lot of players back then, I don't think were playing at the 19 speed, so they probably just was like, good enough.
Yeah, back when this game released, the highest I could handle reliably was 15.
Wow, so that's not bad.
Really played much on
now,
it.
Little kid Ronkley could play.
Yeah, I mean, that does bring me into a question that I have. Like, what is both of your history with NES Tetris in particular?
Well, as I mentioned, I actually played in this tournament back in SGDQ 2018. I was at the event to run a different game, Sublevel 0, but I found out that there was a Tetris tournament. I was like, I haven't played classic Tetris in, 20-some years? So let me go ahead, sit down, and see how I do in the tournament. And I lost my first match to a gentleman by the name of Poochie at EXE. And was sent promptly to the losers bracket, and then I ran the table in the losers bracket and came back in the winners bracket and didn't win that match, but yeah, second place was a pretty big deal. I think my best score was 400k.
Nice.
To give you an idea of how the skill level was back then, keep in mind this was 2018, so hyper tapping had been invented, but wasn't like widely used at that point. That really didn't gain popularity until CTWC 2018, when Joseph Saley upset Jonas Neubauer as the champion that year, and that's kind of when the community just popped off. It just exploded at that point, because this old man game, all of a sudden you got someone young and new coming in with a new play style, hitting levels that have never been seen before. Yeah, and just to talk real quickly about the players, both players have reached a max. Well, hold on. I don't think Aaron's reached a max out here. I think that score is
I think it's maybe glitching on our end.
Yeah, but DMJ has definitely hit the max out. He'll be getting at least 2 points, and he's going to be going for more here. He's got another 8 levels to play with. He's getting a little high. Let's see if he can bring this down.
Yeah.
But yeah, going back to how I got my start. Once I played cool experience. Let me see if there's something online. And at the time there was. Classic Tetris Monthly was just getting started. I was one of their first restreamers. And DMJ topping out there. We'll be getting 2 points for that qualifier. So very good start there for DMJ.
Yep, that is 2 points on the board for sure.
Yep. And yeah, I ended up, I really got into the restreaming thing because I had done commentary on a number of other things. I had already been doing a kind of a quarterly Descent tournament online. I've done commentary for Crypto the Necrodancer.
Wow.
A couple other racing communities as well. So it just was kind of natural for me to get into commentary for Classic Tetris. And since then, it's something that I've done for 8 years at this point. It seems hard to believe, but
time flies.
You are a goat.
And then, of course, when you watch enough of Classic Tetris, you start to really start thinking about the game. And so I finally decided I'm going to go for that max out. And I ended up getting the max out on, ironically, Jonas Neubauer's birthday back in... Aaron, no, 992!
Oh my gosh, so close.
Are you kidding me?
So that will not count for any points, all that work and just being that close.
Yeah. Well, Aaron,
that's okay. Plenty of time. We'll see Aaron get some points on the board here shortly.
Yep. But yeah, that max out made me the at the time the oldest player to ever get their first max out, which is kind of crazy, but that has since been beaten pretty handily. But yeah, I mean that's kind of where I got my start from. How about you, woman?
Yeah, well, I guess not really. NES Tetris is actually relatively new for me. My first introduction to Tetris generally was Game Boy Tetris as a child. So I had a friend who had a Game Boy, and I'm like, this seems fun. So I spent many hours, I guess, begging him to allow me to play Tetris, at least in the time that when I lived in the same town as him. But we moved away, and so kind of my time with Tetris ended after that point in time. And really, ironically, even though I am old enough to have been introduced to NES Tetris, as a child, my first introduction to NES Tetris was actually as an adult, thanks to the Boom Tetris for Jeff memes and YouTube videos, and then when Joseph Saley, defeated a 7-time world champ. So that was really kind of my introduction to it. And at that point in time, I kind of got addicted to, it was funny. It was like some workmates who introduced us to it. And then I just kept finding more videos and kept watching more videos. Like, this is incredible. And then I started following the live stuff. And this is right around COVID. And so I was, like everyone else in that time, kind of looking for a hobby. So NES Tetris became that hobby. And, I didn't really engage too much with the community. I was pretty much a lurker for, I don't know, probably about 4 or 5 years. And then finally I had a real life friend I introduced to the whole CTWC experience. They got addicted and they're like, hey, let's both decide to join and start competing in what's in the community called Tetris for Non-Pros. And that's designed literally for what you think, players who maybe aren't, at this level that you're watching right now. And so as a result of that, I decided, I noticed that the need for commentators, and we call them restreamers in the community because players stream to Twitch and then commentators have to restream their gameplay into a new scene. So hence the term restream came about. But, we needed restreamers, we needed commentators, especially at the lower levels. You're always needing to have someone who's kind of hosting and judging and reporting the matches. So I was like, I'll just learn how to do it. And I'm not exactly sure how that went from that to me being here, me commentating at CTWC, having a show on CTWC's channel with friendlies. I have no idea how that all happened, but that all happened within about a year. So I still am in TNP. My PB, I just did improve it a little bit. 883,000 is my PB. I use the old school DAS playstyle because I'm an old school dude who has old hands and I can't do that tapping or really probably rolling for that matter.
Hey, my hands are older than yours.
Is it though? I don't know. I think we're pretty close to the same age, but yeah, you're right. You probably got about a year or two on me.
So yeah,
I actually switched. I actually switched to rolling about I'd say about 2 years ago now.
Yeah.
So it's a very rewarding play style for me. I like the challenge of it.
Yeah, so you're mentioning the different play styles, and rolling was introduced in what, like 2021, roughly, something like that.
Yeah, I'd say that's
a little bit
about
after
right.
COVID. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and so something with that is a lot of players that have been around for a long time, had to learn to adapt and try to figure out, is this something that I want to do? Like, how much time is it going to be? Because obviously you're going to not be as good as you are while you're learning it. But obviously the ceiling is much higher. So, so I guess, Ronkley, for you, like when you were learning it, like what prompted you to learn it? Was it that higher ceiling? Was it, was it something else? Like what prompted you to want to start learning how to roll?
For me, it was mostly wanting to see how good I could get with it. And I feel like I'm still learning. Obviously, I'm full disclosure, I'm 49 years old. I'm not a spring chicken anymore. So
just a fall chicken. You're not quite a winter chicken.
yeah. Fall. Yeah, we'll go with fall. But yeah, I wanted to see how it went, and I have exceeded where I was playing as a tapper before. But adapting has been a big part of it, and I don't know. I just find it really fun. It was like when I got the max out with roll, I'm like, I want to keep going. I want to see how far I can go. So I'm still playing today.
And I'm being a little stubborn in that regard too, and for good reason. Like Jonas, the pretty much all the like really old school champs, and a lot of the origins of like classic Tetris as we know it competitively, they all used this old school playstyle called DAS, which is basically your old classic hold the D-pad with your thumb and like let up on it. And there's all kinds of like art and nuance to it that I personally find kind of beautiful. It's maybe obviously not skill wise. You can't do the same things with it, but when you understand how difficult it is to actually do all the stuff with DAS, you can kind of appreciate it on in an artistic form, I guess you could say. There's obviously a lot of skill with roll too. There's no doubt about that, and with tap. But there's just something to me that's beautiful about DAS, and I want to get a max with DAS before I attempt to do anything else. And so you'll hear me a lot of times, a lot of my streams, if there's a DAS match, I get super excited. Not that I don't get excited by rollers. Obviously, watching these players do incredible things last week and right now on the screen, amazing. But when you see a DAS player and they're having to play against all the odds, right? Like do the thing that's kind of like not the meta anymore. I don't know. I just have a really heavy respect for it. I have a lot of nostalgia for it, I guess. It's just kind of funny since, like I said, I've really only been kind of following since 2020.
Yeah. And that's really cool because I know a lot of the discussion that we had in our last qualifier kind of circulated around these other types of events. There's not just, rolling only events. There are, like DAS specific events and things like that. Are there any, events that you two are currently a part of that you're like participating in, either as a player or as a restream or anything like that?
You mentioned Tetris for the non-pros. I want to give a shout out to our Barrow, who is he runs that, and that's where I got where I got started when I started really getting serious about it. I played in Classic Tetris Monthly a lot as well, but Tetris for the non-pros is where I really started to hone my skill and really start to enjoy the game. And I think that's something that has really been beneficial for the community as well. That that league leads into something called the Classic Tetris League, which is like a think of it as like a Premier League type thing where there's promotion and relegation. There's 5 different divisions. I'm in the lowest division, but I'm in it.
That is an accomplishment.
Let's go.
Yeah, that is an accomplishment right there. So, but yeah, it's a lot of fun to play in. They run a season about every 2 to 3 months. So, Kingsman runs that. He was mentioned a little earlier. So, shout outs to Kingsman for keeping that going. That's where I kind of make my home right now. I do a lot of commentary for them too. Run the Sunday night shows for their top division.
How about you, Omen?
Yeah, well, I did kind of actually take a little bit of a break from comp for a while due to life stuff, but things are starting to kind of swing back now, and so I'm being a little bit more excited to compete. I've been participating in TNP and they have a variety of kind of things going on over there. So like there's lots of different options you have if you decide you want to play and you're kind of newer to the game. So shout out again to our Borrow and all the admins over there. So I'm doing some stuff over there. I actually just joined a league called DAS League, which I know very, very mysterious name. You have no idea what they're going to be doing over there. Yeah, imagine that they're doing DAS.
What?
Yeah,
they're rolling.
But yeah, they have pretty much. I don't want to say it's the premier DAS tournament. It is one of the premier DAS tournaments that you can participate in. I think it's more of a classic Tetris League style where you have a pool of players you're going to play against everyone there, and then if you do well in your pool, you can get a promotion up or down divisions. So it's going to be my first time back since probably 2 years ago for that one. And then I sometimes do CTM, Classic Tetris Monthly, so shout out to Van Dweller. And what other kind of stuff do we do? Oh, there's a Classic Tetris Bi-Weekly, which is like a very casual thing, which is sort of, you could sort of think of it as like CTM, but like every 2 weeks-ish. When I say ish, because it is very loose. It really kind of depends how long it takes to wrap up the tournaments. But it's a smaller thing. They're usually not for ELO, which, so for those who aren't aware, a lot of tournaments, they count for ELO, which is a way to kind of help us rank our players to know kind of like where they are skill-wise. But this one is not. So if you're like worried about like, oh, I don't want to be on it, I don't want any of this stuff for count for ELO, I'm not very good. Well, there's another tournament that's available to you that you can kind of participate in and just play against a variety of players. So
I'm going to interrupt you here because Aaron is approaching the level 29 kill screen and is looking for a final Tetris here. It would be worth 36,000 points. That would be enough.
Oh, that was it. Oh, just needs another burn, a couple burns.
Okay, so the line count is not reading correctly, but that's fine. He'll get the burns, and he'll be good for the 1.1 and 3 points.
Beautiful.
Meanwhile, DMJ, I'm not quite sure what happened with DMJ. He was in the middle of level 30, and it looks like
DMJ's had some internet issues, unfortunately. DMJ's stream also cut out. So we'll be trying to get that back up for you shortly. But yeah, I mean, focusing on that left side, congratulations to Aaron for getting that 3 points. Again, 2 points for that max out, and then 100,000 afterwards for 1 additional point. So Aaron getting good 3 points from that.
Indeed.
Yeah, it helps make up a little bit for that near miss max out on that first game. So
yeah, that one hurts. Whenever you get close like that, it's just like it can mess with your mental.
Absolutely.
So it was good to see Aaron bounce back and get that max out.
Oh, I love all these tuck setups too. That was beautifully handled.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I guess kind of back to the stuff I want. It's just kind of a little bit here and there, and then like so as commentary goes, I'm kind of a little bit of an everyman. I wherever I'm needed, I tend to pop in and help out. But I guess my primary shows at this point are Classic Tetris Wars, which is an 8-person competition. Actually, ironically, all the commentators you're going to hear today are classic Tetris Wars commentators. So Ronkley, myself, Toast, Orlando, we are all Wars commentators. So you can, if you're really into some crazy 8-person Tetris action, go check out Classic Tetris Wars. Shout out to Grand Designs there. He's the creator of Wars and also of this qual format that we are witnessing right now. That is all Grand Designs design.
Yeah, his grand design, you might say.
Yes, it was certainly a grand design. That is one of his most proud achievements. He said multiple times in the weekend before here when we were all at CTWC, he's extremely happy with the way the qual format has shaken down. Is certainly more interesting, I can say, as a viewer to watch compared to just the former just get maxes and start over.
Maybe we could talk about that a little bit too, because at CTWC this year, the qual format did change to the format that we're using here today. Whereas before, the two main changes, one is obviously the big one, the point system. Before, we would just count the number of max outs that you got. And what people would do is that they would play safe, just good enough to get a max out. Back when Jonas Neubauer was winning the championships, max outs and quals were unheard of. So before it was just your best score. But if you got a max out, then they would count the max outs, and whoever had the most max outs would be at the top of the list. Well, when Joseph Saleh hit the scene, he had that one ridiculous qualifier where he was the first person to get like 10 max outs. And it was just unheard of. But they kept using that even as players got better and better. And I remember judging one of the quals at CTWC, I think it was last year, where everyone that I was judging had more than 10 max outs. And at that point, it's like, well, what is the system really doing? It's saying that you can get a max out. It's not saying much more. So the game has evolved to the point where players are playing on the faster speeds. They're getting way more points. We've seen people eclipse 2 million, but they're on this arcane qualifying format where they just have to go for max outs and then do something different in competition. It's like you're not even qualifying for the same thing almost. So I was very happy to see that change this year. The other format change that was made is they cut down the amount of time on the qualifier from 2 hours to 90 minutes. And that was in feedback to players thinking that the qualifiers were too long. Their hands were getting tired, weren't able to do the entire qualifying session. As someone that actually did have trouble in 2025 doing an entire 2-hour qual, I was happy to see it come down this year. So it's good to see CTWC changing with the times, and it kind of felt for a while that wasn't going to happen, that they were just going to stay on the max out system forever. But they found something that works, and I'm glad they've made the change.
Yeah, it's also very cool that there's also the level 39 kill screen as well.
Yeah, that was definitely a cool invention. I was kind of skeptical of it at first because I'm like, well, I really want to see people get really high scores, but at the same time, that play style is a lot different than what we would see in the past and in the days of DAS, where players were trying to get as many points as possible before 29. When there was no level cap and players could go as long as they wanted, there was no incentive to go for points. It was just longevity. I remember in the top 32, the year that Eric ICX won it, he had an insane chase down that he had to get, and he just lined out. He didn't go for anything aggressive. Whereas in this format, if you're down by 200,000 points, you need to go aggressive because you only have a certain amount of time to get those points down. This is an excellent start here for Aaron.
I was going to say, speaking of aggressive, this was a 600K transition for Aaron into the level 19 speeds. So a very, very good start here, certainly on the way to at least a max should everything go well.
Yep. And at the conclusion of this game, we will be under 1 hour on the timer. So
Yeah, and to give an
hopefully-
update on DMJ for everybody, it looks like DMJ's had some internet issues, so we might be trying to get him in for a later qualifier at this point. So we'll focus in on see how Aaron's doing, and then we'll try to get DMJ in later. Obviously, we've had a lot of storms rolling in the North America region this past week. And this is actually not the first internet issue we've had this week on the GDQ channel. So, best wishes for, DMJ to get that internet back up. And then we'll be focusing on Aaron here.
Yeah, DMJ is definitely one of the nicer players. Aaron, too. I mean, both these players are just wonderful to talk with, and they always exude a positive energy, and that's something I like about both of them. We've been talking about Jonas a lot, and for those that don't know the lore, Jonas Neubauer is the winningest CTWC player that we've had. He did it all in the era of DAS, but he won 7 out of his first 8 CTWCs. The next closest down, well, I think I would be spoiling this year's if I said it, but the next closest down has 3 wins. So just to give you an idea of how dominant he was during that. But unfortunately, we lost him. When was it? It was like 2020. Was it 2020? 2021? Yeah,
Late 2020.
2020.
It was 2021.
It's 2021. And that kind of hit the community pretty hard. And DMJ was really, he really loved Jonas and everything he did for the community. So there's a bit of a connection there. And of course, Richard, I'm not sure if you remember the GDQX in 2019. Absolutely. Yeah, when Jonas Neubauer and his wife were on the couch for Blink's Tetris 99 run. I was in the building for that. That was great to actually get to meet the man himself. So
yeah, very kind-hearted person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, truly ambassador.
29.
Yep, there we go.
Max out.
Yes, 2 points guaranteed here for Aaron.
I don't know if he's going to be able to get anything left.
Yeah, can we tap anything? No. Oh, it's going to be it, but that's still a great score. Hello.
We got the level 30.
Level 30 with tap, remember.
There we go.
Yeah.
Very nicely done. Another 2 points for Aaron. We'll go up to 5 here in the first third of the qualifier. And, that's on track to beat a CTWC score.
Yeah, and that's about a third of the way through. So 4 points a third of the way through. And it looks like Alistair Knight had 12 points as well. So, we'll see how Aaron can do. See if Aaron can maybe, tie that score. And it looks like we have 2 points for DMJ. I think we are going to just clear those out. And then we'll have DMJ just, start fresh with a new 90-minute block.
That's fair.
But again, we'll be focusing on Aaron as we go through this qualifier here, and just hope that DMJ can get the internet back up. We had T Storm in chat from our last qualifier saying, "Yo, T Storm's rolling in."
Yep, T Storm's rolling in. That was really
funny. Yeah, T Storm's rolling in for DMJ.
A 14 point on the storm scale. Yeah, it looks like we do have internet connection issues with DMJ, so hopefully we'll get him in soon. I did notice that earlier that Hana was in chat, and Hana, one of the better DAS players in the community, better as in good enough to make some noise at Jonas Cup. Speaking of one of the premier DAS tournaments that we have in the community, is also running that DAS league. So shout out to Hana for basically running that thing for a year and a half now, probably 3 to 4 seasons worth of DAS League. So just wanted to make sure they got their props.
Yep, and Hana also one of the nicest players in the community. Yep. I mean the whole community really is.
It's true. It's true.
Nice. It's been one of my favorite gaming communities to be a part of. It's everyone is accepting and welcome of everyone, and I I love that about this community. It's it's different from a lot of the other communities I've seen.
You don't get a community of a game this old without the community being an amazing community. So, yeah, big props to everyone involved. And again, if you want to get started in the Tetris community, everyone in chat, there's so many different resources for you. There's so many different places you can go. So be sure to check out this community if you're interested, or you can also register to try your hand at the tournament at SGDQ yourself.
Indeed. I actually don't know. Do we have a list of resources available for chat, or is that just something that we plug along the way?
You can just plug it along the way.
Okay.
If we have links, you can send them to me, and then we'll get them in there for you. But yeah, I mean, yeah, again, there's so many different places you can go.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to give two if possible.
Absolutely.
And these are both new player friendly servers. First of all, we've been talking a number of times about Classic Tetris Monthly. It is the largest of the resources that you can find. There's a lot of helpful information. You can check their website out at ctm.gg. And once you get into their Discord server, there's resources there. There's resources on their website, so you don't have to go into Discord if you don't want to. But I mean, the community there is, just as amazing as anywhere else in the Tetris scene. And then if you're interested in actually playing and you've got yourself a setup, but you may not be as good as the people you're seeing here, you mentioned Tetris for the non-pros. And I'm going to quote Arbaro directly here. Join Tetris for the non-pros at tnp.tetris.lol. It's kind of funny because when I was at CTWC this past weekend, one of my friends showed up. In fact, it was the person that was on the couch for my GDQ run in 2018.
Oh, wow.
Swega, he showed up and he was like, "Man, I really need to get involved in this." And that was one of the first places I pointed him was
Perfect.
was for Tetris for the non-pros. So.
Yeah, if you get good enough there, you can graduate to CTL.
Yep. But I mean, we have players that, barely can play level 9, right? Like it's so welcoming for the community. It's a great place to get started if you're interested in competitive Tetris, even at the lower levels. One of the things that I've always said is that competitive Tetris at the lower levels is just as exciting, if not more exciting sometimes than at the top levels.
I agree. And it's sometimes how to put it? I think people will, I think naturally everyone always wants to see the best. That's normal. Like, I don't think anyone has any, we'll call it debates about, watching the best players play the best is fun. Of course. Don't write off some of these amateur matches. Some of the most exciting matches I've ever seen are like watching these players basically having to just really come back just come back from what we'll call it, let's say, performances that they're not overly happy with, and having to fight through the adversity, the mental toughness that I'll see on display from a lot of these players. Being like, you know what? No, I've got one more game to give. I'm not going to give it away, and I'm going to just do my best. And like the kinds of excitement that can happen from just watching players just having to play at their best, in what at their time is like the biggest tournament of their lives, can be extraordinarily exciting and fun. That's why I think maybe where a lot of my joy of commentating came from is watching these level of players, not necessarily these in front of us, but like the Tetris for non-pros level players get better and like understand what it takes to I guess compete from a mental perspective, having to just really show their moxie and do what they can, to trust what they've practiced, and that can be a really compelling thing to watch. And another thing is you'll watch these players, if you pick some players in TNP and just follow them, you'll oftentimes watch them improve like stupidly quick, and that could be really fun and exciting too.
Yeah, there's two particular players that if you've been following them since their TNP days, you're going to watch them a little later today as well. We have Winterra and Coalbucket both playing today, and they got their starts in TNP.
Yep. Some of the best TNP players, both are CTWC gold bracket competitors multiple years now. So I think Cole has had a top 16 finish, and Winter has made the gold bracket and won at least once, I think twice now. So, just because you start in the non-pros doesn't mean you stay there. So it can be a lot of fun to watch those players come up, or maybe you can be the next one of those. Maybe we'll see you in CTWC in a future year.
All right, so I'm going to talk about this game here because Aaron is currently at 751, but has only got 32 lines to go. This is going to be very difficult for a Hyper Tapper to max out. You have to pretty much either go near perfectly or play on 29 here. So let's see what happens. The board is looking pretty clean. 816, that's about 5 Tetrises and change away. And Aaron has room for 6 currently. And there's 1. And it looks like Aaron is totally in the zone right now. It's just been scoring Tetris after Tetris. Getting set up again. Well, these pieces are wonderful for this. A little bit of a drought here. Oh no. Bar does show up for the Tetris, but this is going to be hard.
Yeah, now they're all showing up here.
Yeah. when you don't need them. Has to take the triple at this point. Oh, okay. This is going to be.
Oh,
yeah. That's unfortunate. 932. But yeah, I mean that right there kind of underscores the importance of the level 18, because remember last game Aaron had a 600,000 transition. This time it was closer to 400, and that's a big difference. 200 points, 200,000 points there is the difference between a 932, which is no points, and a 1.1, which is 3.
Yeah, it is. It is good. We still have 49-ish minutes in this qual. Aaron currently at 5, so is kind of chasing T-Storm for the highest qual of the day, which obviously we're still pretty early in, but nonetheless, it is fascinating to me that we're watching Tappers chasing the high score of the day here. But with T-Storm is the obviously the leading scorer here, and also a tapper. And then we've got Aaron here, who has some potential to potentially catch that as well.
Yeah, also massive shout out to T-Storm too, because
what a qual.
Yeah, amazing qual. He showed off his controller on stream, and I gotta tell you, that man was excited to buy that controller, and he was just talking about it for like 3 days straight. He was just so excited, and then he gets a chance to use it, and he proves that it is as good as he was saying, and that is that's got to be a huge boost for T-Storm there. So GG's on that qual.
Especially after CTWC, when you go through that event and then you're like coming back home, it's like, oh, and I can get back to my level very quickly, and even PB, it's like that's great.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, this Padless. So, sorry, I know we just talked about Padless a bunch already, but I was kind of astonished at how quickly they sold out. I don't even think we got to day 1 of the competition and they were already sold out.
They did sell out the on the first day of the competition. I think Draco was the one that got the last one.
Last one, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they sold out so fast. There were only 24 of them, and just to give you an idea, T-Storm showed off that controller earlier. That is a limited time controller. Only 24 of them have been made, and they sold out really fast. So Padless is kind of a brand new company. They don't even have sales online yet. They will soon, but there've been some prototypes and some early versions of it distributed at like various regionals. But CTWC was the first one where, we got that first drop of the new controllers being available to anyone who showed up at CTWC if you could find Ava
quick enough. Yeah,
It's like a scavenger hunt. You're like,
yeah, it really was. It really was.
Yeah.
I mean, you could see. I did get one as well, and there was 4 of us lined up when we all saw Ava. It was like, quick, get there before anyone else.
Yep, indeed.
So that does bring me to a question. How were your CTWC experiences? Like, how were both of your weekends there?
You want to start, Owen?
Sure. I mean, it was incredible. It was only my second one. So my first one was last year. So I guess I kind of went all in on my first one in the sense that I volunteered for everything I could possibly volunteer for, which I'm not going to say I regret because it was an amazing experience, but it also meant that I didn't get a chance to really enjoy, I guess, just being a spectator and watching the Tetris as a fan and being able to kind of mingle. So I was just so busy doing everything I could possibly do behind the scenes and or in front of the scenes because I did a little commentary as well. This year I decided to still do a lot of volunteer work, but I really kind of scaled back a little bit on some of the backroom stuff. So this time around, I feel like I had much more opportunities to interact with other players, other fans, and really just enjoy myself a little bit more as a fan of Tetris as opposed to just doing purely kind of volunteer work. I still did plenty of that too. That's where I tend to go when I didn't have anywhere else to go. I just go check on the different stations, specifically Toast on CT2. I was always trying to make sure that they were all good and had everything they needed as well. So, but it was fantastic as always being able to commentate with Grand Designs. Really, kind of for the first time in person was an absolute treat and treasure. He is he's a larger than life personality, both in person and online, and it was just so much fun to be part of that. To be able to watch like what I think is probably one of the most compelling CTWCs in recent history, in my opinion. Like, regardless of who won or whatever, there were just a lot of interesting storylines, a lot of really good gameplay. I thought it was just an incredibly compelling tournament to be able to be there live and watch it all happen is a little surreal, to be honest. And then being, because I was, volunteer, being able to kind of just interact with them backstage and see the kinds of stuff that the players are going through as they're preparing and as they finish up a match is, I don't know, I kind of feel... I don't want to say privileged, definitely privileged, but it just, I almost feel like awkward because I shouldn't be seeing this, right? Like I'm just, God, what am I doing back here? But it was just, it's really an honor. And I was able to occasionally help out in situations where maybe just a calmer city presence was needed at times because competing can be hard and players can sometimes, be obviously devastated that they didn't play as well as they wanted. So being able to be there for the community and for the players to be able to help out in that way, I think was probably one of my more meaningful experiences as well, even though it's not necessarily a pleasant one. It's an important thing to acknowledge and to help out the players in whatever they happen to need at that time. So I don't know, it was an incredible experience. It was intense.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the same for me. I mean, this is my 4th year now. The first year I went as a last minute decision as a fan. Didn't do any volunteer work or anything. It was just there to watch. And I was hooked pretty quickly. I mean, I was pretty well established in the online scene at that point, but that was my first live event. And I was like, I got to go to more of these. And then they moved it to SoCal, which is a lot closer to me than Portland. So, I went down there and then doing volunteer work pretty much every year, mostly commentary, but also, for instance, me and Omenvar did judging in the top 16 this year.
Oh, so fun.
Which, yeah, that was fun. I mean, we got a very official looking referee jerseys.
Yes.
It was a good time. So, but yeah, I mean, the commentary is obviously one of the highlights for me. I also enjoy playing. I don't take it too seriously. Obviously, and like this year, I lost in the first round, but I was also playing someone that I knew was very good, and I'm like, oh, let me see what I can do against him. And it's just like, I don't take a whole lot of stock in my placement CTWC. It's not what I'm there for. I'm there for the community. I'm there for the commentary. I'm there to have fun, and there for the food afterwards. So yeah, I mean, it was a great time. One of the things that I have massive respect for are the people that actually do the setup and teardown at CTWC. The people
Absolutely.
that literally do the heavy lifting. And there are so many people that do that kind of thing there. The amount of effort that it takes to go into putting on that show is it's larger than life. It really is a monumental effort.
When we talk about a friendly community, most of the people that are doing that are doing it as volunteers. We're not getting paid.
Yeah,
we're just doing it because we want to put on the best show we possibly can. We love the community. We love the game. So it's just, again, a testament to something. Obviously, we're not the largest esports community in the world by any means, but I think unfortunate ending.
Rough hang.
But yeah, we just have a great community of people who are willing to sacrifice their time and their money to try to make sure that the community stays healthy and continues to grow, and that our passion is kind of reflected out to the rest of the world. So yeah, I guess I didn't even mention I did play as well. I did manage to have a high enough score to make the bronze bracket. Last year, Ronkley and I actually had an opportunity to potentially compete, but I had to beat our Barrow. Shout out to our Barrow again, and I did not. We went to a decider, and our Barrow had the privilege of losing to Ronkley.
Yeah, I made top 8 last year in bronze. I ended up going out to the eventual winner, which, as you found out in session 1, was our first qualifier, T-Storm. So it was an honor to play him.
Yeah, T-Storm's so good, so great. Like I think he's underrated as a commentator as well. If I'm being honest, like every time I hear T-Storm commentate, obviously as a coach he's going to have all the knowledge. You watch him play, you see his 18 is insane. But then like you get to hear T-Storm commentate. I'm just like, man, we need more T-Storm on comms. That's my official take.
It's a good take to have.
Right. Indeed. So I've been watching how Aaron's qualifier has been going. It seems like we're kind of in a bit of a dry spell as far as points goes. Kind of mirroring what happened at CTWC for him. They had a good start, have a middle, and then had a strong finish. So we'll see if Aaron can duplicate that finish here, because we're almost approaching the 30-minute mark. We're 37 and a half minutes left in the second qualifying session. Of course, we're having 4 of those today. Up next, you're staying on, right, Omen?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah,
you're
going to be joined by Toast
for the next session. And then I will come back and revisit my commentator pairing from CTWC with Toast. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
Very good.
I'm sure he's going to come up with more Minnesota City names for me to pronounce.
Yeah, and as a reminder for everyone in chat, the top 4 players today will be seeded into the SGDQ top 8 for the Tetris tournament. But that does not mean they are automatically on the main stage. So you in chat can be on the main stage. We are going to have a Tetris tournament at SGDQ 2026. So if you're going to be in Minneapolis, you can register to play in that tournament. You can just register for the event, and then there will be an opening for the tournament later on. And yeah, you will have an opportunity as well to make your way onto the main stage. So if you're interested, gdq.gg, and you can register for the event.
Yeah. Shout outs to Yeehaw, by the way, in chat. I know he's been involved setting some things up at GDQ in the arcade area in the past. So good to see you here, man.
Nice.
The first time they encountered you. Yeah.
I got to use some of his laptops apparently this last weekend. I didn't realize that he had laptops at CTWC, even though he wasn't there.
What? His laptops got shipped, but he did not? Oh, that's a bummer.
I'm like, what?
I feel like that happens
here, but he's not here? What's going on?
Yeah, I feel like that happens at events too. It's like sometimes, you know, you got to borrow like a capture card or something from other organizations. I feel like that's a good thing about like, you know, speedrunning in some of these gaming communities. Is everyone just shares equipment sometimes because we need it, you know?
Right, makes sense.
Yes. Especially at live events. It's,
yeah.
You know, so a lot of times these live events are like, yeah, we're going to be doing a regional here. By the way, if you've got extra CRTs, let us know. We're in need. So, CRT is not exactly in production these days, so we're playing on not just old hardware, but hardware that doesn't get made anymore.
Increasingly rare, yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately for like the Nintendo stuff, obviously we just talked about padless. We got new computers coming out. There's also clone consoles, the Retron, Retro USB, Hyperkin makes one.
Classic
N, yes, that was the other one I was thinking of. You know, a lot of ways to get up and running playing these classic games without having the classic hardware. I actually kind of messed around with trying to find a good original controller, and I gotta tell you, that is just a disaster to try in 2026. No. It's just like the controllers are like old.
Yeah, it's difficult.
They have rusted screws if you want to get in them to try to replace the pads. You can't because the screws are stripped down. You know, all kinds of stuff with the hardware. So it's good to see that we have some hardware still being made today to allow us to play these games.
Right.
So what is your current controller that you use? Yeah, like I'm curious. So what do you use now?
What do you think?
I got one of them padlets. I gotta say, I've been enjoying it. I've been playing almost every day this past week. I have been getting pretty close to my PB too, so it has been very nice to have one of those. They're just so easy to use. It's just, obviously the old controllers, they have these pads that are used to to do the inputs, but the pads are flimsy. They break. They tend to double tap if you hit them the wrong way. And padless is basically all mechanical switches. And it's a completely different experience. And, this isn't just the Tetris community that's interested in this as well. Like, one of the first people that joined the padless Discord was Cosmic. For
Mario Brothers about to get some.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Mario Brothers.
Faster times. Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Now, did it take you some time to get used to like the different actuation of the controller? Like how does it
very
feel?
Short amount of time.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a difference. I had to relearn my four taps, but that didn't take too long. And when we say four taps, that means like let's say you have to get a long bar over into the right column to get a Tetris. Well, it takes 4 inputs to get it over there if you're tapping or rolling, and we just call them 4 taps. Likewise, to the left, you need 5 taps over in that direction. And the 5 taps in particular, for a lot of people, are difficult to pull off because as a roller, you either need to use your thumb or you need to do something called a quick tap, and not the same as the DAS quick tap. That's something else, but basically you just do the 4 taps with your 4 fingers. And if you're like me and can't really put your thumb in a position where you can do a 5th tap, you have to somehow make a 5th tap by hitting the controller again with either another finger or with the thumb that's over the pad. So it's there's a lot of nuance that goes into rolling in terms of how you get pieces over.
This 19 game is pretty fun to watch from
I know,
Aaron,
yeah. This has been a good start for Aaron. Switching over to 19 after struggling a little bit on 18 is, that we mentioned that in the first session.
Oh my god, that dirty!
That was dirty. My goodness,
Incredible.
Oh no!
This is the Vortex.
Commentator curse.
Yeah. Sorry, Aaron. We talked about your game. I'll stop.
No, but that does go into the discussion that we had earlier about like just mentally refreshing yourself. Maybe you're stuck in a rut, and even if you go a level higher, it's like, well, maybe this will just help me in general. Like, just give you a little bit of a mental refresh, give you a new chance to play a little bit differently, and maybe that will get you out of your rut.
Yep. And qualifying can be. Let's just put it this way: there's not a lot of people who can stay on like mentally for 90 minutes straight. So you're gonna have your lulls, you're gonna have your moments of struggle, and so yeah, it is a matter of like, what do you do? How do you break yourself out of? How do you get yourself locked back in? And that can be, every player probably has their own different ways of dealing with it. Some players might just literally get up and walk away for a little bit, sacrifice a little bit of that time to try to mentally refresh. Some players will completely just change up the levels. Myself, I had a pretty rough qual at CTWC, and my strategy was to change the level, but instead of going faster, I went slower. I went down from 18 to level 9, and both of those games that I did, that ended up being my best scores for the day. It was just enough to get into bronze. So,
and much the same for me is like I was not where I wanted to be with my qualifier, but I had less than a minute left in the last one. I'm like, you know what? Last game, let's just slow it down, just relax. And I ended up going into 19 with a 620 and ended up with an 880. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's good.
That's good. That's great.
Pretty close to what I had last year. Less than a Tetris off from my score last year. So I was quite
great.
happy with how the qualifier went.
Now, that does kind of, bring up another point. Obviously, Aaron, maybe in his mind is doing a little bit of chasing here, with 5 points. T-Storm and Alice both had a little bit higher point scores. Now, what would both of you do in this case? Would you try to have an earlier qualifier so you can get it out of the way? Or are you someone that likes the chase, likes to try to get to what the other players have already accomplished?
That's a good question.
Well, for me, I'm not at this level, so
right. Yeah.
I know that I'm usually good enough at the game to make like the lower bracket, so I'm not really concerned about where I place as I am how I feel when I'm playing, and I tend to play best later in the day. So I don't take those early qualifying sessions. So like Toast was mentioning earlier, he took the first session last year and the last session this year. Both of those are morning sessions because the last session is Saturday morning, the second day before the bracket starts. I took the last session on the first day, both this year and last year. And I feel like that was, for me, the best way to do it.
Yeah,
maybe
similar to Ronkley, I don't really have a wow. Yeah, this board's so high. I was holding out for that bar.
Yeah,
I was gonna get out of this. Okay,
yep. It's a 5-tap.
Yeah. Perfect. Look at that, beautifully done.
Oh, I love the patience on the J there.
Yeah, that was that was not what I was thinking was gonna happen, but it ended up working out better than what I thought. This is why Aaron is here, and I'm here. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of, I don't know. Quals for me, I think I've done both. I've kind of waited, and then I've also just gone early. I think mentally I just do better if I don't have a lot of like other thoughts in my head other than just trying to have a good game. So in that way, I think early does tend to suit my mental portion of the game better, since I can just play more freely. I don't have anything to necessarily chase. Now in comp, it's a little different. I think I actually prefer to play a little bit from behind. I have enough confidence in my game to be able to line out, usually, not all the time, but to be able to line out and chase someone else's score down. That doesn't really bother me too much, like compared to, I guess some people much prefer to pace early. So quals early, game I'm happy to chase.
Very cool. Yeah, looking at Aaron, it looked like Aaron had a pretty good string of pieces earlier. And I do want to remind everyone about the randomizer in this. It basically has just a one-piece kind of memorization where it looks at your last piece, it rolls the new piece, and if it is that last piece, it'll re-roll again, but it'll just give you the result of that. And yeah, this is very different than any modern Tetrises that you'll see. So, sometimes you'll get a string of good pieces, and then sometimes you'll get a drought.
Yeah, there's a little bit of nuance to that too. Like it's not exactly a reroll. So what happens is that you can, after you get a piece that is identical to the last piece, instead of re-rolling, it goes to it's a really weird system where you can get one of four pieces, but which four pieces you get depends on where you are in the piece sequence. So what that results in is a situation where you can never get more than four long bars in a row. That was a great fit.
This is hilarious.
So good. Yes. You can never get more than four long bars in a row, but you can get squares forever. If the RNG hates you enough, you are just going to get squares and more squares, and you're not going to stop getting squares. We actually had one player in competition get 8 squares in a row once. Like it's like one of the worst pieces you can get, and he got 8 in a row. It's like just absolutely insane.
Yeah, but now you have the story about it. That's something you can tell forever.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure Kingsman loves me retelling it since that happened to him. But yeah, this is a great game here for Aaron. That 19 reset seems to have done its job.
Yeah. Yeah, this is great pace right now. Was it 119 and already at greater than 500,000? So we are certainly looking at a potential 600K pace from Aaron.
Nice
on this
T lift
game.
there.
Yeah, that was good.
You notice that the T was pointed downwards, but at the last second he lifted it so that it was pointed to the right instead, and then the next piece fit in right next to it. If he didn't lift the T, that would not have happened. So little adjustments like that are what make these top players really strong at 18 and 19.
One burn to give here, and it's going to go ahead and burn in. 595 is going to be the transition for Aaron into the 19 speeds. That tapping is absolutely going crazy right now. There's the Tetris to go to 625. Beautifully done there. All right, this is a good game here from Aaron. We could see 2-3 points here, maybe 4 if we're lucky.
We'll have to see. Right now, let's go and get me a Slurpee there with that 7-Eleven.
Yes.
My goodness. Yeah, speaking of, I
we enjoy doing is having fun with some of the numbers, like 7-Eleven, or one of our commentators says, when there's a 409, he'll go giddy up.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people go bueka bueka when there's a 619 for Rey Mysterio.
Oh wow. Yep.
I remember
some of them. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, I remember at CTWC this past weekend, there was one game that was decided by 70 points.
77 points.
77
points.
You know who was kneeling on the floor between those two players when that happened? That was me. I was the referee for that match.
Oh, crazy.
It was amazing. Dog and eyeball.
Absolutely
77
incredible.
points. Yep.
Yeah, and I was busy trying to ref on the other side, and I didn't know what happened. I just know that everybody everywhere is exploded. Yep. In rapturous, applause and screams and everything. I'm just like, what's going on? And I'm trying desperately to watch my set of games while also wondering what happened. Something awesome just happened. What did I miss?
Well, speaking of something awesome happening here, Aaron is 2 away, and there's one. And this could be a 1.1 easily here.
Yeah, very
Do we
clean
have
board
room
right
for
now.
1.2?
That's what I was wondering.
7 Tetrises? We have no burns for a 1.2.
Uh-oh.
And she's
of
going to
course,
have to
that's when the long bar doesn't show up. But some great-
yeah, we are in a drought here. 29,
yeah,
30 pieces.
And
There's the max.
out.
So we're still hoping for a 1.1. That'd be another 3 points for Aaron's qual.
Oh, but these pieces are kind of not being friendly. Nice burns, though.
Oh no.
Unfortunate timing.
That looked like a phantom burn right there.
Yes,
Aaron
I have
thought that was
exactly.
going to
Yeah.
burn.
Yeah.
But still, 2 more points will put Aaron up to 7.
Yeah.
And still 21 minutes to go.
21 minutes to go. That's certainly room to catch Night. Yeah, probably still room to catch T-Storm in theory, too. Speaking
Aaron
of.
certainly can have strong games.
Yeah, strong games like his PB, which was a 1.363. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's something where you have to.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's just something where you have to kind of just shake it off, you know? You just had that happen to you, but you got to get right back into it because the clock is ticking.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of the things is that if you're qualifying, you have to have a very short memory about what happened in your previous games because you have to focus on the next game.
8 squares in a row, says Metal Glenn Solid. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Welcome to Classic Tetris.
Poor Kingsman. He was just like, "Can I stop getting squares, please?" And then there were a few more.
3 max outs or a pair of 1.1s will move Aaron into second place as Toasts. There you go.
Also, 5 in a row to start this game for Aaron. I don't think I've seen a start this hot yet. Has yet to burn.
Nice. Actually, Aaron did fill out a little kind of like about me kind of a thing. Interesting facts, I guess you can say about him. He is a hyper tapper, as we've already mentioned. The 1.363 PB is the only tapper to qualify for CTWC every year since 2020. So that is
wow.
That's
7
the stat that you were. Yeah, that's the one you were saying earlier. So that is a lot. Been to CTWC in person 5 times, getting to the top 16 once, and have been to multiple regionals. Bunch of different got 11th place in CTWC 2021 and have won futures in CTMS Classic Tetris Monthly. Has won that twice. Enjoys Hollow Knight Silk Song. Has beaten Pokemon Run and Bun, current hardest Pokemon ROM hack, as a fully streamed hardcore Nuzlocke around 100 known victors. I have beaten Pokemon Run and Bun. Yeah, that's the same thing. Okay. Academic accomplishments too here as well. So we've got finished both my undergraduate and master's degree in a total of 3 years. So speed running real life here.
What?
Aaron?
Jeez.
Yeah, in economics.
My goodness.
It's the field that he's studying. So
No, not studying. Already finished.
true.
Aaron already finished it.
Yeah, with the master's
It
degree.
took me 3 years to get my associate's.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm like, dang, smart and good at Tetris.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
And
and also
Aaron
being one of
actually,
the nicest guys.
yeah, Aaron also actually played against one of our later players as well at CCWC this past week. Actually losing to Rhubarb in the first round of the bracket. The gold bracket.
No shame there, though. I mean,
Yeah.
Rhubarb is a tough customer.
Absolutely.
And a roller. So once again, like it was, I had the privilege of commentating on the lone DAS player who made the bracket, and then two tappers. I think they were the only 2 tappers. And I guess Aaron was there too. So yeah,
There's Aaron and there was Dylan. Was there
yes,
anyone else?
Aaron and Dylan, and I think that was it. So I got to,
And somehow I got both of their qualifiers.
yeah, and I got both their games, and I got Gunter, who is our DAS player. So we got to watch their valiance maybe slightly unfortunate matchups for them anyways. But they represented their playstyles very well, I would say. Like it was a lot of fun to watch the tappers and the lone DAS player kind of show their stuff, because obviously they're not going to win, but you can kind of see like why they got into the bracket, and like the monumental difficulty of making it into the bracket as a tapper, and especially as a dasser is, just getting there is super difficult. So massive shout out to Aaron.
Yeah, and we've seen some very incredible qualifying performances at CTWC. Obviously, 2 years ago, everyone knows Boom Tetris for Jeff, and he ended up making the gold bracket that year as a DAS player.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Sharky in 2022 that had the had a little bit of a run.
Sharky and Quaid, actually. I think Sharky and Quaid in 2021, they both went through the losers brackets and like made it like 3 or 4 games in. So just kept going.
Yeah.
Which was
Quaid, Jonas in 2020.
Yep.
After getting taken out by Redshirt was he made a run in the lower bracket. Didn't make it to the top 16 and top 8 rather, but
I think was taken out by Huff. So
yes,
another player I believe who's going to be qualifying in this tournament.
Yep,
indeed, one of our two former CTWC runner-ups.
Yeah, going to be playing in the last qualifier today. And again,
awesome.
As a reminder for everyone, we have 2 more qualifiers to go here later on today. So be sure to stick around if you're enjoying the Tetris.
Is this endless, or does it go to all the way to 29? So it is kind of neither of those things. It is not endless, and it does go to 39. We've instituted we'll call it an artificial cap. Where at level 39 we go double the speed of kill screen, which is 29. It used to be kill screen for anyone who is a dasser or a tapper, but it is now been kind of almost too slow for rollers, so we've instituted a 39. We'll call it a kill screen. It's like double kill screen is literally double the speed that even rollers can't compete at. So effectively, that is the end of the game. There are some players who can maybe eke out into level 40 or 41, but you're not going to be scoring a ton of points at that point, and that is more or less the end of the game for virtually everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the biggest reason for that, of course, is the excitement of going for the big ticket scores, the Tetrises, instead of just lining it out for half an hour. That was, while that was fun for 1 year, I don't think that would be very sustainable for a competition like CTWC. So there are some competitions that do away with the line cap.
Right.
So like every once in a while, Classic Tetris Monthly will have what they call it No Cap November, where they turn off the cap, but I think they now turn on the crash to prevent games from going too far. And then, of course, Tetris Friendlies,
mm-hmm.
which that's the event that Omen hosts. By default, they have no line cap. They can agree to it, but just recently, they had their longest match of all time between two players, Tetris Time, and one of the ones we'll be seeing a little later, Huff.
Yeah, that was an incredibly fun game too. I think that one you can probably still catch in a VOD somewhere. So if you want to see what it looks like to have rollers kind of like literally just play for half an hour straight to see who can outlast the other player, well, there's one in relative recent memory here, Friendly.
This is a great game here. 6:14, 110 remaining.
Very good game. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to take that double there. This could be a 6:30. But it's going to need a bar, and that bar is...
Oh my gosh, there, finally.
Kind of absent. Where is this bar? 25 pieces. There it is.
There it is.
Tetris, 6:41. Did I say 6:30? What did we say earlier about Tetris players doing math?
So don't do math on
Oh
stream
no! Oh! Or just to hide.
we have a term for that in the community. That's called the pumpy heart. And it's named after a gentleman by the same name who he's a little silly and did this like absolutely crazy dance on stream, and someone made a meme out of that said, "Me when I transition with a 650." And that's
Immediately
pretty much
tops out.
what happened there.
I'd be curious also if Aaron's kind of just looking at the time right now. Maybe got a little bit scared with just over 11 minutes to go here in this qualifier time. So, I know nerves can affect anyone. And, especially when you're like, oh, I've got 5 points against these other two players with a dozen points. It's like, maybe you get a little bit worried about that.
That could certainly be an issue. Another thing, though, I mean, just remember what happened right before that. He had that pretty big drought going into it.
Absolutely.
It looked like his board was low enough. But then you get to level 19, and one of the things that I haven't heard talked about yet, that speed change sometimes takes a little bit of getting accustomed to. And if you're most of the way up the board when that speed change hits, even if you might normally be able to play at that height, that speed change couldn't catch you off guard and result in a couple of untimely misdrops. And as we saw, that can lead to a top out pretty quick on 19.
And while tappers are very proficient at level 19 relative to like DAS players and can still play pretty high, that was a very high board for really pretty much any play style. Like that was just a very high board to have to deal with, and there was very, very little in the way of burnable space. Like, there was a very flat board, so there wasn't a lot of options for Aaron to burn without having to create like just very high burn situations. So I think Aaron just kind of got caught a little high up in that particular game, which is unfortunate with such a good transition score.
Yeah, it's like 640 is really good.
Yeah.
But when it's 640 and no more, it doesn't feel all that great.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're under 10 minutes in this fall session. It's our first of two. Which means I need to think of food soon.
Oh, right, because you're getting a little break before you come back for the final session.
Yeah, that's a bit rough there. So
9 minutes remain here for Aaron to try to get. Well, can he get a max in and start over in that amount of time?
You can definitely get 2 games in 9 minutes.
So potentially a couple games. We'll see if Aaron can get that 5, maybe 6 points would be, I would say, the upper ceiling for what's possible here.
Mm-hmm.
Would have to play incredibly well.
Indeed, and we've seen it. I mean, Aaron definitely has the chops, but just kind of been struggling a little bit. And this can happen to anyone.
Mm-hmm.
You only have a limited amount of time in the qualifiers, and sometimes you're just not feeling it on a given day. So,
some players.
I had a qualifier like that at Genesis this year.
Mm-hmm.
One of our tournaments that we do live. One of our major tournaments is in San Jose, and it's at the Genesis. Normally, it's a fighting tournament like Street Fighter, Smash, stuff like that. But we have a Tetris side event there, and we they call it a side event, but to us, it's one of the majors. And I had a horrible qualifier this year. I think it was like only 600K. Like I was hoping to maybe make gold bracket, and that did not happen. I did not have a good time with the qualifier. And Aaron kind of struggling here, and now we're kind of at the point where this might be last game.
Yeah, it's getting pretty tight here for Aaron. And it is interesting to note, like, just the psychology that happens in a qual. For me, I find probably both in quals and in games, honestly, that most of my good games come relatively early, probably in that first half an hour to 40 minutes, I would say. And then after that, like, I might be able to put together one solid game right at the end. But more often than not, I would say most of my good games are going to happen early. So I'm kind of curious if you've had any kind of experiences that are similar, different, because I know everyone's obviously wired different. So
I'm all over the place, really. Like last year at CTWC, my 900 came really early, and this year my 880 was my last game. So it's
there you go.
It's
Hero
like,
qual.
Yeah, the hero game, I like to call it. But
yeah, it looks like Aaron here actually just intentionally resetting.
Yep.
Just going to look for a one final good game.
Yep.
And with 6 minutes to go, if something's bad, like if you're building up too many wells like this, then Aaron's just going to reset and try to find that one game that will get you into that double-digit number of points.
Going to need a hero game here from Aaron.
But fortunately for Aaron's got a lot of opportunity to decide which game is going to be that hero game. Like me at CTWC this year, I didn't get to decide because my game before that ended with like less than a minute on the clock.
So you had to just go.
Yeah, Aaron's still got 5.5 here. So if Aaron's like 60 lines in and only has like a 150, that's probably reset territory.
Yeah, there's definitely some grace here for this last attempt. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, this is off to a good start now. But again, in 2 minutes' time, if things start going sour, you have that one final reset that you could do.
Yeah. And it's kind of taking advantage of the clock because you do get that one final game when the time expires. That's definitely helpful for the players to be able to kind of fish for one final good start.
Now, I know we were talking earlier about this qualifier format kind of, being the evolution of the, the advent of rolling. Is there anything in this format that you could see maybe changing in the future in terms of how people would qualify, or anything that you might, that you were thinking like, oh, that might be a cool change to qualifiers?
I haven't really thought of it like that. It's like one of the obvious strats that have come out of this, and we saw T-Storm make an attempt at this a little earlier, is when you're running out of time, you get to a threshold and then kill the game and start one more.
Oh my gosh, Meme was the embodiment of that with CTWC.
Yes.
Basically, the time was running out. Meme knew the time was running out, knew that I think she had about 30 seconds to go. It already had a 1.1. That's 3 extra points, right? So instead of playing that game out, when it had topped out, took the 3 points and then played another game, which then ended at like 1.7. And that was enough to push Meme from what would have been like a third place to like second place. So what a brilliant use of kind of gaming the new system, which I thought was absolutely just big brained, to be able to do that in the heat of the moment too.
I like how it also adds another layer of, it's not just you playing the game, it is you also trying to figure out what is my optimal play using the current system.
Absolutely, yeah. Whether or not, as far as to your original question of whether or not if there's going to be any other kind of changes, I would say from a strategic or fair gameplay perspective, I think the jury's still out for that. I think that certainly players and a lot of the spectators in person really enjoyed the way it played out. So I'll be curious to see how the community picks it apart to see if there's any improvements that we can make. One thing that has really personally started to be on my mind, especially after talking to a lot of the players and seeing some of our players getting injured for the first time, where it actually interrupted gameplay, interrupted the actual games in CTWC, is the health of our players. And while we did do this year switch it to be 90 minutes, which, obviously improvement. There is a big difference, I think, between doing 2 hours of maxes where you don't have to like play at the high speeds. You can just kind of like play 19 and start over, versus having to go like extra hard as a roller, play your best for 90 minutes straight. I do think that despite the shorter amount of time, it did take its toll on a lot of our players in a physical way that we're maybe not as quite in tune for, or maybe not as aware of. And having talked to people like Floxy, who made the gold bracket, she's about 7 years older than a lot of our competitors, which, still young, but old relative to the rest of the community, and was saying that 90 minutes of having to play intense rolling with the kind of chairs that we had available, and also just in general having to roll for that long it's, I think, potentially a health risk. So I do think we need to probably consider thinking about the qual format, whether or not we can build breaks in, or just be more conscious and aware that 90 minutes of that intensity can and will take its toll. And I think it showed. We were kind of robbed of what could have been a back championship because of injuries related to, and you got to know, obviously, the build up, you got to be more healthy about it. That's probably something that's on Alex T, but also the qual format, I think, was absolutely brutal for rollers this year, especially if you're a heavy roller. And I know like people like Scooty and Alex T are very heavy rollers. What I mean by heavy rollers is they really throw their hand into the back of the controller and push with a lot of pressure. And that's just going to be harder physically. So I do think we need to take that into consideration for our future quals, because the last thing I want to see is a bunch of like teenagers hurting themselves for life to play a game,
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've already had two pretty high-profile injuries in the community in the last couple of years, so this is definitely something that is going to be taken into account when we look at things like qualifiers. Because one of the things to keep in mind, the qualifying format was an online qualifying format adapted for live competition. So that's something that wasn't considered when we made that change. So now maybe that's something that might get looked at. Maybe we'll adjust accordingly. So just to point out, time has expired here, so this is the last game for Aaron, but it's a pretty good one. 463.
Yeah, this is a great game.
Yeah, with some unfortunate timing there, though. Unable to get those Tetrises, but gets one now. So keeping it alive.
And yeah, that's another thing. Like, when I say Tetris players need to have short memory, that means in games too.
Yeah.
Like, if something goes wrong for you, you can't.
Oh my gosh!
Oh god, this is not good.
Oh no! The bar never
you
came.
Can see it as the next piece. The next piece.
Yep, the next piece, 24-piece drought, did Aaron
Ladies
in.
and gentlemen, classic Tetris hates you.
But yes,
Wow.
Good effort from Aaron.
Yeah, good effort. Aaron had some great games early on. Had a couple of kind of heartbreakers there with a 930 and a 990 something. Certainly had the potential there to make some waves, but still some really good games from Aaron. And thanks for coming out and kind of showing your stuff here to the world.
Yeah, some great moves too. That was a pretty good showcase.
Yeah, we'll bring Aaron in here as well to give us some words. So yeah, Aaron, how are you doing?
I mean, I wasn't expecting as of late. I haven't much last year, so my mechanics are really off, and I'm trying out the new paddless controllers, Woo, and that didn't help. But like, it's fine. I'm not like disappointed too much. I was trying to have fun, try to get like some good high scores. I choked all my 1.2 cases, which because I was like, oh, I could get like easy max most of these. But I was like, it'd be cooler to get 1.2 on GDQ, but
Hey,
happened.
props for going for it though. Like,
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's an honor.
Yeah, thanks for being on. So yeah, I mean, we had talked a little bit during this qualifier that you were doing other things on your stream. What are your upcoming gaming plans?
So for Tetris or just in general?
Just in general, because we saw you, streaming some Pokemon recently. Is there anything in terms of just gaming in general that you have on the horizon?
So I don't know if any of you guys know like Pokemon Nuzlocke community. But recently, me and Katie, another member of the community, Tetris the community, beat Pokemon Run and Bun, which is like considered the hardest Pokemon Nuzlocke, like ROM hack. I mean, it as a Nuzlocke on stream. And then that's like what I've been doing the last 6 months instead of playing Tetris. So they very recently, like a new ROM hack was released like a month or so ago. The AI and like all the documentation was released actually like a few days ago. So I plan on streaming that and going for attempts. There's no one's currently beaten it yet on the proper patch. So maybe you'll be one of the first.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, everyone be sure to check out Aaron Julian on Twitch.
Yeah. The other thing is I'm going to learn rolling. That's the plan.
Whoa, that's news.
So,
have fun with that. That was a pretty cool journey for me. I hope it's as rewarding for you as it was for me.
Hopefully.
I am excited for the new Aaron rolling arc. Looking forward to seeing you compete at the highest levels here soon.
Now, you mentioned you got a padless controller. Can you maybe explain the journey of how you got yours? Because I heard that it was a struggle. Did you have to chase anyone down to get it, or did you have a relatively easy process in getting the controller?
I'm lucky. So Ava and Opox, those are like the two heads. I mean, Ava was SWC this year. I've been very good friends with them for years, since they both joined the community, basically. And so, actually, I was rooming with Ava. We shared a hotel block.
Nice.
So I got a bit of an advantage there in terms of. So luckily for me, I didn't have to rush. But I heard like she sold everything out before the convention even officially started, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think the last one was sold Friday morning before things really got going. So the 24 of those controllers just gone like that.
Very nice.
She will be at Philadelphia selling more at Philadelphia Qualifier. So if you go there, and she might come to GDQ. She was talking about actually with me last night.
Ooh.
So, it's really cool. It's a great controller. Do you recommend?
I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah, and Ronkly or Omen have any questions for Aaron here?
Not really. I mean, the obviously getting used to a controller could be a bit of a factor. Was that something that you were thinking about going into this?
Yeah. So I think I might have lost my NES controller at CWC.
Oh no!
Oh no!
So more specifically, I brought a controller back. I don't think it's mine.
No.
So I was playing a bit with it. I thought this feels really off. So I was like, I've been practicing in the Palace controller earlier this week anyway, so I thought might as well go for it. But yeah, like a lot. There was still obviously you have to get used to the controller, so I made a lot of misdrops and stuff. Which like it happens, but still.
You also had a lot of pretty neat moves in there too, though.
Yes.
Like, we were talking about some of the adjustments you were making.
Yeah, so I still I play a lot of puzzles and like things like that online still, but I haven't played much on the console. So like my stacking I think is still okay, but I'm still like super in tune for like really aggressive 19 stacking. And then you misdrop, it doesn't really work that well. But it's okay.
Yeah. Of course, the puzzles you're mentioning, those are the Nestris puzzles.
Yeah, Nestris.org.
Yeah, that's something we haven't talked about yet. The website Nestris.org. Like if you're interested in playing Tetris hardware and you don't even know where to get like emulation or anything like that, how to do any of that, Nestris.org allows you to play online for free using it's their. I don't even know if you'd call it an emulator because I think it's like custom built. But I mean, it's got all the same mechanics. It's what I was using to practice in my hotel room the night before qualifier. It's a pretty neat website. Definitely recommend checking out. It's got 1v1s. It's got puzzles, very much like chess.com puzzles. It's just a very cool site in general and a great place to get started if you have any interest at all in NES Tetris.
Yeah, that's awesome. So for Aaron here, do you have any final shout outs or anything that you want to say to the audience as we wrap up this second qualifier session?
Shout out. I would like to shout out thank you all for commentating and everything. Thank you for hosting. I really appreciate it. And I guess I just want to shout out, thank you to the Tetris community. I've been involved for 6 years in this scene, and it's like changed my life. So I highly recommend playing. And shout out Katie. But yeah, that's all. Thank you so much again.
Yeah, thank you very much for being on. And as we close out the second qualifier session, everybody, we have our third qualifiers coming up. We're going to be having Jockey Pulse, Rhubarb, and Winterra coming up after this. I want to remind you all can also participate in the Tetris tournament at SGDQ if you would like to. So visit gdq.gg to register for that event if you're interested. But otherwise, we will be right back shortly. So everyone get up and stretch, and we'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the SGDQ 2026 Tetris qualifiers. We have 3 more players here in our qualifying sessions. This is the third of 4 qualifiers that we're going to be having today. So we're going to be having Jockey Pulse, Rhubarb, and Winterra going to be showing off how they can do against our 3 previous qualifier attempts. As a reminder from that second session, we are going to be trying to get DMJ into our 4th and final session today. They are still trying to resolve their internet issues, so best of luck to them with that. But so we're going to be having Jockey Pulse, Rhubarb, and Winterra going to be playing here shortly. And with me, I'm joined by Omen from our last qualifier session, as well as Toast from our first one. Hello, both of you. How are you doing?
Doing
Great.
good.
Some good Tetris, so can't complain.
Absolutely.
Yep. Nope. Good to be back on. We got 3 solid players here that are going to be qualifying this round. And I know it's probably going to pop up in the chat. I'll get it out of the way. W Jockey Pulse, but we also have other CTWC Gold players in Rhubarb and Winter playing. So you might see some high flying Tetris acrobatics out of these 3.
Yeah,
I'm
indeed.
excited.
There's all gold players, as you mentioned, and I think they were all represented last week, actually. So,
Yep, and the Tetris community coming out. It's Classic Tetris League. I think they just had a Champion Summit match, and they are coming to raid us.
oh, look at that! Yeah, party of 15. Welcome in, Classic Tetris League. Certainly, I know Toast and myself are familiar as super streamers over in that community. So. Hope you enjoy watching the quals.
Yeah, so I would say players, if you could meander on over to the ready screen so we can get this third qualifying session going.
You might note that there are 3 webcams on the screen and only 2 players, but
You'll see the gameplay in the top left also. Basically, we'll be swapping back and forth on who's focused.
Yep. If you're ready, Rhubarb, then we're good to go. So okay, so Rhubarb is indicating that they are ready. I've got readies all around, so it is time to get this party started. Let's count them down in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. All right. And they are off, so
Wow, look at this start here. Like, for the most part, you may have noticed most of our players during the quals have chosen level 18 starts because traditionally 18 is slow enough that you can get some very efficient gameplay. But these players, they're saying, you know what, this is too slow. Let's do some 19 starts. It is, in theory, it does have more potential for scoring, but obviously, as it's faster, you have to be able to survive efficiently to be able to maximize that. So we're already seeing there Winter having a little bit of trouble, going to go ahead and start over. But that's an interesting start.
Yeah, and that's part of the strategy that as a top level player, you're having to make that decision where, okay, do I go on 18, what's going to be what we're doing in competition, or do I try to go a little more aggressive, start on 19? Yes, I'm going to get more points. I also have the potential to get more games in because those pieces are moving 50% faster. So in theory, I can reach the kill screen quicker. I can reach that 1.2 or 1.3 or whatever score I'm going to get quicker and maybe sneak in some more points. So there is some calculation in making the decision. Do I go for 18 or do I go for 19, especially amongst these top level players?
Yeah. And even top level players, though, 19 is very difficult to, we'll just say, stay efficient and not die, as we witnessed actually earlier in that very first game from Winter. So it is definitely a calculated move here. While there's more potential, there's also just the concern of like, well, do you want to risk that, or you feel comfortable? So, I respected like Winter very much a top level roller. So it doesn't surprise me too much, but it is interesting to note that some players are going to go ahead and do 18 like Jockey Pulse, and some players are going to try 19 with Rhubarb and Winter.
Yeah, so they actually are, they're also just starting the session, so they might be a little bit more brazen and move to a lower level later on. But they do, there's a potential that it might give them a little bit of a mental boost as well. Like if they do well with this, that's already a good start to the session. Getting a few points on the board if they can manage to get a good score here.
Oh, of course. And we do want to quickly point out that you are getting 3 players that made the gold bracket this year. So spoiler alert for those of you that haven't seen the videos, coming in 3, 2, and 1. You had Rhubarb and Fire. You had Rhubarb and Winter both making top 32 in gold bracket, and Jockey Pulse made top 48. Rhubarb lost a tough one to Pixel Andy this year. Just really hard fought games, but Andy was just on another level. And Winter ended up losing to Tetris Time, and Fighter Docs lost in the first round to Evesy, or I should say round 0, the round of 48.
I will say, though, I remember that match, and there were a lot of W Jockey Pulse signs in the audience. So,
absolutely.
If you're a fan, put your W Jockey Pulses in chat.
Yep, absolutely. That was at the station I was running. I was in charge of CT2, and Jockey Pulse was sitting right in front of me. And next thing I know, I'm seeing a whole bunch of players. They're holding up W Jockey Pulse, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is happening. So yeah, there is definitely a Jockey Pulse fan club here in the Tetris community.
Yeah, but I think my first signs that something was about with regards to Jockey Pulse was a meme popping into some variety of streams, and like that's the first thing that I see in chat is W Jockey Pulse. I'm like, what is going on? What is this even? So.
A memer? No way.
So for reference, just to explain the lore behind that, there's a fair amount of Tetris players that play a game called Smash Carts, and that's where I believe that is where the Jockey Pulse name came from.
Mm-hmm. You might know Jockey Pulse by a different name, and that is Fire Docs, and it has been quite the we'll call it journey so far to try to remember to not use Fire Docs and to use Jockey Pulse. So forgiveness is asked and hopefully received.
I have a question for you. I'm actually not very creative with names, as you could tell. My name's just my real name backwards. But how did both of you come about your usernames?
Go ahead, Omen. I'll share mine after yours.
Well, mine is very old. You can probably find Omen or Omenvar. I don't know, as far back as basically the internet existed and I was alive. So it's really just it's a made up name, kind of influenced from, well, French word voir is to see. And then omen is, well, everyone hopefully knows what an omen is. So it's kind of like, I guess you could say, like to see the future or something to that effect is the general idea. But really, I haven't really thought about that like in forever. Now it's just omen, right? It's just whatever. So, but yeah, it's basically been my gamer tag as long as online gaming has been a thing.
Thanks for sharing.
Yep. And unfortunately, it looks like Rhubarb just topped out at 747,000. I hate to see it. You hate to see it that close to a max out because you're thinking, oh, I've got points here. And next thing you know, the game says, oh, no, you don't. So a rough break for Rhubarb, but he's going to come back stronger in the next game. So back to name lore. So Toast. It came up as a... It actually came from a meme that one of my friends sent me, and I think this was before the term even was a meme, and I don't even know if you could call it a meme. But basically, it was after a breakup. I had started dating again, and my friend sent me a thing. It was kind of like a Venn diagram, and it said reasons why Toast is single, and I don't know where they got it from, but I looked at it and I saw the Venn diagram. I'm like, oh my God, I am toast, and it kind of went from there, and that became my gamer tag, and I fully embraced the Carbatel life.
Incredible.
Yep, and yeah, we actually do have a Carbatel Discord. I know there are some people in chat that are in there as well. If you've got a carb themed name, you automatically get in.
That's funny.
Yep. But right now we are on Max Out Watch. Jockey Pulse and Winter both in the 800,000s, and Winter potentially on track for maybe a level 26 max out if she can get the stack brought down.
Mm-hmm. And I believe, is this Jockey Pulse's first game still? I believe it is.
Yeah.
And it was 18 start, so there you go. Could be our first points on the board despite the slower start.
Yep, Jockey Pulse going to get a Tetris, going to get the max out, our first one of this session, and setting the tone very quickly. Just got back from being with the family and cranked out a max out like it's nothing.
Yeah, I do want to actually point that out because it's kind of funny being the first max out here, but Jockey Pulse was the last person ready for this session just due to IRL responsibilities. And so it's actually really cool to see a max out here. And as you can see in the top left of the screen as well, or the right side of the screen, we have Wintera also getting a max out. So both of those players doing well in their first games right here.
Yep, and Winter and Jockey Pulse both into the kill. Jockey Pulse going to top out. Tough break, but he does get two points to start out.
2 points, yeah. Just 15,000 points short of a third. But hey, you take it. That's it. That's a W, Jockey Pulse right there.
There we go. And Winter still going on the kill screen. And I know Winter has the ability to go deep into kill screen. I actually streamed what was, I believe at the time for her, a level PB where without the line cap, she made it to level 43. So I know Winter can make it to 39.
Absolutely. Was that during a war session by chance?
No, it was Classic Tetris Biweekly. I believe it was one of the probably 11 bajillion matches between her and Critical Lapis that seemed to always happen in CTBW. And the line cap wasn't on. The game was already decided. She was mullining it out. So I was like, okay, let's just see how this goes. And she took it to 43, and she's going to top out here
with a
1.1. So let's put that score in.
Great performance so far from our players. And this is actually our first qualifier session where all three of the players are rollers. So, I expect us to see a lot more scoring in this potentially. So, we'll see how that goes.
And as an aside, I mentioned a term that I don't think has come up yet in any of our sessions. It's not really applicable here, but I mentioned that in that CTBW game, Winter mullined it out. So maybe, Omen, you want to share with the crowd what a mullen is for those not in the know?
Yeah, sure. We have a legendary player in our community. His name is Ben Mullen. He's from Minnesota, so just down the road from. Well, hang on. I don't want to. I don't want. But anyways, yeah, Ben Mullen is one of the earliest competitors. In fact, like the very first CTWC in 2010, Ben Mullen was an original competitor in that, and like you can actually see some of Ben Mullen's story in what's the name of the slipping my Ecstasy of Order. Yes, and Ben Mullen is kind of famous now, not just for that, but also for a very specific moment where back before we could do max outs, which again, for those of you who may not be familiar, max out is when you get 999,999. That was originally the highest score you could get in the game. Was a max outer, but in competition, no one had ever gotten a max. And so there was a point in time where Ben Mullen had won the match. It was good to go, like didn't need to keep playing, but was on a very hot pace. And so decided, you know what, I'm gonna keep playing. And then like from encouragement from the crowd as well. And ever since that moment, of course, you know, a lot of people are like, I don't know, that seems kind of like, you know, controversial, right? You should top out and move on, whatever, because of time constraints. But ever since then, we've kind of affectionately called it the Mullen. If you keep playing after the end of a game because you want to see if you can get a high score.
Yeah, that's pretty much a perfect explanation of how it works. I personally, I am pro Mullen. Like if I'm restreaming and someone wins, they're having a good run, I'll be like, no, go ahead and play this out. I do appreciate a good Mullen, but I know there's some unwritten rules with it. Like if it's an early top out, like you're 10 lines in and it happens, right. And then at that point it's like, okay, maybe don't go for a Mullen on that one.
Yeah. The online etiquette for competition is kind of a fascinating thing, and if you're new to the community, you probably don't even realize that something is right or wrong or frowned upon or not frowned upon. And mullening is kind of one of those things that I don't know, can require a little bit of explanation, I guess. And so, you know, once you're in the community for a bit, you kind of get a feel for, oh yeah, I can Mullen. You know, if it's late in the game or whatever, then and you're on a good pace, it's probably fine.
Yeah,
certainly. You know, if there's no time constraints on it, then I don't think most people will mind.
Yeah, or if you win a game and you clinch victory in the match, it's
right.
generally considered acceptable to take your victory lap, so to speak, and Mullen that game out. But I do know I restreamed a game last night, and it was already over, but the player kept going, and I will say they were not on any notable pace, so not looking for a PB or a max out or anything. And you saw that unwritten rule come into play because their opponent said, "Bro's really gonna Mullen off this mid pace," and I was like, well, you're not wrong.
Yeah. I think it comes more into play for in person. Yeah. Games, but hang on, hold on here. Rhubarb is on a game. Let's talk a little bit about this because trying in kill screen here to get that 1.1 and a super high board gets the bar over just in time for the 1.1. Oh. Wow.
Yeah, W Rhubarb, fellow Minnesotan here on the stream, trying to get a 1.2 out of this, but he's going to need to tap over very quickly. But he does get a 1.1.
That clutch 1.1 from Rhubarb. Well done.
Yeah, after that early reset on the first attempt, still managing to keep pace with everyone else, getting those 3 points in.
Mm-hmm. So now everybody on this stream so far has a max out, and we're not very far into this one. Not even 15 minutes in, everybody's got a max out.
Yeah, that goes to show the level of play of all the players that we have here today. Like, everyone getting a max out basically in their first two attempts. Very impressive to see.
Yeah. The level of play for Tetris in, we'll just say the last 6 to 7 years, like just the evolution of how quickly this game has evolved.
Wait, how many years? How many years?
Yeah. I mean, like it was basically played the same way with roughly the same kind of cap for gosh, probably 30-ish years. And then with tapping coming on the scene and then rolling, not even that far behind. Just the state of the game is just insane now. Like what used to be considered a good score is just kind of now.
Yep. Yeah, I mean back in the day, like if you maxed out, you were like a golden god in Tetris, and now max outs. I mean, it's still a very powerful accomplishment, but now it's kind of okay. Especially if you're like, okay, you got to max out. Now what?
Right. Yeah, exactly. You're just beginning, right? Like you just, okay, now you know how to sort of play the game. Good. Congrats. Now the real game begins. Now, to be fair, because I know there's going to be a lot of players that are going to start playing, but like getting a million points, no, not going to happen, right? It is still very difficult. It still requires a lot of time, dedication, work. I think time is really kind of like an important part of that. You just have to have the time to put it into practice. So it is still an absolutely a massive accomplishment. It is one of those things that I think probably less than 3,000 people in the world have max outs. So you're still in a very exclusive company. It's just that the top level of play has grown so much that, you really, if you get a max, you're not going to be making the same kind of waves as if you had gotten it like 7 years ago.
Yeah. And I can kind of relate this to Rocket League, actually, for those of you Rocket League players in the chat. Getting a max out is kind of like just reaching SSL or Supersonic Legend rate, but the top rollers, they're more like RLCS levels. So if you can think of the gap even between a base SSL and a RLCS Pro, that's kind of the gap between your max outer and some of these top level players you're seeing today.
Yeah, and we see, speaking of maxing out, we just saw Jockey Pulse do it. Wintera's about to do it as well. So,
yeah, Winter is 2 Tetrises away from the kill screen. So she can get that max up before 29 as long as the pieces cooperate, gets a 16-piece drop, but does throw down the Tetris. And she's going to get the max out right here, 1.03 into 29, and she's got 100 more lines to work with.
Yeah, Jockey Pulse on the verge of a 1.2 here. Took a couple of burns, might require one extra Tetris on the kill screen, but we know that Jockey Pulse is capable. There's one more. There's the 1.2. That's 4 points on the board for Jockey Pulse right now.
Yeah. Our high score of the day amongst all games is a 1.4 from Alice earlier on. So Jockey Pulse with a lot of room to work with, nearing a 1.3. We'll see if Jockey Pulse can reach that 1.4 as Winter tops out with a 1.062 million.
Oh, yeah, unfortunate again there. I just kind of assumed, I looked back over at Jockey Pulse's game, assuming, Winter's just getting started, and there you go. But still, that's a good 2 points.
Yep, and there's a 1.3 for Jockey Pulse, still 70 lines to work with. And yeah, Jockey Pulse is having himself a game right now.
Oh, perfectly timed long bar there.
Yep, going to need a 5-tap with the J piece. Happens to get that. Almost Tetris ready here is Jockey Pulse, but he's in a drought. 18 pieces gets the Tetris.
Just shy of a 1.4 now.
Mm-hmm. Now, one thing we'll have to mention as we get near it, if a player gets 1.6 million points, we refer to that as a rollover. And rollover basically because... actually, I bet you probably could explain this better than I can. Do you want to explain why it's a rollover and how kind of the scoring works when you get above 1 million points on our competition cards, Omen?
Yeah, sure. But I'm real quick, though. I just want to see if, let's get that part over. I was just looking to see if Jockey Pulse is going to be able to get any more points. 1.456. That is a great score for Jockey Pulse. That's going to be, 5 points?
That is 6 points.
6 points. Wow.
That's also the new highest score of the day.
Well done.
Yeah, great job.
W Jockey Pulse indeed.
Only 20 minutes into this qualifier, too.
Wow.
That is some incredible play.
Yeah, Jockey Pulse already with 8 points.
Wow. We just we still have plenty of time, an hour, 10 minutes to go. Mm-hmm. And, back to your you were talking about a rollover. What is a rollover, you might wonder? Well, a rollover is 1.6 is the shortest version, 1.6 million. And the reason why it's considered a rollover is that if you're familiar with hexadecimal, a lot of the gameplay here is in order to track our points beyond 1 million. We have adopted kind of like hexadecimal ways of tracking those games inside of our modded versions of Tetris. So, 1 million is an A, 1.1 is a B, 1.2, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So once you get to 1.6, though, you've now run out of hexadecimal letters because we stop at F, at which point you roll over. And when we say roll over, that literally starts back over to 0, 0, 0. So at that point, when we're, like, as commentators especially, trying to keep track of the score manually without, the help of something like Nestor's Champs, we've got to be like, okay, 000 is actually 1.6. So that is the rollover number and the origins of the rollover number. Mm-hmm. And I think we can probably expect to see that at some point in time during quals.
Yeah, I know. We're looking into the future. We have Meme qualifying in the next session, and again, I mentioned before, Meme has a 2 million in competition. So if there's world record in competition, and I'll throw in the little side note lore. That was at CWC Midwest in Milwaukee. Afterwards, when we all got back to the Airbnb, I had my setup there, so we did a little after party stream, and Meme did almost the same thing. Got a 1.9 that evening on the after party.
Oh my goodness. Tell you what, the after parties at regionals are absolutely a blast. If you get to go to a regional, which we have regionals all over the country typically, and world now. But if you do get a chance to go to a regional, make sure you go to the after parties because you're gonna see some pretty incredible Tetris there too.
Yep.
So we had a question in the chat really quickly. So the scoring for this event is every 1 million, every max out that you get, that is 2 points. And then every 100,000 after that is another point until you get to 2 million. And that's 2 additional points if you can get to 2 million. I just wanted to address that question in chat.
Oh, sure. And I want to look at Rhubarb's game right here. Rhubarb at a 1.2 on level 31. 31 commonly, I commonly refer to it as the Ecto Cooler level. It reminds you of that old Ecto Cooler high C flavor for those of you that have achieved Unk status. You're probably familiar with that.
Oh no, Rhubarb. Still the 1.2 though. That's a good solid 4 points.
Yeah, that is 4 for Rhubarb. That brings him up to 7, and with that game, that actually moves him ahead of Aaron in the current standings.
And we are still not even a third of the way through this. So yeah, this group certainly shooting off fireworks to kick off this qual session. There's no shortage of points being scored from all 3 of these competitors.
Yep. I had it. I had it in my head, and then I just lost it. But yeah, I will. See, this is also what happens when you reach Unk status in the Tetris community. You think of something and then you forget what you're going to say.
Oh yeah,
that's just getting older in general. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, kind of back to your qual. I'm glad that someone asked, and that Richard, thank you for kind of filling in the details of how the quals work. And I just wanted to give another shout out to Grand Designs, a max outer, and more importantly, I think, a kind of an organizer and the creator of this new kind of qual format. The format we're using here on GDQ quals is the same one we used this year at CTWC. And in previous years with the quals, we would just count max outs being 1 million points. The origin of that being that used to be literally the highest number that Tetris could show. So we started affectionately calling it max out. We still call it max out for historical purposes, although we go well beyond 1 million now. Oh, that T-spin tuck from Jockey Pulse was sick. But yeah, anyways, the qual system used to just be number of maxes. So even back in the early days, getting a max in a qual was extraordinarily rare. In fact, it never really happened. And as players got better, especially our old school champs, they started counting maxes, and that would be from that point on. That became how you got seeded in the tournament. How many maxes did you get in your qual? But as the game has evolved and our players can go well beyond a max, it became more clear that, like, I guess qualifiers didn't really reflect the skill required to play at kill screen speeds, which rollers can and have to do now these days. And so we experimented all of last year at different regionals and specifically at Grand Design's events, which he does. It's called Classic Tetris Wars. He created a system that would reward players for being able to go above and beyond a max. And so that's the reason why we've tried to institute it, to see if it would make more sense, if it was more fun, if the players were more engaged, if the viewers were more engaged. And it turns out, at least the initial kind of feedback on it is that, yes, this is a lot more fun for both players and viewers. There's a reason to keep playing beyond 1 million points. So.
I want to pop in first. Winter with a max out now at 1.02 million. She's on level 29, about to hit level 30, and still cranking the points on. But I did see a question. This was a while back in chat, and I wanted to address it. Someone talked about the gloves the players are wearing and their posture. That is the rolling play style that you're seeing. The players wear the gloves to decrease the friction on the controller, because if they didn't have the gloves on, their fingers would kind of stick a little bit to the controller as they move them across the back, and they wouldn't be able to get the key presses that they needed to move the pieces. So they wear a glove to reduce that friction, except for Fractal. Fractal's got his lotion that he uses. And they set the controller up the way they do so that they can keep it stable and allow them to roll their fingers over the back of the controller so that they're able to get things over in the spots where they need to. So what you're seeing is the IRL embodiment of the rolling play style from these players. It's unique to look at, and if you haven't seen it before, it's kind of a cool experience to see it in the first time. Yeah, a little trippy.
It's also interesting too, because everyone has a different posture, and so they're either bracing either their hand or the controller or a mixture of both. And on stream you can see on their cameras, like, everyone's holding it slightly differently. So it's really down to preference.
Yeah, Winter's got the foot grip. Looks like Jockey Pulse has the thigh grip, and I can't tell for sure from the camera. I think Rhubarb is similar to what Jockey Pulse has, and
similar, yeah.
But Winter's game here getting very close to the super kill screen on 39. She's on 36, so under 25 lines to go. Trying to squeeze out a 1.2, but nope, she's going to top out with a 1.16.
Yeah, that was some expert survival though on the kill screen there from Winter. So
yeah, very nicely done. And just to give everyone an update as well, Toast was so gracious to make a graphic for the structure of how we have the qualifiers laid out today, and you can see all of that at gdq.gg/Tetris. So we have that pinned in chat, and then also, you can just go to that link yourself to get a better understanding of how things are structured if you're curious how we're doing things today.
Mm-hmm. And taking a look at Jockey Pulse once again, on kill screen, could potentially burn his way to a max out. 999, one more line will do it. There is the max out. 2 more points for Jockey Pulse.
And that's about all. Wow, pretty much exactly what was needed there. That's clutch. One last line.
300 points.
Yep. And that puts Jockey Pulse into double digits right now, 2 points away. So one more max out would move him ahead of Knight for second place.
Yeah, I think right now we got T-Storm at 14 points, Knight at 12, Jockey Pulse at 10, Rhubarb and Aaron at 7, and Winter at 8. So yeah, we do all 3 of our competitors moving up the leaderboard real quick here, and we've got an hour left here, so we're about a third of the way through.
Yeah, and we got Rhubarb with a little Swiss cheese in his stack right now. Needs that J piece, gets the J piece, and he's going to work on bringing this down. So Rhubarb, trying to get himself discharged from the burn unit here. looks like he's getting this board worked down slowly but surely. Almost has that right well open. couple more burns will do it. Go for some creative solves here. Love to see it. And I think within the next 5 or so burned lines, he'll get out of it. So
dirty setup. There's the bar for the dirty Tetris. Oh my god!
And that is a dangerous dirty Tetris.
Oh, it's right before transition too.
And he's long bar dependent.
Oh no!
Get this open.
Yes.
My God, Rhubarb showing survival. We thought Winter had survival. What the heck, Rhubarb?
Oh my goodness, he's going to get another bar to get bailed out here too. What? Oh
my
wow.
Gosh. I mean, that Tetris rate is not very hot, 38%, but Rhubarb only needs about 200,000 more points, which at this level is nearly 5 Tetrises to get that max out.
Wow. That was insane survival. Regardless of the score, that was still insane survival.
Yeah. You have 40,000 points of Tetris right now, so 3
Plenty
more.
of room.
We'll make it 2 more, and he's got to max out in 2 more points.
Yeah. This has been certainly a very entertaining qual session.
Absolutely. Can Rhubarb get 1 more Tetris and get the max out? I don't think he'll be able to burn to a max out, but 1 more Tetris would make things a lot better on the scoreboard for him. 964 on level 34.
I don't know. I think he can still burn this out if he has to.
What the square burst right there? What the heck, RNG? The man has survived everything you've thrown at him, and you decide 4 squares in a row is what he needs?
Will he be short? Oh, he might be just shy. Oh, that's not dope.
Oh,
oh my gosh. So close.
Oh, 980,000, man. Rhubarb almost willed himself to a max out on that one.
Right.
GG.
Yeah, what heroic effort there from Rhubarb.
Yeah, but Jockey Pulse looking hot early in level 18, currently on pace for about a 660,000 transition into level 19.
Now I want to give props again to Rhubarb. That is the most impressive 0-point game we've seen so far today. So thank you so much, Rhubarb, for doing that.
Mm-hmm. There have been a couple of heartbreaks so far. I think Aaron's couple of 900s have been also impressive and sad. Meanwhile, I think if Toast or I, if we got 900Ks, we'd be popping off right now.
Oh yeah, 900K would be a PB for me personally. No, it'd be a PB for you as well. But yeah, 900K, I might be doing backflips.
Can you do backflips?
We're gonna find out if I get a 900K. I did warn people because there were some people that thought for sure I was going to get a max out at CTWC. I proved them wrong.
No.
But I was like, if I do get a max out, I'm either going to do backflips, ugly cry, or both.
You probably ugly cry after attempting the backflip.
That too.
How does the scoring work for this? Asks No Zoom Up. Well, the scoring is as such. If you get 1 million points, you get 2 points for the qualifying scores, and then every 100,000 points above that, you get an additional point. So 1.1 will be worth 3 points. 1.2 million is worth 4 points, etc., all the way up to, I think, 2 million. At which point you get another 2 points.
2 additional points.
Yeah, I do want to mention we are a third of the way through. There is less than an hour remaining in this qualifier session, and for those curious about the qual format, there is a message pinned to the chat. You can go to gdq.gg/Tetris. It has the current standings. It also has a little infographic that shows you just how this qualifier format works, as we have evolved a little bit, as previously mentioned, with respect to how we do our scoring and figure out who had the better qualifier.
Also, let me just say, Toast, this graphic looks really nice. Like, it's a very pretty looking graphic that you made. So thank you so much for doing that.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I probably should not mention that took me like 5 minutes in Canva.
Yeah, looks great.
Thank you. But yeah, our hot game at the moment is Jockey Pulse into level 20 with a 645,000, still sitting with a hot Tetris rate of 78%. When he gets to level 22, I can calculate and tell you what Jockey Pulse might be looking at for a kill screen score if he can keep doing what he's doing right now.
Yeah, incredible job. And to reference the question in chat, when is the bracket for this? So the additional qualifier will happen at SGDQ, where any attendee, if you're attending SGDQ, you can also register for that tournament. You'll be playing against other SGDQ participants and attendees for the other 4 slots. So we have 4 slots today, and then we'll be looking to round out that top 8 with 4 additional slots, and the finalists will play on stage.
Yep. And
when does that
also
happen?
That is, I believe, July 8th and 9th is the in-person tournament. The 10th will be the top 8 and finals. And I did say I was going to come back to a Jockey Pulse right now, looking at about a 1.17 into kill screen if he can keep this game going. But with the way the stacks look, and that number is going to cool off just a smidgen.
Yeah, just a little bit, but there's still some room here. Oh, was one Mino shy of a dirty Tetris there, but all set up now.
Yep. So for those that are coming in kind of new, not familiar with the Tetris nomenclature, yeah. well, first, okay, we'll give a couple of nomenclatures here. Jockey Pulse had what we call a hang, where he tried to get that piece over to the far left and got it stuck on his stack. So he hung a piece there, and he'll have to burn. And a burn is basically a line clear that does not result in a Tetris. Usually what happens, like you're seeing with Jockey Pulse, where he's not ready for a Tetris, and he just has to clear lines to try and get back to being Tetris ready. If he's doing that, then we say he is burning. But the one I was going to mention, you've heard the term dirty Tetris. Any Tetris that is not on the bottom of a player stack, if it's 1 row up, 2 rows up, 10 rows up, and you get a Tetris, we refer to that as a dirty Tetris.
If it's like 1 row up, it's kind of like a vaguely dirty. We call it sometimes dusty Tetris, right? Because, you're just kind of dirty, right? Just barely dirty.
Yeah, Jockey Pulse doing a good job trying to clean this up as we get very close to the million.
Yep, and into kill screen with the 930K. So yeah, the numbers did cool off there just due to the rough stack, and we'll see if he can get 2 more points on the board here. Early on, Jockey Pulse filling the role of T-Storm in session 1, just having a really good qual so far.
Yeah, I think every game has been points so far, so trying to keep that streak alive.
Yeah, just kind of being a beacon of consistency here is Jockey Pulse. 1 Tetris away from a max out. But he's going to need a 5-tap over to the left. We'll see if that long bar shows up.
Had to take the square over.
Yep, so you're going to see some flat burning from Jockey Pulse here to try and bring this board back down. Now getting the long bars, and he absolutely doesn't need them. And what a heartbreaking finish. A game with so much promise.
Yeah, now Winter over here as well, nearing a million is.
Yeah, so for reference here, Winter about a Tetris away from a max out here into kill screen speeds. We'll see if she can go ahead and pull this off. And just to kind of explain a little bit more Tetris terminology, I referred to a flat burn, and when we say a burn is a flat burn, it's basically when you set up a piece to get a burn, but you're not rotating it. You're basically laying it flat on the board without any additional rotations. Generally speaking, that's considered a flat burn.
And it's something that can be like, I don't know, it just becomes once you get to that point in your Tetris career where you start to learn how to do it, it makes such a huge difference in like survivability and also just kind of keeping your board stack relatively healthy and less spiky. So,
yeah. And Winter just topped out.
Oh, got there. 1 million.
Yep. Got the 2 points. So Winter now into double digits. He and Jockey Pulse both with 10 points, but that 1.4 from Jockey Pulse does give him the tiebreaker over Winter as it stands right now.
Oh yeah, that is interesting to bring that up because we could have players with the same point totals.
Yeah, and even though they're not like competing directly, you know, and as a proper match, this is still a bit of a competition for all these players. There's only 4 available slots for today's qualifiers, so you want to be in that top 4, which means you kind of are really competing against the other players on the screen here.
Yeah, and even after this one, nobody is safe. So even T-Storm right now with 14 points in first, if that score stands, not even T-Storm is safe when we go into session 4, where we are slated to have 4 players, Meme, Cole, Huff, and DMJ, going at it to try and get another spot in those in the in-person SGDQ event.
Yeah, and those 4 right there, those is like saving the best for last. You know, not to say that all the other competitors aren't great, but man, that group right there has the potential to kind of blow up the qual leaderboard in a way that we have not yet seen. So stick around for this qual, because obviously I have no idea what's going to happen here either. It's very close, and the next one is going to be absolutely insane. So you don't want to miss that one.
Yeah, we're kind of crescendoing our way to the end for sure. But let's see here. Can I share a little bit about some of our players outside of the realm of Tetris? Why, yes, I can. We will start with Jockey Pulse. We'll give a little. We'll use a little obscure Minnesota reference. The artist formerly known as Firedox. Jockey Pulse has a PB that's over a rollover. As of when my info was submitted, over a 1.6 million PB, and he was at CTWC the last 3 years. Played in bronze in 2024, gold the last 2 years. But outside of Tetris, Jockey Pulse is a Geometry Dash player, and he's even completed a few extreme demons in that game, including Blade of Justice. And Jockey Pulse also a volleyball player. That gets huge approval from me being a volleyball player myself. Actually got to play a little volleyball with Jockey Pulse at CTWC this year.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And in addition to that, I think I can even squeeze in a little information about Winter here. I think I have some on Winter. I'm going to double check.
As you do, it looks like Rhubarb here with 950K.
Just on the verge here.
Yeah.
Playing in the kill screen, so has some room to work. And the board's nice and low. Taking the burns, just trying to keep the board health in. There you go. So decided not to build for a Tetris there. That was just a conscious choice, knowing that the stack can get out of whack real quick. So sometimes it's better just to go ahead and burn and try to stack for one later. And does get the max.
Here we go. So Rhubarb we're going to add on a couple more points to this game on level 32 and set up for another Tetris. He's going to get it, trying to get that 1.1 and maybe even more before the super kill screen. I don't think we've seen a level 39 yet today. Will one of these players be the first to make it happen?
Yeah, and it looks like he's trying to keep parity with the other players with a 1.1 here, going to be adding up to that 10 points that everyone else in the qualifier has. So if Rhubarb can make it any further, we'll see.
Well, we got a 1.1.
Yeah, and Rhubarb's one of those players where you don't think of him in that super top tier with your players like your Alex T, your Blue Scooty, but Rhubarb is definitely a player where he can pull out just bonkers good games and surprise you with an upset if you aren't prepared for it.
1.2.
And with the level of play you're seeing out of him today, you can see exactly why. He's got a 1.2 and still fighting for more as he is nearing level 39, has 4 more Tetrises available. So could, if he gets no burns, maybe squeeze out a 1.4, but that's going to be very difficult with how this board's looking. Maybe a 1.3 is still possible.
Yeah, you got to think at this point, just try to get that 1.3. You're going to stack up for it. Yes, stacking up for it right now. Just holding out for the long bar. Gets the long bar. 1.2, and he needs to get the one more burn to get the 1.3. That's 5 more points for Rhubarb.
Yep, so Rhubarb just gets the burn into the super kill screen and gets a 1.3. out of that game, and that's 5 huge points for Rhubarb, and that moves him into third place. Knight, aka Alice, has the tiebreaker with that 1.4 game. So if Rhubarb gets one more max out, he's going to move into first.
Wow.
Yeah, and with it being only halfway through this qualifier, I feel like it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, we are, just over halfway through. We've hit the 45-minute mark, so double the player's score. That's what you can project they may have at the end. So Rhubarb on track for 24 points. Jockey Pulse and Winter both trying to hold out and get 20 points. And if that's the case, they would be 1, 2, 3 in the standings.
I see some chatter in chat. Thanks to Anpu and Tetris and others that are also trying to keep up and answer questions. But specifically, someone's asking, what's the kill screen? So kill screen is kind of something that we in the community affectionately call level 29. It used to be considered the kill screen because back before the advent of rolling, which all these players are doing, like there was literally no way for most people to survive beyond level 29. So it kind of gained the nickname the kill screen. We've kept that nickname going, even though that's not really true of our top level players and rollers. But it is still just a colloquialism that we keep around for historical reasons. And that's kill screen. So beyond kill screen is anything beyond level 29.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for most mere mortals, level 29 is still the kill screen.
It is still the kill screen for almost everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, for you and me, we hit level 29. That's your final score. Good game, and let's go to the next one.
Yep.
Yeah. My best. I've gotten 237 lines, which means I went into kill screen and got a few additional lines, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think that's better than me. I think I've gotten to like just 35, whatever. Yeah, 235 is what I think my PB for that is. So nothing like these players, that's for sure.
Yeah, looks like Winter utilizing some strats, taking a bit of a reprieve here. Players, they can take a break. They will lose the time if they take it. They don't get to stop the clock, but just for your mental state and trying to build up some confidence going into the latter half, sometimes not a bad idea to just hit the old IRL pause button and take a break from the Tetrising.
Yeah, take a drink of water, stretch a bit.
AJ Sappireville in chat was saying, I went to see Glitch's color kill screen. So unfortunately, at least with competition, we've disabled effectively the original Glitch colors because in the interest of time, we've instituted what effectively amounts to a new kill screen. We call it the double kill screen, or I don't know. There's a number of different nicknames out there, but effectively level 39 doubles the kill screen pace where not even rollers can really stay alive for very long. So unfortunately, to get glitch colors, you'd have to be able to kind of have the unmodded version of Tetris, and competitive Tetris has kind of gotten away from that because the games can end up being 30, 40, 50 minutes long, and we just no one has the time or stamina for that anymore. So unfortunately, you'll have to like catch that maybe on someone who's specifically trying to get colors or trying to rebirth or trying to crash the game. So you might have to check out one of those streams sometime if you want to see glitched colors.
And it was mentioned earlier that there's also a bunch of different types of events. It's not just using, this. And so be sure to check out all of the different classic Tetris communities that we've mentioned today.
Yeah, and I think the thing I was going to mention on top of that, I use the syntax personally. I use super kill screen for 39 because I know that can raise some ambiguity. Because if I say sometimes double kill screen in competition can refer to the fact that both players have reached level 29, so they might say double kill screen, kind of like if both players get a max out, you use double max out. So I personally have started going to super kill screen to differentiate from the fact that it's not just two players got to 29, it's reaching level 39.
Well, look at you being all smart.
And
I try sometimes.
And to go back to basics a little bit, we had some questions about, what they're doing with their hands and with their gloves. So just to give a very basic rundown for everyone, to when you see a line piece appear at the top of the screen, it does show up basically horizontally. And if you think about it as like piece, like the square 1, 2, 3, and 4, the rotation is on the third piece. So it takes 4 right inputs to get it all the way to the right hand side of the screen. It takes 5 left inputs to get it all the way to the left side of the screen. So what they're doing with rolling is to get the piece all the way, they are not pressing the button. They are hitting the controller into their other hand to then press the button with 4 inputs.
Yep. Yeah, that's a pretty good explanation of how rolling works. And I also saw a follow-up question in chat, not related to rolling, but players are noticing, or viewers are noticing, the plus minus below the player's scores. That is a feature of Nestor's Champs for competitive Tetris. If, for example, if Jockey Pulse and Rhubarb were playing against each other, what you would see is you'd see that as the difference in points or Tetrises between them. So in the middle of a game, like let's say these two were actually playing against each other, Rhubarb would have a bit of a lead over his opponent. But since this is a qualifier, the score differential that you're seeing there, not really relevant to the qualifiers at hand, but it is a cool little feature to have.
Yeah, Rhubarb right now having a cool little feature of himself again, in the sense that he's once again on the verge of scoring some more points for the qual. At minimum, trying to get that 999,999 / max out, as we've kind of defined here, and potentially could do more, as we've seen Rhubarb play on the kill screen, but finds himself in a bit of a jam.
No, yeah, he's getting a little dicey, but he has 10 lines to get out of this before the kill screen, and looks like he's got that well open. So another Tetris and change should get Rhubarb the max out as he sets up a T-tuck and gets it, but he's also getting droughted. 20 pieces and growing. The long bar,
there it is,
finally shows up, and he's going to get the max out into kill screen.
Right into kill screen too. It was perfect timing for those bars.
Now, if this was modern Tetris, Rhubarb would have gotten bonus points for the back-to-back Tetrises, but we don't have that luxury in classic NES Tetris, so Rhubarb just gets what the game gives him, and he has to be happy with it.
Yep, looking for more. We're gonna. Yeah, I gotta think here, with as well as Rhubarb is playing, probably be like, you know what? Let me go for that 1.4. Maybe I can get a rollover.
Yeah, and Rhubarb, I mean, if he can get at least a 1.3, that is a tribute to our Minnesota Regional, which will actually be taking place a month after GDQ, referred to as Mini D on the screen in our hexadecimal scoring system. 1.3 million is represented by a D in that first digit spot. So the previous versions of that tournament qualifiers were based on the number of D scores you can get on the screen.
That's great. And a 2-note passing 1.1 there, that actually puts Rhubarb in the top spot for today.
Wow.
With a 1-point lead. 2-point lead now.
Yeah, not satisfied. Gonna keep trying to push for more points.
Yeah, and he's got 40 lines to work with. So, I mean, he could potentially, with no burns, get 9 more Tetrises, which would be another 300,000 points. But let's see what Rhubarb can do as he gets closer once again to that super kill screen of level 39.
Oh. Yeah, gonna have to do a little bit of cleanup here. That's a bad L hang right there.
Yeah. But
okay.
he gets the 5 tap over, trying to open up column number 7 or 6, excuse me, but it's not happening. And Rhubarb, unfortunate top up, but that's a 1.2 million for him, and that's going to give him 4 more points.
Yeah, really, really great qual so far for Rhubarb.
Yep, and as Richard mentioned, Rhubarb now in the top spot, 16 total points in this qualifier, and more than half an hour remaining. But Jockey Pulse looking to add on the verge of a max out here. Doesn't even need to get a Tetris to put it on the board before the kill screen. And there it is, max out for Jockey Pulse. So he's got 2 more points.
If Chris Bidwell were here, he'd be ringing a cowbell. For every max out, there's a Chris Bidwell cowbell.
Yep, and shout outs to Chris Bidwell, long-standing member of the Tetris community, senior staff member for the CTWC. It was his tradition when a max out happened. He rang a cowbell, and now it's kind of become a Tetris tradition that when someone maxes out, you hear the cowbells, and
it's going off all the time now. By the way,
yeah, and I'll also give a side bonus mention about Chris Bidwell that he worked with the Classic Tetris World Championships, but he is also the person behind the Dr. Mario World Championship. So he loves his retro puzzlers.
And this game from Jockey Pulse has some potential as well, or almost at a 1.2 and only at level 32. So there's still basically until 39 is the kind of the super kill screen, as Toast has coined it.
Yeah. Now, I mean, obviously on kill screen, you can't expect it, but the runway for Jockey Pulse is still a rollover. But that, of course, knowing that we use the term runway, that basically means if he gets all Tetrises, which good luck on kill screen doing that. But like you said, still on track if he can get this board brought down for a 1.2, maybe even more. And that would be huge, considering that we still have one more session on tap.
Yeah, this session group is throwing down the gauntlet, daring the next one to exceed it. So yeah, it's been a wonderful session so far here, and this game so close for Jockey Pulse. Can get anything left? Cannot. So kind of a heartbreaker, but only sort of, because that's still a few points there for Jockey
3
Pulse.
points. Yeah, 3 points in for Jockey Pulse. 7,000 points away from getting that additional one.
So close.
Very unfortunate.
So, yeah, another max out would move Jockey Pulse into second. He would leapfrog T-Storm if he's able to get another max out before all is said and done.
Yeah, we're at 33 minutes.
Yeah, and he knew it. He's like, you could see it in his expression. Like, I was so close to getting that 1.2.
Looks like he's taking a break here. Focusing on Winter over here. She's only 200,000 points away from getting another 2 points for herself in this qualifier. Also trying to leapfrog Knight in the leaderboards.
Yeah, but not getting good pieces right here. This is going to be a tough solve into kill screen. So Winter is going to need some level 29 play in order to get that max out. And man, this is a very high board on level 28.
Yeah, we'll see. Gets the bar. Gets the L all the way over. Wants one more bar, probably two. There's one, goes in. There's actually, this might be survivable, but it's still going to be very, very tough. They got that square all the way left. Not enough heroics there.
A valiant effort from Winter to try and salvage that game into kill screen, but it just was not in the cards for her, and she tops out 883,000.
Towerful in chat was mentioning the TRT and drought box is an awesome feature, especially considering it works with the capture card of NES. Yes, this is all due to an upscaler that we use called Tetris Champs. It's a brilliant program that is written by a individual in the community called Yobi from, I don't know what country Yobi is from, but certainly in Europe somewhere. That's all I remember. But Yobi's done a lot of work kind of building up a capture, basically a sharpener, and then on top of that can do some extra stats and overlays, and it is basically compatible with any NES that you can hook up to your capture card. It does require some setup, which I think all of us in the Tetris competitive community can have felt the effects of the we'll call it setup pain, but once you get beyond that, it's actually quite smooth and everything's just kind of hum along, and you get all these free bonus stats. You can even use it for your own personal layout if you wanted to. I actually for a long time had a layout just for my own personal practice where I could kind of observe and see what my Tetris rate was, where my scoring potential disappeared to, what I could have done if I hadn't topped out so early. All those kinds of stuff are also available on Tetris Champs as well. So
yeah. So couple of items. Yobi, originally from France, now lives in Singapore, but also Game Break from Roncley in the chat. What is this game from Rhubarb? This pace right now. This is a 1.25 million kill screen pace. If you can keep this up, 80% Tetris rate, and Rhubarb showing no signs of stopping.
Yeah, that is a game for sure.
Yeah, we okay. I'll give this. I'm gonna give the spoiler alert. So for those who haven't seen the VODs, in 3, 2, 1, a game like this will put Rhubarb in contention for that 1.4 Tetris time had into kill screen at CTWC.
Oh my God, that was an amazing game. But yeah, this is also an amazing game. 986 right here into 24.
Yeah, this is going to be a level 25 max out. As Rhubarb gets the million into level 25, this is an incredible effort from him. Rhubarb trying to do everything he can so that he gets that pass into SGDQ and can just go down the street to make it happen.
What did Rhubarb have for breakfast? Because my goodness, I need to like channel whatever this is. This is some incredible Tetris right here. And don't say toast.
Nope.
It's rhubarb. What if it's rhubarb toast? You know.
Well, Rhubarb is, if nothing else, vicious.
This is true. Vicious with these placements. My goodness.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Shout outs to him. Twitch handle is Vicious Rhubarb. I know there's some lore behind it, but I don't think I'm at liberty to share the lore behind the name.
Has he got you hostage? Is he gonna like pull you over at the next mini D and like mug you in a back room somewhere? Or what's
Yeah. He and Coraline are gonna come and prematurely end my Tetris comment here.
Top secret vicious Rhubarb. My goodness, this score though, 1.229. We're still not. Yeah, there we go. Goes in at 1.265 into kill screen. So very, very good score from Rhubarb.
Okay, I'm gonna do this because I sometimes get some heat for trying to mentally calculate pace. What did I tell you he was gonna have into kill screen? 1.25.
Congratulations.
no. I do the mental math in my head as most of you already know, and some people are like, well, you were off on your numbers. I'm like, well, yeah, sometimes games happen, so yeah, I'm gonna pop off on getting that one right. Why not?
That's awesome.
Yeah. It looks like Rhubarb is about to pop off as well.
Right,
1.3 million, and yeah, we're going further. So let's see how well Rhubarb does.
Yep. But yeah, he's trying to go jockey pulse currently with the high score of the day of a 1.45. And Rhubarb has all kinds of runway to work with to beat that score.
Ooh.
But
there's a Tetris. Perfect bar.
Yeah, another Tetris should give Rhubarb the high score of the day again. That is a 1.45. 6970. We're going to give you all of the digits here. They're all significant figures.
Oh my gosh. I love these setups from Rhubarb right here. Going for it. Just absolutely going for it right now. 1.5.
Oh, God. A 1.5 from Rhubarb. We might get our first rollover here if Rhubarb can get a 5-tap over. So he'll take a couple of smart birds. Yes,
nice.
He got the 5-tap. He is still on track for a rollover. Will we see it happen? And he's got about 20 lines to do it. He's going to need one more Tetris for sure.
I think he's going to just try to bring this down. Going to set up for center well? Oh, no.
That was an aggressive setup here.
That was
save it. No, he cannot.
Oh my God. Almost got the rollover. For those of you not familiar, rollover. We keep track of anything above 1 million in hexadecimal on our modded versions of Tetris, and that rollover is a 1.6 million, at which point it literally goes back over to 0000. So we affectionately call that the rollover, and Rhubarb was so close, one Tetris away.
The big consolation, though, being 7 points for that game.
Oh my goodness, yeah,
incredible.
Right.
So Rhubarb is sitting at 23 points right now. He is 10 points ahead of the other two that are playing, and he is 9 points clear of T-Storm. So Rhubarb, if this holds up, is basically just about guaranteed a spot at GDQ, but there are still 4 qualifiers left, so he's not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, I like the level 19 start from Rhubarb here, too. Just going to go for it.
Yeah, but right now you got Jockey Pulse flirting with the max out right now, 850k on level 24. So this could be maybe a level 26 max out if the pieces cooperate with them. Or Fire Docs, the player formerly known as Fire Docs.
Yeah, Jockey Pulse. I was keeping a side eye on that game as we were watching Rhubarb because it was a 600k transition into 19, which is not an every game occurrence, let's just say. I mean, it is still very difficult to do. So, yeah, there's lots of room here for Jockey Pulse. About to get that max here.
Yeah, and not to be
get that bar. Are you going to get that bar? Are we going to prove Toast correct? Oh,
yeah,
almost 27.
Yep. So, Ren Winter also trying to get a max out. The board is a little out of sorts, but she does have that right well open. Could get a dirty Tetris.
That'd be 5 off the bottom.
That would be a filthy Tetris.
Oh no!
A top out for Winter. I was about to say a Tetris that dirty would be an OSHA violation.
Oh my goodness. So close.
But Jockey Pulse with the max out into kill screen now with a 1.05. And let's see. Maybe he knows Rhubarb got that 1.5 and he wants to try and reclaim that high score of the day.
I will say, I looked back at just the main stream for Winter's stream. She got 6 Z pieces and 10 pieces. So,
oh my gosh.
Just the randomizer being absolutely brutal there. Giving you 6 of the pieces that you don't want. And that's NES Tetris for you.
Yep.
Yeah. And a little heads up to both the players and the viewers. Just over 20 minutes remaining. So we are in the final third of this session. Not quite at the point where strategic decisions need to be made necessarily, but you're going to see that maybe come up in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so as players have to decide whether they want to keep games going or just hit reset and try and get a game that will give them more points overall in the end.
Jockey Pulse feeling kind of bad about this 1.78 million score here.
Oh,
obviously,
no.
Taking a second here to take a little breather. Definitely understandable after having a frustrating game where you think you could have done more. So
yeah. But that does move Jockey Pulse into second place. 15 points will let him leapfrog T-Storm. So Rhubarb and Jockey Pulse kind of setting the tone here for this third session. And Winter, no slouch herself, still with 10 points. A max out, or actually I should say a 1.1 would move Winter into the top 4.
Yeah, we'll see if she's able to do it. Again, we have just over 20 minutes here left to go. So still plenty of runway for all 3 of these players to improve on their scores.
Yeah, and Richard mentioned that I believe it was the Z burst that was it. Would you say Winter had that huge Z burst in her game?
6 in 10 pieces.
No.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what I say. S's and Z pieces. They're 2 of the top 7 pieces in Tetris.
Oh, that's such a Toast thing to say too. I love it.
Mm-hmm. No, I've recently S pieces have been my bane. There seems to be almost a 1-to-1 correlation between early top outs on bad games and high S piece counts for me.
I feel like that's true of a lot of players. I mean, I know that's true for me as well.
Yeah,
I think some of the top players, it seems like they can just turn any bad piece sequence into like gold, but
I know
that's certainly not me.
They are the Rumpelstiltskins of Tetris.
The Rhubarb had a really nice set of digs up there, like just the way the delay burns were all set up there, and was waiting very patiently for the right pieces. It was very impressive downstack from Rhubarb.
Yeah. Now, question I see in the chat. Someone asking, is Winter holding that joystick with her foot? And that is part of playing with the rolling play style. And you'll see other players do it differently. Winter is using her foot to stabilize the controller so that her fingers can roll across the back. You'll see Jockey Pulse utilizing his thigh. Rhubarb's got a different grip. I'm not familiar with it, but Tyler, aka Tetris, in the chat saying it's a goated grip. But there are several different ways that players can set themselves up to optimize their rolling and keep that controller stabilized to make sure that they get all the inputs they need. So the fact that the players have the camera set up the way they do really lets you see just what it takes to make this rolling playstyle happen.
Things looking good here for Rhubarb again. 676 at level 23. So we'll be looking to try to get a max here before kill screen.
Yeah, Rhubarb, like just on the fringe of a max out here. We'll use the tried and true James Chen 60% Tetris rate, putting him on track for a max out. But knowing Rhubarb, A, he's got kill screen play in him, and B, he probably wants to pick up the pace on his own to try and make sure he gets that million points before hitting level 29.
Yeah, you can kind of tell it the way he's stacking right now, too, that he was like, oh, yeah, let's go ahead and be a little more aggressive.
And Rhubarb, no stranger to aggression today, and his qualifier, just the scores he has, is absolute proof of that.
Right. I don't know if this is an all-time for Rhubarb or not, but it's certainly, for me, like, wow, 23 points and still like 19 minutes to go that's a very impressive qualifier already. Even if it was just over right now, that would be a very solid qual for Rhubarb, for anyone really, but
now Rhubarb at CTWC this year, he's got some work. He's got a little bit more work to do to reach that. Rhubarb got 31 points at his CTWC qual with a but that was with the top score of a 1.3 million, and he's setting up a column 8 Vits. What?
No,
nope. He probably smartly decides to abandon that. I mean, a regular Vits is bad enough, but a column 8 elevated Vits is wild.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can see the aggression here from Rhubarb, just really wanting to get as efficient as possible here in order to really put some distance between him and any future competition here. So, just shy of a max into the kill screen. So we'll see what Rhubarb can do here.
Yeah, and Winter threatening as well. 836,000 on level 23. This is, let's see here. Based on where she's at, I want to say this is going to be just over a 1.2, maybe like a 1.21 if she can keep this up. But that this burst of pieces that she's getting are not cooperating with her.
That burn was still sick.
Oh, I know.
Oh, but these pieces.
No, Winter, no.
And undoubtedly, I mean, we've seen Winter put up some pretty crazy scores. Undoubtedly, Winter probably feeling this is not one of the better falls, but there's still some time. There's still some opportunities here for Winter to make a difference.
Rhubarb could not get the 5 tap.
Did get the max, though. So 2 more points for Rhubarb.
Yeah, putting him at 25. And to compare how these players are doing here to what they did at CTWC, Winter finished with 23 points at CTWC and a 1.3 top score. Jockey Pulse has already surpassed his CTWC qual. Jockey Pulse had 9 points with a 1.2 million high score. So with what Jockey Pulse has right now, he would have moved up 10 spots from where he was at CTWC.
Wow. Yeah.
And nope.
Rhubarb certainly has potential to tie or better. I think there's still some time for what Rhubarb got at CTWC.
Yeah, where he's at right now is only a few spots lower. 25 points is basically where Deck was at the 24 seed, but another max out would put him above where Tugi qualified. But as we all know, Tugi sucks.
Oh my gosh. That was probably the second most popular thing I heard out of chat. The number one thing being W Jockey Pulse.
Yep. Yeah. Couple of Tetris community memes. W Jockey Pulse and Tugi sucks.
Which is so funny because Tugi's anything but sucking. Tugi's very good.
Yeah. Tugi hailing from Austria was at CTWC this year, and great guy, but yeah, the meme is they got the "Let's go Tugi" chant followed by "Tugi sucks."
All right. That was that
they changed that at the same time.
They alternate.
Yeah, so it's kind of in stereo. Like, yeah, you hear "Let's go Toogie,
Toogie sucks. Yeah, it's. And then it just kind of stuck, and Toogie's such a good sport about it too. It's pretty funny. There's a couple of things that poor Toogie has had the misfortune of having kind of memed on. There's the Toogie spin, which is any failed spin that you do, like a T spin or a S spin, whatever. If you miss it, it's just immediately a Toogie spin for some people. So,
Yep.
poor Toogie.
But want to look at chat. The Skonic asking, what's the purpose of the glove for the players? And what it does is that lowers the friction for the players, so that when they're rolling, they need to make sure that every input is received by the controller. And if they don't have the glove on, unless they're using lotion, their fingers might stick on the back and they'll lose inputs and it'll mess their game up. So they wear the gloves to allow for basically a smooth glide of those 4 or 5 fingers or however many they need to move pieces across the controller and get the correct number of inputs that they need.
Yeah, and to mention a little bit about, how the other play styles are, so if you're holding down an input for too long, it's just going to assume that that's just like one input. So they need to have those discrete inputs because they want to get those pieces in those exact spots.
Yeah. But let's take a look at Jockey Pulse here on the verge of a max out, a Tetris and change away. So assuming things don't go upside down face, should be able to get the max out here with the next burn, actually. Doesn't even need a Tetris, but he's going to get it anyway. Max out for Jockey Pulse on 27.
Heck yeah. Currently, that would be 15 points for Jockey Pulse. That'd be enough to move him into second over T-Storm, no matter what happens this game. But if we know anything about Jockey Pulse, we'll be trying to see some 1.1, 1.2, maybe a 1.3. And there's plenty of runway in this game, too. This is...
Oh, yeah.
Imminently 1.1able here. There we go. There's the 1.1 into kill screen for Jockey Pulse.
Nope, absolutely. Now, I'm not gonna say it because I am not the type to jinx. Kind of like in baseball, if somebody's got a no hitter or a perfect game, you don't say they have a no hitter. But Jockey Pulse could get a very nice score, and I will leave it at that. Let's see here. I know, Omen, you know what I'm getting at. But let's see if it can happen, because Jockey Pulse definitely does have the runway for it.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's an unfortunate hang of the T-piece. He's going to need a 5-tap of a long bar, or, the J-piece will work too, but still long bar dependent over there on the left, and that's going to be a top out. 1.2 million.
Four more points on the board for Jockey Pulse. So that is a solid second so far here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Jockey Pulse now clearly in second place, 19 points on the day so far, and we are under 15 minutes. In fact, we have just 12 minutes remaining in our qualifier session. So players might be able to get 1 or 2 more good games out of this qualifier.
Yeah, and they are going to need some good ends to their qualifiers, because we have 4 great players coming up.
Agreed. Mm-hmm. Agreed. It's going to be a real exciting end to the qualifying sessions. And this is a really exciting end to this qualifying session, as all these players have been putting up points pretty regularly. Check out Winter here, who's been on a little bit of a point drought, but certainly having a game right now.
Yeah, this is good. This is a good pace from Winter right here. As
level 19
of right,
start as well.
Oh yeah, level 19 start. But as of right now, looking at probably just under a 1.2 into kill screen. We'll call it a 1.199 based on what Winter has put up. But Winter is flirting with the 1.2 level 29.
Also, something I want to note, because I was taking a look at the mainstream, Jockey Pulse shaking his hand a little bit. Obviously with this rolling technique, you're basically using you're spreading your one hand across the entire controller, and you're using the other hand to kind of hit the controller into it. So, maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in an hour and 20 minutes into this. So definitely wanting to make sure that Jockey Pulse takes care of his hands and make sure that everything's okay. So we'll see how this last 10 minutes goes.
Yeah, qualifiers can put a strain on the hands of some of your best tappers and rollers, just because you're playing for, unless you take a break 90 minutes straight, and you're doing that repetitive motion with your hand and your wrist. So you do definitely start to feel it. It's a little more intensive than your competitive matches where you're playing for like 7 to 10 minutes at a time, and then you get a little breather in between, and then when your match is done, you get to sit for a little bit, so the body doesn't have time to recover quite like it does in standard competition during qualifier.
Yeah, and very nice job from Winter here, getting another max out.
Yay, points for Winter.
Yes, there we go,
Rhubarb's
Winter.
game falling apart right there.
No.
934. Yeah. I'm not sure what happened to Rhubarb's game.
Just an unfortunate top out on kill screen level 30, and I wanna follow up on a question in chat, because I think it's a really good question as to how rolling works. They're not actually, they're hitting the back of the controller, and they're wondering, why are they tapping the back of the controller? There's no buttons there. What they're doing is their other hand, their non-rolling hand, the thumb is on the directional pad. So they put it on the left or the right, and then they use the back of the control pad to basically push the button into their thumb instead of the other way around, pushing their thumb into the button. So it's kind of a inverse method of the old fly hack method that was used in NES track and field. And side note, Rhubarb with the Vits here on this 19 start. We'll see if he gets the long bar for it, but that kind of explains why they're hitting the back of the controller.
And Winter here, almost at 1.3 mil.
Yeah, if she can get a long bar, once this well opens up again, she'll have the 1.3, but might not even need it. One more burn will do it. There's a 1.3 for Winter, some much needed pointage for her. And she's still got 60 more lines, potentially 15 Tetrises, but probably not going to be able to get all 15 Tetrises.
Yeah, but I think she could definitely eke out another point here by reaching the 1.4 mil.
Just like that, the triple gets her the 1.4, and with scaling, as you know, the points increase the higher your levels go. So a triple at this point, I mean, you're looking at 10,000 plus points for a triple, and at the lower levels, that's what you're getting out of a Tetris.
Needs a couple long bars here. There's one.
There's another one. She hangs it, but that was a huge Tetris.
Nice.
And she's got a 1.5, trying to get the high score here. The board's falling apart. 1.543 is what would be needed for the high score. And she's got 30 lines to salvage this game.
Oh, still incredible.
What a game, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1.5, so good for Winter. Obviously, that's got to feel...
points.
So,
yeah, that's got to feel good for Winter, because that's like, 7 on top of the 10, so like almost doubled it in just one game.
Yeah, so she's now at 17, and that actually puts her above T-Storm. So Winter now sitting in third place.
All three of these players just took the top 3 spots of this qualifier. So great play from all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, to reiterate for the question in chat about what this qualifier format is, this is basically they have as many games as they want to play in this 90-minute time frame, 7 minutes to go here. So once they wrap up this 90-minute time period, if whatever their last game is, they get to play through it, and then the points are all listed out on gdq.gg/Tetris, where they get a number of points according to what their score is. So we'll see who the top 4 are here, and they're going to be playing at SGDQ.
Yeah, and time-wise, we are down to about 6 minutes remaining, so you may see some players make some strategic decisions. Maybe Omen, if you want to talk about some of the things that might be going through the players' minds as they are hitting these final games of their qualifier.
Yeah, so it takes about, for these players, it takes about like 7.5, 8 minutes to play out a game all the way to level 39. So we are past that point. So at this point, what they're really looking for is this game worth finishing out? If they do have the advantage that if they start a new game before the end of the timer, they can finish it out. So I think if you're like Rhubarb, you might have some time here to finish this game out and get another one in. But other players, like if they're pretty early on, you might see them abandon a game suddenly because they're not feeling it. Like the pace is just not good enough for them. So you might see them just reset the game and then just start a new one. And as they get closer and closer to that end point, they're going to try to like really get that one game that feels right for them to try to get the maximum number of points, and then they'll stick with that one. So Jockey Pulse topping out there at 619. So there is time right now, like, quite a bit of time actually to try to see, 1 or 2, 3 more games or something that might be the one that Jockey Pulse will be happy with.
Oh yeah, now Jockey Pulse, unfortunate top off for him, but I want to point out he had the most wild out of pocket Vits. It was like a column. It was like a column 5 left side Vits halfway up the board, and he got rewarded with the Tetris, but the board was just too mangled at transition to survive. But we are under 5 minutes remaining, so now you might see some of those things that Omen mentioned. You might see some of those go into effect where if the pace isn't there, maybe they reset. One thing that you might potentially see is you could maybe see Rhubarb just try and get the max out to get the 2 points and then top out and start a new game to try and get even more points out of this qualifier.
That is potential. Yeah, it was really awesome. Spoiler alert for CTWC qualifiers. I guess it's not really much of a spoiler alert, but we got to see quite a bit of that with, I think the highest level of that was with Meme, who you'll be seeing in the next qual session. Right at the end of her qualifying session in CTWC, did manage to kind of just get a 1.1 top out with like less than half a minute left, get another game started, and then got a 1.7, which was enough to like bump her to second place at the time. So it was some incredible like strategic use of the style of qual.
Yeah, and that's what you love to see. I mean, it's one thing to say, "Oh, hey, it's Tetris," but when you start to see the players not only playing the game but having to strategize how they set themselves up, it's some next level gameplay right there. Oh, Kingsman in the chat saying spoilers. Oh, welcome aboard, Kingsman. Glad you could make it. As we all know, Kingsman is the king of restreams, a very notable figure in the Tetris community. Saw him at CTWC. We love you, Kingsman.
Yeah, certainly does so much for the community at large, as well as really kind of larger than life in so many ways. As runs CTL, which is one of our major leagues that we have in the Tetris community. Friendlies Universe, any of the friendly shows they have, which is like, I think would be a really good place for any of you if you're interested and you want to play. Friendlies is a great place to kind of get your chops and find someone to play against. It doesn't count for anything other than just fun. And we have 3 shows a week, so you can come check out Friendlies. That's also a Kingsman run thing. And then, of course, I think he's like a VP of CTWC, more or less running everything, organizing and running everything over there as well. So, massive, just massively influential and important part of the Tetris community.
Yeah, and we are under 2 minutes remaining. Rhubarb does have the max out, so we'll be very curious to see just how far he takes this game in. Yeah, is he just gonna try and get the 1.1, or is he gonna go the distance? That is the question as we are approaching 90 seconds left. So in these final moments, the time updates will be coming in a little faster, a little more furious, in case the players and the viewers alike need to know what is left as Rhubarb gets a 1.1, and he'll have to negotiate that tongue T piece, misses the T spin.
A minute and 20 seconds remain, so this is certainly do or die time for our players. Do you reset? Do you take this? If you're in Winter's situation, is this board salvageable enough to get the max? Can you get a max and top out in time? About 1 minute remaining, and Rhubarb's going to be kind of in a similar situation. Will Rhubarb want to go ahead and just take the points and just reset the game here? Looks like
may not have a
1.2?
choice. Oh my God! What the heck was
I
that?
don't
Tuck
know.
from Rhubarb. That was illegal. What the heck, diddly?
Rhubarb's got 39 seconds though, and I don't know if there's many more points involved. It might be better served to just top out and get another game started, which naturally happens here. So Rhubarb, we're going to try to get started here before the time is finished. We're at 24 seconds remaining.
Now he has to wait for qual mode to go through the rocket screen and get him back to the main screen.
There it is.
Does
He got it off in time.
20 seconds. So once we get down to the final 10, I'll give a countdown as Winter gets a max out. We are down to our final 10 seconds and 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And no new games on the board. This is it. This is your ride or die game, players. Whatever you get here is what you get. And Winter does have the max out, trying to get a long bar before the kill screen. She's getting droughted, but she gets the Tetris. Can she get a 1.1?
Looking for that 1.1. Where's the bar? No bar.
Oh.
That's going to be the end of the call for Winter, but that is 2 more points for Winter. Winter will go up to, I believe, 19 points, which would tie Jockey Pulse.
She has passed Jockey Pulse with that 1.5 game, so she has the tiebreaker.
Wow.
If Jockey Pulse can get a max out, he will surpass her score and end up in second when all is said and done here.
Yeah, I will point out that Jockey Pulse also waited until around that 20-second mark.
Yeah.
Obviously, we saw him kind of, shaking his hand a bit. Probably wanted a little bit of a rest, but also intentionally waited before that timer was up to start this final game.
Mm-hmm.
And yep, we are down to 2 more qualifiers for this session. And what is at stake right now? Rhubarb at 29 points. Jockey Pulse at 19 in second, tied with Winter, but currently third due to the tiebreak. So Jockey Pulse looking to at least get a max to overtake Winter and hopefully hold on. And I don't know, with the group that we've got coming up, you want to get as many points on the board as you possibly can, because this is going to be a premier group coming up in the next and final session.
Yep. So in the home stretch, Rhubarb decides to go down to the 18 star, probably wants to try and maximize efficiency and points because he knows he has no more. So we'll see what he can do. We'll see what Jockey Pulse can do as they're both trying to squeeze out the last couple of points they can get in this qualifier.
P-Storm was very impressed with the survival from Rhubarb in that last game. Saccharin in chat saying some kids never grew up getting Nintendo Thumb, and it shows. It's true. Now these players though, they get a whole new set of pain. It's called I don't even know, wrist pain from all the rolling. Something that I think we're going to want to collectively, at least within the Tetris community, start paying a little more close attention to. For the first time ever, we had a competitor have to back out in the middle of the competition due to injury. So we might want to start taking a closer look and making sure that we're keeping our players healthy, and maybe taking a look at our formats to see if there's anything that we can do to introduce breaks or something that will make sure that our competitors don't hurt themselves. They're so young. We don't need to ruin their wrists at the young age of whatever team that they happen to be. So,
yep. It's an interesting thing, the fact that the Tetris community is skewing as young as it is. I mean, the players here are all 18 and above, but some of our top players, like Blue Scooty, he's only 16, 17 years old. Same with Alex T. And then you've got the next generation. You have players like Zerobot and Catvinity. Catvinity is 12 and Zerobot is 9?
10.
Oh, 10 now? Okay, he's hit double digits.
Yeah.
So
he has to use all 10 of his fingers to count his age now.
Absolutely. So that's where we sit with the youth, continuing to grow the community.
Oh, Talbot subscribed at tier 1 here at GDQ. So thank you for the subscription, Talbot. A fast rising player, actually. I mean, maxed out, I think, at the beginning of the year, and now has something like 50 of them.
So yeah, like... Talbot was a DAS player going into CTWC last year. He took up rolling, and just the PBs ended up shooting up. And outside of the game of Tetris, Talbot, one of my best buds in the Tetris community. He is one of the coolest guys to hang out with when you're not playing Tetris. Also a speedrunner of a few different games, so certainly not just a one-trick pony. Yeah, and I think if I remember the lore right, Talbot went a little viral on TikTok based on his ability to do trick shots. Not quite on the same scales like Dude Perfect, but I think that's where he got his TikTok following. Wow. Yeah. But looking at the game still at hand, we're about to hit level 19 on both of them. Jockey Pulse trying to set up for a high 500k transition. Rhubarb going to go in at 501,000. Autopomorphy in chat asking, why not use a more suitable controller? Should simply be enough to build a controller that just has multiple buttons for each direction. You're right. There's probably lots of different ways that we could potentially maximize the game to be even more efficient. The issue with classic NES Tetris is we want to stay as true to the source material, the source hardware as possible, and even the software, while we have made modifications to that to allow us to play beyond a million, for instance. Even then, we try to keep everything else as true to the actual hardware as we can, and that has been a pretty core identity to, I think, the classic Tetris scene and community competitively for a while. So, you know, I will say that in the lower tiers or in the online tiers of classic Tetris, we do kind of allow players to more or less choose and play however they want. We've got keyboard players, we've got emulator players, we've got people using clones. Some people I've seen use Xbox controllers. So we are very accepting of if anyone wants to play, you know, whatever you've got available, come play. However, when we start talking about tournaments with cash involved, the kind of strictures of like staying true to the game and making sure that everyone is kind of adhering to the same set of rules so that no one has an advantage or disadvantage kind of starts to kick in. So that's the main reason why we don't see a lot of like weird controllers. Like, and it's got to be pretty close to, you know, what you see from a traditional NES setup. I will say also that the NES controller is one of the lightest controllers out there too. So that's it's true. Really just the repetitive motion that can, you know, cause strain even. So might not necessarily even be a controller thing. It's just you had to press the button at some point. So yeah, and that actually, Richard, I'm glad you brought that. That's a aspect I didn't even think of. The fact that the controller is lighter, you're getting less stress on your hand because you're not having to resist. You're not having to resist against a heavier object. So the fact that the controller is lighter probably helps to mitigate some of that possible wrist pain to an extent. Yeah. But I see a question in the chat. This is from OG Happy Dude asking if he thinks the pandemic contributed to the younger player base or if it would have happened regardless. I've got a couple of thoughts on that. I would say it certainly didn't hurt. I do believe some of the younger players in the community are a result of that, where it is maybe more of a case where the youngin ended up playing Tetris with their parent, whether it was their dad or their mom, as part of their as something to do together when you couldn't go out and do stuff. So I think there was some of that as Rhubarb into Kill Screen now and Jockey Pulse into Kill Screen with the max out. So I guess I'll wrap it up by saying I think another big part of it, which was just before the pandemic, was that Joseph Jonas match. Yes. Just the fact that Joseph went in as a 16-year-old and beat, in essence, the OG GOAT of Tetris, really brought a lot of youth into the game. Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of excitement, viral moments, just like what we're potentially seeing right here from these two remaining players as they look to try to add to their final qual scores. 1.1s for both players.
this is not a competition in the sense that they're not necessarily directly competing against each other, but it is kind of funny that they're on the same level and roughly the same score. So you could kind of almost treat it like a mini competition.
Yep, they're both on the verge of a 1.2. Rhubarb is a little closer. If this were an actual match, Rhubarb would be leading by just over a Tetris, and they're both trying to get their boards brought down. Who's going to get the 1.2 first? I think it's going to be Rhubarb, who is one burn away, and he's got the 1.2 and more.
But Jockey Pulse with one Tetris could make that whole thing up. Obviously, I think what we're seeing from both these players is trying to stay kind of low and safe, and then maybe start taking your Tetrises here at the end, because that's when you're maximizing your points as the amount of points you get per Tetris goes up every level. So
yeah, but Rhubarb has maxed out his session here.
Yes,
he gets a
1.2. It's 4 more points, so the Rhubarb's in the 30s. Does that officially mean Rhubarb has, well, spoiler alert, does that mean Rhubarb has officially eclipsed? Yes, I believe it is.
Yep, Rhubarb had 31 points in his CTWC qual. He has 33 here, so yep, Rhubarb has passed his CTWC qual. Jockey Pulse trying to put some icing on the cake here, going for 20 points. He's already got it, actually, and wants to add on more.
Nice.
So, trying to get that 1.3. Let's see if he can do it. Got it. And he does it, and he gets to level 39.
Well
Great
done,
job.
Jockey Pulse. What an end to the qual.
So just to give y'all a recap of where the scores sit right now, Rhubarb in first with 33. Jockey Pulse at the end gets the points. He's at 24 points. Winter at 19. And T-Storm, the hyper tapping sensation from our first session, still in at 14 points. So if these scores hold, we got 3 players from this session making it in, but we've got 4 heavy hitters coming. So we'll see if that holds true.
W Jockey Pulse's chat.
Yeah, and as you
Again
often
and
see,
again
it looks,
and again.
Looks like some of the players might have gotten up, but we will try to at least get Jockey Pulse in, who looks to still be at his computer, and try to get a couple words from all these players, because again, they did an incredible job
What a
in this
session.
in this qualifier. So it's really impressive to see, basically all 3 of these players usurping all of the other qualifier scores so far. And it looks like we are joined by Jockey Pulse right now. W Jockey Pulse, am I right?
W Jockey Pulse.
Yes, hello Jockey Pulse.
Yes, yo, hello. My mic was like kind of
you're
bugging
good.
out
You're good.
a little bit, but yeah, now it should be good. I couldn't hear the last game, so I didn't know like how the other players were doing since I couldn't see the screens. But I was just playing my own game, and I was playing really good there. The last one.
How do you feel about your performance? It looks like you got 24 points here. And how are you feeling, especially since you were kind of rushing back to your setup? How do you feel you did?
I think I actually did better than I thought I would. Like going back into, I guess, a little bit spoilers for my quals at TTWC, I didn't really qual that well. I qualified with 9 points, which just barely made the gold bracket by like 2 spots. And then right here, I just almost like tripled that. Almost 24 points. That's like really, really good for me. I think that's my highest doing this qual like ever.
Yeah, great
Love
job.
to see it. Record-breaking Jockey Pulse.
So with this qualifier time, or with this qualifier score, it gets you into the second place position. How do you feel about your chances now that we're going to have Cole, Meme, Huff, and DMJ coming up in the next qualifier?
Oh, I'm getting knocked out. 100%.
Oh my gosh.
No, okay, I know I qualified good, but I literally know how well Cole, Meme, Huff, and DMJ can play. Like, but all of them are like 2.5 mil plus players, and they can qual really, really well. Like, even I feel like all of them might even qual above, potentially even qual above Rhubarb. But Rhubarb set a really good score for the number 1 seed. We'll have to.
It does look like.
But I know I'm getting knocked out. I'm getting knocked out.
It looks like
for
Rhubarb's
sure.
also back at his computer. So, hello, Rhubarb. How are you feeling after your qualifier?
Oh, good. Tired. The 90 minutes is of just straight call intense format is pretty
brutal. Yeah, I saw.
tough, but good to have a break. Yeah, I just overheard like what Firedox was saying, and yeah, it's I'm pretty happy with like my result, but I know like all four of these next players are like quite good, and that I definitely don't feel safe to beat any of them. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, good luck for all of you in this. Do you either of the two of you? We'll start with Jockey Pulse. Do you have any shout outs to anyone in the community that you want to give as we wrap up this qualifier?
Yeah, shout out to like all of my friends who were supporting me, especially in the background at CTWC. You all know who you are. Like there was like Meme, Jade, Mari, T Storm Hana, Knight, and there was like a few others. All of them are Tetris players. All of them are like really, really good. And all of them were supporting me while I was playing up on stage. And I know some of them are in chat here supporting me too. So thank you all to all of them. Big shout out to them. They are awesome.
Yeah, great signage representing your name at CTWC. Let me just say, all those signs cheering you on. Very cool. And Rhubarb, same question to you. Is there any shout outs that you have?
Shout outs to just all of my friends and the community for just being so fun. I guess shout outs to Coraline, my partner, who had also had a sign for me and for Meme. So I know it's not as popular as Jockey Pulse, but that's always so nice.
Rhubarb, let's go.
Yeah, shout outs to Toast for handling all this. For helping build, the Minnesota Tetris scene, and Meme also.
And Rhubarb.
One of the greats, as we saw at CTWC, also one of my great friends in Minnesota. So,
yeah, absolutely. And for Omen and Toast, do you have any questions for either of these two players?
Go ahead, Omen. Omen's like, nope.
Just mainly compliments. I mean, I think you both like played very well. So it was incredibly fun, and as always, an honor to be able to commentate on both your quals. So congratulations. Let's see if you've done enough to survive the next group. But either way, I think you can be proud how well you both played today. So
yeah, I think the last thing I'll say is, first off, great quals, but my big one for Rhubarb. That sick Vitz you had,
Yeah.
Did you think that was going to happen, and how shocked were you when you pulled it off?
so was it on the level the second to last game?
Yeah, that crazy kill screen Vitz you had with that messed up board.
Yeah, I was like trying to do the whole thing, like judging with the timer, because I think I wouldn't have I don't think I would have made it to like level 39 and been able to start another game. So every time I like crossed a threshold, like to like 1.1 and 1.2, it was just like I was just going like trying to go crazy aggressive, seeing like if I can get the 1.3, I'll try to get it as quickly as I can. And I was just kind of was stacking kind of like a maniac, just seeing if I could squeeze out more points. Yeah, I was. I guess I was pretty surprised with. It was kind of intense. I don't remember exactly what the placements were, but.
I'm sure somebody clipped it if it hasn't been clipped already, because I saw that and we were all like, what the heck was that?
Yeah. It was really fun to watch. Like I could tell you were going for it at the end, and it was like, oh, I really hope the pieces reward you for this, and it was an incredible end to the qual. So once again, well done.
Yeah, great job.
Yeah, thanks, so.
And as we wrap up here, going into our final qualifier. Omen, thank you also for commentating these last two qualifiers. Do you have any shout outs?
Well, yeah, I mean, shout out to Toast. I think Toast has been very involved in trying to get everything for this going well. So, obviously, lots of love. We've collaborated quite often on a lot of different things, and I hope that continues over the next months and years to come. So, shout out to Wars, because I have a vested interest in Wars, and Grand Designs being kind of the guy who came up with the qual system you're watching right now. So, shout out to Wars. Kingsman's in chat, I believe. He's such a huge part of the community and making sure that, we stay relevant in general. So, friendlies and CTWC, CTL, shout out to Arbaro for Tetris for non-pros, something that maybe some of you viewers can come check it out. If you find all this to be interesting, fascinating, come join us at TNP. I don't know. Yeah, it's a lot of shout outs, but yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much for being on. Also, I do want to give a shout out. I think Wintera got up from her computer, but I do want to give a shout out. If you want to check her out, go to Wintera Kitty on Twitch, twitch.tv/Wintera Kitty. It's in the pinned message. If you want to check her out as well. Great job from her in the qualifier. And we are going to be getting set up for our final qualifier of the day here for SGDQ. And I do have a mission for everyone in chat. If you're watching GDQ and you want to let us know how we're doing, you like these showcases, if you have a few minutes, visit gdq.gg/survey and let us know what you want to see on the Games Done Quick channel. Obviously, this isn't a traditional speed run. So if you want to let us know, visit gdq.gg/survey if you're liking what you see. But with that, we're going to get started with our last qualifier in just a few minutes. So see you soon. All right, hello everybody, and welcome to our final qualifier here for the SGDQ 2026 Tetris Tournament. As a reminder, for those of you that are just joining us, the top 4 people from our qualifiers today will be getting a ticket to SGDQ, and they will be seated into the Tetris Tournament at SGDQ. And if you are interested in participating in that tournament as well, any attendee can also qualify. So be sure to go to gdq.gg and register for the event if you are interested in playing in the live tournament. But with this qualifier here, our top 4 are going to get seeded into our top 8 at SGDQ, and the top 2 players will be playing on stage. So be sure to check that out. And also, I am joined by Toast, yet again, our wonderful organizer for the event today, and Ronkley from our second qualifier. So hello, both of you. How are you doing?
Just another day in paradise here.
Glad to be back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. We have our final qualifier here with 4 very accomplished players in the Tetris community.
Yeah, I mean, these are all players that can strike fear into the hearts of their opposition. Their Tetris playing is some of the best that you'll see, but they do have their work cut out for them. Our last session had some really big scores, so this is not a gimme for these players.
Yeah, if any one of them's having an off day, could just send rhubarb into the top 4.
Uh-huh. Yeah. But hey, as I say, that's why they play the game. So if you all are ready, I'm ready to count them down.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's do it. Here we go. Starting off in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
All right. So I guess we're getting more Tetris than we can handle right now. We got 4 players up, 3 of them on level 18 starts, but it's only Meme that's playing the level 19 start here.
Yeah, and something we mentioned in the previous sessions, this is a strategic decision that you'll usually see top level players making. If you start on level 19, you get more points for your Tetrises. It's 1,200 more points for a Tetris on 19 than it is on 18. So, like, if you're getting a 50% Tetris rate, that's like 2 bonus Tetrises just because of the point value. But also, the pieces fall faster, so you get done faster. You can maybe sneak some more games in. So there's pros and cons to it because you could also top out earlier.
That's true, but I feel like in Meme's case in particular, she is extremely experienced with doing qualifiers, even under the Wars format. And I can't remember the last time I've seen her qualify on 18. So she is very well versed in doing this kind of thing. In fact, back in Genesis X2 in 2025, I had the pleasure of commentating alongside Chris Bidwell for her qualifier there, and at the time we were only doing max outs. But in 1 hour, she got 9 max outs, which is just insane. And it beat the record because the prior record had 9 max outs and no kicker. She played her 9th game. Her 9th game was just basically push down, push down, push down, top out.
Oh,
just so she could get the record. She was she knew what was going on. So it was kind of fun.
Meme definitely understood the assignment that day.
Meme has 315 at 56 lines, Toast.
Yeah, that is some pace right there.
It is indeed. It's kind of wild.
But not to be outdone, Huff is at a 92% Tetris rate. This is about what I'd say roughly like a 660,000 potential transition into 19.
Ooh,
so
not with that drop.
Oh, but yeah, Huff has this like it looks like some sort of modern art exhibit as far as how this board is looking right now.
That's what it looks like here too. This is not ideal by any stretch, but something we've noticed all day is like top players can get out of this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so for your run-of-the-mill garden variety Tetris player, something like this would be game over. But as we said, behold the power of rolling, as Huff is making this look kind of easy, actually.
Yep, he is getting this down as I would have expected, and look at that. He's going to be clean with this J. Oh,
yeah.
The adjustment for the long bar was a nice touch.
Yeah, and that's something you're going to see even more of probably in this final session is that these players will have their piece set up to go one spot, but when they get a peek at the next box and see what's coming, they may at the last second change where that piece goes to better set themselves up based on what that piece in the next box is giving them.
Indeed. You know who I think is going to do that the most is Cole. Cole is very active on level 18, making those adjustments. And he is very skilled at them. He's very good at them. I feel like he doesn't make too many unnecessary adjustments, which can be a problem if you're always looking for adjustments. You might sometimes make some that you don't need to and actually make your board worse. Cole doesn't do that. Cole is very effective with his adjustments.
Yeah, and speaking of effective, Meme at 634,000 at 121 lines, 89% on that Tetris rate. That is, well, quite frankly, that's obscene how good that is.
It is obscene, but it is not the best 19 game of the day.
No, that is true.
Or is it 706? What did Rhubarb have in the 130 lines that one game?
Oh gosh, it was. I want to say it was in the high 600s, but Meme on track
700. He had 700 something.
Well, right now Meme on track for a 758 into level 20. God. Good lord.
The Meme is not messing around, folks.
Yeah. When Meme wants to make a statement, Meme makes a statement, and you're seeing that right now.
Yeah, I was hanging out in the green room, and even though I was told not to share any of the information, I can say that these players are nice and loose. They're here to have fun, and I'm expecting to see some great scores out of all of them.
Oh, absolutely! And to give the crowd at home Rhubarb in the chat letting us know that was a 720,000 something that Rhubarb had on 19. I might have been focused on a max out, and that's why I missed it.
Yeah, it was a nutty game. But I mean, this one is about equally as crazy as Meme's almost got 900,000 on level 22.
Yeah, for reference, this pace is a 1.35 into kill screen. Once again, spoiler alert for CTWC quals. 3, 2, 1. She's gonna with this pace is threatening what Tetris Time did with that 1.4 million into kill screen.
Yeah, that was a wild game for Tetris Time.
Yeah.
There's the max out into level 24. That is
That's
and on the board already. We're not even 6 minutes in.
Yep. Massive efficiency from Meme. 88% Tetris rate, I believe. In that one game that I mentioned before, Tetris Time was at what, a 91% Tetris rate into kill screen. So we'll see if Meme can out Tetris Time here.
She's got 1.1 on 25. I mean, this is going to be really good if the pieces can continue to be this good. And that's one of the things about games like this, is that sometimes when you get into the rhythm like this, you're expecting the pieces to be good, so you play like they're going to be good. That's dangerous, because when they're not good, you can all of a sudden find yourself in a unwinnable situation.
Yeah, and it just shows how strong Meme is playing when you've got players that are at 800,000 at level 24, and by comparison, they're irrelevant to what you're seeing here in that second spot from Meme. She's got she nearly has a 1.3, and she's not even into level 28. What the heck?
1.4 is on the table here. Let's see if she can make it happen. And in her first game.
Yeah, she has one burn available to get 2 Tetrises. There is one. And she won an adjustment.
And there it is. 1,412,000 into level 29.
Oh my goodness. I need like 2 or 3 games to get that. And she did it in one before level 29.
Oh my God. Well, let's see where this can go, because this is just phenomenal efficiency. A 90% Tetris rate. I don't mean to play the role of James Chen here, but that is amazing at this point in the game.
Yeah. Meme is a Tetris away from a rollover, and she's on level 31.
And she's looking for the bar. Oh, no. There it is.
There it is.
Rollover, 256 lines. And she's just... I don't know if she intentionally topped out there, but she's going to put 8 points up already.
So there you go. Meme with the first rollover of the day. She sees her Tetris buddy Rhubarb get a 1.54 and says, "I will raise you another 50,000 points."
Meme's reaction makes me wonder if that's not a PB for earliest rollover. I'm gonna check that.
Yeah, go ahead and check that. That may very well be. Meme is in shock, and I think we all kind of are.
I think we all are. Yeah.
Yep. Now, I guess my question is, as I was recording that, did I miss it? Did I miss a max out?
Can we have somebody from the community calculate the number of lines? Because it is between 255 and 256. The current world record is 255.31.
Yep. But right now you have Cole, who just got a max out into level 30. DMJ also with the max out there on the kill screen, and trying to get more points as they already have 2 on the board. So Cole and DMJ going for it, trying to keep pace with Meme as best they can.
Yeah, that's just incredible. I'm actually going to try to calculate this out on the fly as to how many lines that would be.
Mm-hmm. And as we're going on here, Cole on the verge of a 1.1, DMJ trying to get a 1.2. A Tetris will get him there, waiting for this long bar. It's not showing up. He's getting droughted. 22 pieces, but DMJ gets the Tetris. He's got the 1.2. Cole still trying to get that 1.1, burning his way to another point. I think 3 more burns will do it. Actually, 2 more will probably get him there. But he's setting up for a column 3 Tetris. He's getting droughted, gets the Tetris. 1.14 for Cole, 1.26 for DMJ, who is about to hit level 36.
Yeah, great job from DMJ. I also want to highlight, we had DMJ earlier, had internet issues. I want to give a big thank you to DMJ for literally going to a different setup and getting set up for this, thank you so much. DMJ for doing that and putting up a great performance in his first game back.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Cole's still going. Cole's got a 1.3 and he's on level 38. He has 2 more Tetrises available if he sets up. 1 burn is in hand. He can take 1 more burn. He's setting up for that final Tetris before 39. He needs the long bar. Where is the long bar? He's getting droughted. No, not like this. And oh no, it shows up right at the top.
Wow.
But Cole does get the 1.4.
Yeah, and so far, this is a hot start for most of our players here.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit earlier, Huff topped out at about 800K. So, going to be hoping for a little bit better game in this next game for Huff here. And,
Yeah.
you know, Meme obviously still cooling down. I would cool down too if I got either almost a world record or definitely a world record. So it looks like Meme actually calculated it and is posting in chat. So congratulations.
255.04. Oh, you know what? That's right. They're correct. So yeah, I think that is world record because I was incorrectly calculating.
Let's go, Meme. Congratulations on that.
I realized my math mistake.
Yeah, great job.
Okay, so looks like chat possibly saying that's a world record for earliest rollover from Meme.
Yes, that is correct. It beats Sidnev's 255.3. She's got 255.0.
Well, GDQ, you got yourselves another world record.
And you know, I think she's taken a little bit to compose herself. I would too if I was freaking out over a world record. So congratulations.
And you know what? A rollover world record on GDQ? That's never happened before.
Yeah, incredible play.
Yeah, in the first game. Just casually breaking world record in the first game.
Mm-hmm.
So still an hour 17 here. And she's definitely going to have to get settled in and start another game here in a moment because don't want to fall behind too much.
Now, my question for you is
maybe play an 18 to settle down. You know, that could be helpful.
You know, does she need to right away though? Because she got 8 points out of that, a massive score of 8 points, which most other people have to accomplish in 2 games. So
a 1.5 would get Meme into the top 4 right now.
Oh my god, yeah, that's incredible. Crazy. But I think with the other players that we have here, I don't think that 14 is going to stand up for much longer.
Yeah, unfortunate for T-Storm because that was the best qualifier T-Storm has ever had. And he did give his credit to the padless controller for starting that revolution for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I was saying with Omen, I mean, he was raving about that the entire CTWC weekend about how good the controller felt, and he's showing why he was so excited about it with that qualifier. But yeah, we got Meme starting another game here. Still going to be a level 19 game, so hopefully she has come down from the high of that surprise world record. I mean, that was just amazing. I mean, such a great performance out of Meme in game number 1.
Absolutely.
Yep. And right now, Huff is on max out watch right here, 900,000 on level 27. I believe 2 Tetrises and change will do it, so he's got time to get it before level 29. But a player of Huff's caliber is not going to be satisfied with just a max out. He wants more.
El Clasico happening here for Meme as she has to suffer a 22 drought.
Yeah,
she can get out of this though.
She can, but for those unfamiliar with Tetris lore, Ronkley, you want to explain to the crowd what El Clasico is?
It's a general term we use for when you have a really good game followed by a really bad game. It's just kind of a fun thing that we do whenever someone does something amazing and then just kind of flops the next game. It happens a lot, just pretty much just because of what we've been saying. I mean, the adrenaline is pumping. Everything that you just done is quite exhilarating, and then you don't prepare yourself properly for the next game, and something like that can happen. But Meme did not let it happen. Meme is still alive and well here on level 19.
Yeah, Huff also still alive and well into level 31. He's got a 1.1 on the board, and trying to get even more than that, because Huff also wants to get into that top 4 for GDQ.
Indeed, and I feel like all 4 of these players have a very good chance of making the top 4 here, but we'll have to see. We still have an hour 13.
Yeah, and something interesting to note is all 4 of these players have a concrete line that they can look at 4 points. Every other player today had the mystery of the last qualifier being 4 people, and there being 4 spots. Like, these people will know what they need to beat in terms of the actual scores themselves. They just need that 33. Obviously, they want to place higher for a better seed, but yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting because they could just play and stop. But I don't think we're going to see that from any of these players.
No. Huff not stopping. 1.45 on level 36. He's got runway for a 1.5. Probably could even squeeze a rollover out if the pieces cooperate.
I feel like this is a rollover, but he's got to get the bars, and there's a drought right now.
Yeah, it's at
where's the bar?
27 pieces. He survives it and gets the 1.5. 2 Tetrises should get him the rollover. Yeah, 1 more to go, and he is set up.
There it is.
Nice.
Rollover for Huff. Sorry, Huff, not a world record. Better luck next time.
Yeah, a little off. 7 levels off, but still going to be good for 8 points. And actually, it puts him in ahead of me.
Yep. And Huff also with the high score of the day with that 1.656.
Spoiler alert, I don't think it will stand.
Yeah, we've got dueling Tetrises here between Meme and Huff. Probably between those 2 to see who can get the higher score today. And Cole and DMJ might have a thing or 2 to say about that as well.
Indeed. Cole on a pretty decent game here, 699 at 23. Looking for a max outer 1.1 at this pace.
Yeah.
Ooh, those paces though.
Yep, and I do see a good question in chat from Foul Basket asking if the players are using the same RNG seed. For qualifiers, no. They are just getting what the game gives them, but when they go to competition, whether it's at SGDQ, CTWC, or any other competitive Tetris match, they will be using a competition cartridge where they will put in a seed, and it will make sure that both players get the same piece sequence, so that if one player gets a drought, the other player gets the drought at the same time. If one player gets a Z piece at one point, the other player will get it too. So they have the same pros and cons in terms of piece sets once they get to competition.
Another max out for DMJ here, level 27. Still has room for a 1.1, and then whatever else he can get on level 29.
Yep. And worth pointing out, all 4 of these players are rollers. So for the most part, you will see play extending into and potentially deep into level 29.
Oh, did you see that T-spin from Cole there on 26? Halfway up the board.
And another one.
There's another one.
Yep, Cole going for some style points here. Just some great T-spins. And for those of you that have seen the CTWC stuff, you know that wild T-spins are no stranger to the Tetris community.
Indeed. 1.2 now for DMJ on level 30.
Yep. DMJ looking to add on more points. I believe this will give him another 4 points unless he's able to get more. But DMJ's got a lot of runway to work with here. He's got 80 lines until the super kill screen on 39. He's going to throw down another Tetris, trying to get that 1.3.
Yeah, this is a lot of time for him to rack up a considerable number of points this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got 5, so that would give him the high score of the qual so far if he were to just top out right now. But he knows what's at stake, and he knows that, dare I say it wrongly, he needs more points.
Indeed. Another Tetris approaching that 1.4.
Yeah, and Cole also on max out watch in level 31. He's about 2 Tetrises away from hitting the 1,000,000 points and adding on to his score.
Yeah, Cole had a bit of a suffer 19 that last game, but he is kind of well known, at least by me, of having really good games after having a bad start. So we'll see what he can do. I feel like he could get the 1.2, 1.3 out of this if he goes hard enough. He's got the max, so more points for Cole.
Yep, and hello to Wiley in the chat. Wiley coming in all the way from the land down under, says that Selena and I are cheering on Meme. Also, shout outs to Wiley for making sure to get the volleyball net for us so that we can play volleyball at CTWC. Wiley, the real MVP here.
Yep, 1.5 for DMJ and still going. We could have yet another rollover. Oh, but those pieces are not going in the places they need to.
Yep, and of course getting a couple of square bursts.
No.
But a good score from DMJ, 1.52 million.
Yep, 7 points. He's a third of the way to 33. Of note, though, he does not have the tiebreaker over Rhubarb yet.
Nope, just fell a Tetris short of that. And Cole tried to maybe squeeze out a 1.1. Does get it. I don't know if he can get a 1.2 with this board. He's going to need multiple burns.
Yeah, that's going to be it for Cole. Even if he does get a Tetris here, I don't think he gets another one. And he's way too high to play on level 39. So 1,186,000 for Cole. 3 more points. He's up to 9.
So there we go. Of the 4 players playing, DMJ currently in first with 11, Cole with 9, Huff and Meme both with 8. Just like we all predicted, Meme would be in 4th out of the 4 people in this qual.
What? Not my prediction.
Just seeing if y'all are paying attention.
Indeed.
She needed the time to calculate her world record, okay? When you get a world record, you want to know right away. So
yes. Yeah, my error in calculation was I was calculating between 355 and 356, but I had to calculate between 352 and 356. So Tetris players doing math, you know how that goes.
Yeah.
Another fine game from Meme here.
Yeah, 656K for Meme on 19.
Ooh, that line spin.
Oh. Yep, she's gonna have to burn the bridge here to get that well open, or maybe just now that's gonna be a dirty triple. Never mind, pretend I said nothing.
Another Tetris 689 and a 21.
Yeah,
also a game.
Yeah, he's set up for a dirty Tetris, but he's getting droughted. This is a 27-piece drought. It's kind of like Huff never left Nestris.org here. There it finally shows up, 34 pieces later?
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, has to dig this down. This is going to be, with this board state, it's going to be tough to max before 29, but as we saw, Huff has plenty of ability to play on 29. Oh, and he's going dirty here.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is.
Yeah, nice, filthy little Tetris from Huff there. 800,000 on level 26. Meme is neck and neck with Huff, but Meme's on level 23.
Good thing it's not a live competitive game for Huff. Huff finally gets back to center well here. Oh, nice timing on the bar to burn that down.
Yeah, and Huff and Meme would love to get to GDQ. These two are no strangers to winning tournaments in Minnesota. Meme was your Mini D champion last year, beat Fractal in the finals, and Huff was your Toasters Open 2 champion back in May. Just some dude from Michigan coming and playing in a Minnesota tournament of DAS, and he shows all the Minnesota players what's up.
Well,
yeah, and of our
I said it was going to be
qualifiers,
tough for him to max, but he's about to do it. Oh, he didn't get it before 29, though.
and of our qualifiers today, both Meme and Huff were the best performing players at CTWC this past weekend. So we're going to expect them to qualify.
Yep, and there's the max out for Huff. Shake your cowbells in the chat.
Meme.
Oh no! Hey, you know what? We're going to call that El Clasico.
Okay, 938.
Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing about Meme and Huff, both of them are runners up at CTWC. In Meme's case, twice.
All right, and there Huff's going to top out. He gets the max out 1.05 million.
So 2 more points for Huff. He's up to 10.
Yep. And to give you an idea, qualifier numbers coming up from CTWC. So if you really don't want to get spoiled, put your earmuffs on. Meme made the number 2 seed after qualifiers. Meme got 64 points at CTWC with a 1.74 top score.
Oh my God.
Next up was Huff with 40 points at a 1.57 top score. Huff had the 11 seed. Then you had DMJ, who got 33 points in the 16 seed, and Cole had 30 points in the 21 seed. DMJ he did that without even getting a 1.5. Cole got a 1.508 million top score.
Incredible.
Yeah, some strong qualifiers all around.
Yep. I have never heard this analogy before, but I kind of like it. I see in the chat, Tetris is the Dark Souls of puzzle games. Yeah. But right now, Cole into level 20 with a 640,000. Cole having a hot start here in this one. He's stacked up nice and clean, just waiting for the long bar. It shows up right at drought time. Tetris for Cole, 665K.
Yeah, Cole with a nice looking board here. Just need some bars to score the points. There's another one. We didn't even use that one to set up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just a heads up to both players and viewers alike, we are about 30 minutes in, just under 1 hour, or just over 1 hour left, 1 hour and 2 minutes in the qualifier. So nearing a third of the way to completion.
Yeah, if I'm rhubarb, I'm sweating. All 4 of these players have a real shot of getting that 34-point threshold, or in Memes and Huff's case, 33 points, since they have the tiebreaker beaten. Another Tetris for Meme here. She's again, her 19 pacing has been out of this world today.
Yeah, and if you're new to the game and you're not sure whether a game is on a good pace and the score doesn't quite do it for you, take a look at that little Tetris rate in that lower corner by the players' names. Meme at 86%. As we mentioned before, the James Chen rule of thumb, 60% is what you need for a max out. Meme is well beyond that.
Indeed. Cole also beyond that. He has 883 on 24. Adds a Tetris 914. Only needs 2 more and change. Gets another one.
Yep.
Meanwhile, what is this drought for Huff?
Oh my God, 48 pieces.
Excuse me?
Oh my gosh.
It's not working. Okay. The drought counter is just broken.
Okay, yeah. I was about to say, I mean, we've seen some wild droughts before, but sometimes Nestor Champs has sometimes it has its little struggles detecting whether it's a drought, and if something like back-to-back long bars shows up, sometimes it has issues calculating the drought with that. So sometimes there may be some flagrant false advertising.
Yeah, sometimes it thinks the I piece is a lowercase L piece. So
yeah,
I will say though that
it's not right.
It still is an amazing tool. Like, it's very cool that it can be so customizable and also make it just look so much nicer.
Yes, absolutely. We'll mention Cole with the max out 1.064. He's got 2 more Tetrises before the kill screen.
And then he's got kill screen play. So this could be a strong game for Cole here. He is in at 1,102,000.
Yep. So there's 3 more on the board for Cole, and he's gonna work some post kill screen magic. Try and add on to what is already 3 points for him, and Meme and DMJ are not terribly far behind. They're in the 700,000s as they're. Well, DMJ's on level 26. Meme is on level 20. I guess I should put that little disclaimer in there. Meme's pacing again.
Yeah, DMJ is looking like he's probably going to need some kill screen play unless he goes perfect from here. But again, DMJ capable of doing that, as we have seen.
Yeah, because he needs 5 Tetrises for it, and he's got Well, not anymore. He had 5 Tetrises available, but no, had to take a couple burns, and we'll do a little knock on that efficiency heading into 29.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be terribly upset as long as he can get the max out.
Yeah, just as long as DMJ is getting points, I got a feeling he won't be too terribly upset.
This
if
is
it's
not a good board.
Oh.
Oh boy, no bars. Where's the bar? He's got to get something down the right side.
He does. He's going to have to take a couple burns. Yeah.
Oh, hey. The transition. This is not good.
I know.
Oh, and the misdrop of the O.
No.
Yep. Absolute heartbreak. DMJ 893K. The long bar's not showing up.
I'm sorry I said something about your board. I am well known for doing commentator curses.
Yep. The commentator's curse strikes again. The moment we mention a player doing something good, things go bad very fast.
It all comes down to the randomizer in the game. Yeah. 1.4. Great
potential
job.
rollover. Yeah.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
I think we should just stop saying things.
Richard, can you mute me, please?
Let's just we'll all just stop talking for a few minutes.
6 more points for Cole. He's up to 15 now.
And unfortunately for T-Storm, that's going to knock T-Storm out of the top 4. So Cole, as of right now, is in top 4.
Meme's got a 1.1 into 27.
And she's what, a Tetris and change? Well, a change away from a 1.2 now before level 28.
Yes, and she's just going to say keep the change and just get a Tetris right there. And still have 2 more.
Yeah, meme not working with change. She's got the digital currency out for this one.
Absolutely.
Yep, but I believe one more Tetris available for meme. And she takes her final burn. Yep.
Not quite. This is going to be a 1.3 int.
There it is.
Is not 1.299. She does quickly get the 1.3 though. So meme finally getting another score on the board here. Another Tetris.
Yep. Meme just really slack and can't even get the 1.3 into kill screen. No, what are we doing here?
1.4 every game. What the heck? Why can't you just do that?
Yeah.
Cole,
and,
unfortunately.
Speaking of Huff with the max out, 1.1, and he's about to go into kill screen. I think he wants to try and not burn, but if he doesn't get a long bar, it might be necessary. And he takes the burns, just 3 straight S pieces in a row. And one of the rare times 3 straight S pieces in a row works out.
Meme is just on a monster game right now. This could be a 1.6 on 33.
Yeah, but it's not a world record, so I mean, doesn't really matter.
Can't world record every game though.
Well, not with that attitude.
There's the rollover.
I will say too, it looks like she's about to knock Cole out of the top 4. Cole being in the top 4 for about 10 seconds,
Yep. What was your favorite Cole in the top 4 moment?
There was only one moment.
Yep, but meme almost with a 1.7 here.
Yep, there it is. 1.7 and plenty of time to score.
Yeah, she could add on even more to this. She's got, I want to say, about 6 more Tetrises available potentially.
They have to burn though.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is going to be a 2 million unless she cleans it up really quick.
Yep, and side note, I don't. If someone can get me that last score from Huff's last game, I didn't get my eyes over in time to write it down because I think he had a max out.
1,869,000 for meme. Looking for the 1.9.
Huff got 1.2, by the way.
Can you get if you give me the exact score and just put it in the Discord?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, and she gets the L over for the triple on level 39. 1,939,000 for meme. I mean,
almost.
What more can you say?
Incredible.
That is 11 points for meme. Meme is now in 3rd. Knocks Cole out of the top 4 for the time being.
Yes. Unbelievable for meme. That was just an incredible post there. That was almost 1.3 into, so 600K on the level 29 speeds is pretty impressive, considering you only got about roughly 1 million points to get
and
on those speeds.
And Huff with that 1.2, that's 4 points. So Huff sitting at 14 points. He does pass T-Storm. DMJ with a max out. DMJ with a max out will pass Knight for 8th place.
All right, so
Great job.
Toast, we're pretty early on in all these games. You got any fun facts about these players?
I probably could pull some fun facts out here. I just have to find my fun facts because I know I have some on Cole. Now, as you know, Cole is a roller. As far as Tetris events, has been to CTWC a handful of times, but he's also attended the Philly regionals, the Detroit regionals, Motor City. Also did the Cleveland, I believe it was the Cleveland Tetris Wars tournament back in 2024. But when he's not playing Tetris, Cole plays Mario Kart and Minecraft. And I know on one of his streams after I was done restreaming him, Cole just went and pulled up Mario Kart World. So we know Cole's a Mario Kart player.
There you go.
Yep.
You mentioned Cole in 2024. He won that event.
Yeah.
And CTW.
Yep, that is correct. The Champion of Wars 2024 in Cleveland. But also, when not playing Tetris, Cole's into volleyball too, so gets the toe seal of approval there. But Cole also has done like Ninja Warrior obstacle courses. He's done them, and he's also done coaching for them too.
Oh wow,
That's
no
impressive.
idea.
Yeah. So Cole is a young man of many talents.
Something to keep in mind that might help with like grip strength as well. You know, being able to roll without as much fatigue potentially as some of these other players.
Yeah, possibly. Although I know Alex T is also not Ninja Warrior, but he does rock climbing as well. But as far as the other players, I don't quite have as many fun facts about them. But we can certainly pull up some Tetris history about our non-Cole players.
Yeah. I can tell you that, if Cole was the 2024 Wars champion, Meme was the 2025 Wars champion. And that was notable because I believe, and you Padless lovers out there can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that was the first live tournament that was won with a Padless controller. Yeah.
Yep, and Padless controller is getting a lot of love today. It's obviously they made some noise at CTWC with some being available, and now with Padless being allowed for this SGDQ competition, you're seeing some players really make a game of it with the benefit of the Padless.
Yeah, and probably one thing that I don't know if this has been mentioned yet, the Padless controllers were not allowed at CTWC this year. But that was the final CTWC event that they were not allowed in. They will be allowed going forward. So kind of cool to see the competition moving along with the technology. Oh, nice fits for Cole. Column 3 into level 29. He's still got some work to do to get on the board, but he's put himself in position to dig this down pretty easily.
And while Cole's doing that, Meme just had an incredibly filthy center well Tetris. This was like 10 rows off the bottom, and she gets a dirty right well Tetris on top of it. Still sitting at 466,000, despite this board being a little, as we used to say, a little Monka S.
Meme with another 2 Tetrises there too. Great job.
Yeah, those are dirty back-to-back center wells. So, I mean, if you're racking up the style points, Meme's picking up a few on her side.
Or a farming, as the kids say.
wait. Do the kids still say that? I don't.
Meme was saying that earlier, or was it Cole? One of the two of them were saying that earlier, so I guess they do still say that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like the old Simpsons line. I used to be with it, but then they changed what it was.
Yes. Max out for Cole.
And that's a max out on level 33. He's got time to add on to this as he's got about 50 or so lines until that super kill screen on 39.
He set himself up for 5-tap and he hits it.
Yep, and I'll
but he
give a
misses
heads.
that one.
Yeah. Oh, that's
That's
tough.
probably going to be it.
But he does get the max out,
That's
so there's
11 high.
another 2.
Yeah, meanwhile, DMJ just passing 1.1 mil.
Yeah, DMJ looking for a
and-
strong game here.
Yeah, and I'll also let the players and everybody know we are under 50 minutes remaining, approaching halfway to completion. 49 minutes and about, we'll call it 14 seconds left in this final qualifying session.
Yeah, as a reminder
Good moves
for
there
chat,
from DMJ.
90 minutes for this. So 90 minutes straight playing Tetris. They can take as many breaks as they need to. But what they do in that 90 minutes is what their score will be.
1.3 for DMJ. Yeah. Could. Oh, I'm not going to say anything. I'm saying nothing. I said too much.
You thought it, and that was enough. But
I am the Danhausen of Tetris.
DMJ is going to get another 5 points, so that is 16 now for DMJ, putting him in 6th place. So DMJ, the last one to pass T-Storm and Knight. So T-Storm, Knight, and Aaron now out of contention for GDQ as they are out of the top 4.
And as we approach the halfway mark, so far, Meme and Cole are looking good. DMJ's looking. He's got to have a strong second half. And depending on what Huff does, I mean, this is looking strong. We might see our top 4 right here.
Yeah, it's very possible. But now max out watch for Meme and Huff, 922K for Meme, 915,000. Make it 946 with the toasters for Huff. You knew I was going to get that one in at some point.
Yeah, you have to.
But since
Meme.
Oh, what is going on? Not like this, Meme. Not like this. We need to get another packs out.
Oh my God.
What survival from Meme. And another Tetris for the max out. She's going to get points out of this.
That was incredible timing on that long bar into level 29. It's bad enough that she's good, but she's good and lucky.
Hey, sometimes better to be lucky than good. Sometimes it's even better to be both.
Exactly.
Yeah, but getting a great max out.
Yeah, we have double max outs as Huff at a 1.1. And based on the way the NTC is set up, the NTC thinks that Huff and DMJ are playing against each other. So Huff with a slight 42.5 Tetris lead.
How's that all?
Yeah. I mean, no, don't count DMJ out. He's only down 42 Tetrises.
1.19 for Huff, but he needs stuff over to the left and hangs a T.
Cool.
Well, it's only 3 points for Huff. He moves up to 17, but I mean, all 4 of these players rather are looking in position to overtake Rhubarb.
Yeah, especially with us just passing that halfway mark, we are, if you imagine them doubling their scores, with the other half, that would mean, they're all qualified. So again, it's not a free qualification. Rhubarb's 33 still very strong, and if someone ends up slipping up or having any issues, we could see a different top 4.
Yeah, that's exactly what these 4 players don't want to have happen. They need to carry over the momentum that they've built up in this first half into the second half and just finish as strong as they started.
Yep, and Meme board's a little higher than she would like it to be, but she's going to get the Tetris for the rollover. Yep, and she's still got what? Nope, she says, I got the rollover. I am good.
Yep. She did the math. She knows she can't get a 1.7 off that, but she can get the 27 points.
And that will put Meme in 3rd place. She is 7 points away from taking over 1st place from Rhubarb.
Now, can you tell me how many games did Rhubarb need to get to 33?
I can find out in just a moment here. I'm going to do some quick count.
I hope it's not more. I hope it's not 4 because we can't count to 4.
Nope. I have 8 recorded games from Rhubarb that scored points. So discounting any early top outs that Rhubarb may have had, there are 8 recorded games.
And for me, there are 3.
Mhm.
It's just wild that she's only 6 points behind. But she has had some massive scores here, and it really shows how the qualifying system rewards the type of play that you would have in an actual match.
Yep. So now they go back to starting from the beginning. Cole is about to hit level 19, 1 Tetris away, and they're just not getting good pieces, but he'll take the Tetris. And despite how that board looks, Cole goes in with a 584,000 early on. In the beginning sessions, we mentioned that as a top player, you kind of wanted to go for a transition in the 500,000s to set you up for success going into kill screen. And Cole is in a pretty decent position right now.
Would be in a better position if he would get a bar over to the right. What is this? Okay, there we go. Finally, the bar shows.
Yeah, that's a little better on the outlook side of things for Cole. That is for sure. DMJ 519,000 points at the turn. He's flirting with a 600K transition and maybe even more than that.
Yeah, I think this is 3 Tetrises in change for that. He is looking strong here.
Yeah, 2 Tetrises and change, unless he decides to just tell us to keep it and do whatever we need to with that change. Here's another Tetris, 573. Nope, I guess that's the change. Well, that's some change, but not all of it.
Yeah, smart burn there.
Yeah.
Keeps the board nice and flat. But unfortunately, the follow-up pieces are not working out.
Yeah, meanwhile, looks like
602.
Looks like Cole goes into level 23. He's on the edge of a 1.1. I'll say it's like a 1.10, just barely a 1.1 if he can keep doing what he's doing thus far.
Huff is 602 at the turn.
What the? Yeah. Great minds think alike. We had the exact same thought when I just realized that. But yeah, and that's the turn at 100 lines. Now, for reference, Huff on a level 19 start, which means he will hit level 20 at 140 lines. So still 23 more to go. Could maybe get 6 more Tetrises out of this if he doesn't have to burn.
He's got a 92% Tetris rate, which is ridiculous. That means there's only like 8 or 9 burns this entire game.
Absolutely, yeah.
9, judging from the line count. But he's going to have to burn here.
Yeah, he saw Meme get that 1.4 to kill screen and said, "I can do it
I
too."
can do that.
So, yeah, it's just a 1.4 to kill screen. It's no big deal.
There we go. 7-11 at what would be the level 19 transition if he was starting at level 18.
Exactly, and with a well like that, Huff is open for Tetris 24 hours with that 7-11.
Well, there's no Tetris is happening right now because this board is kind of got closed down.
Yeah, Huff taking a little bit of a detour here. Going to spend some time in the burn unit, but he's got the well open. But there is that gap there in column 6 that he'll have to take care of, or maybe just go for a dirty Tetris. Who knows?
Looks like dirty Tetris is the order of the day. Meanwhile, Cole with the max out, about to hit level 29.
Yep,
pretty good looking board as well.
More points for Cole. A 1.1 would move him ahead of Winter here and put Winter out of the top 4.
And he is right there.
Yep, and we are at 40 minutes.
So what
40
Cole's
minutes
doing here, what Cole was doing there is something I saw a lot of players doing at CTWC, is if they were right by a 100,000 marker, they would just line out to guarantee they get to that 100,000 mark to get the extra point and then go aggressive. Unfortunately, he's had some pretty bad pieces since then, but I would imagine we'll see him set up now.
Yeah, and DMJ with the max out as well. So 1.03 for DMJ, and from Ron Clee's mouth to Cole's board, sets up for and gets the Tetris into level 32.
The anti-curse finally happening.
There you go. On Tetris Wars, we have an event called PBTV. Basically, it lets 8 players play for an hour and trying to get a new high score. But a little bit of Roncley lore here as it pertains to PBTV. He went so long without a player getting a PV that he took the PB out of it and he just called it TV for a couple of months. And
for a couple sessions, yes.
and not only that, we have a focus screen in our PB scene where if someone is getting close to a PB, it takes all the others off, puts just that player on the board, and when Ronkly does it, it's called the curse screen.
Yes.
Oh no.
I don't think it's just that's not specific to me though. It's just a curse screen. 1.3 for Cole here.
Yep. And
Max out for Huff.
Yeah, 3
Yep, and
players
we've
to
got-
max out.
Yeah,
a triple
Oh.
max out, and Cole's going to get that 1.3. He's got to be feeling good about that effort. So that's
that gets
5
him
more
up
points
to
for Cole.
22.
So
He's
Cole,
going to have a better performance than CTWC.
Cole got 30 points at CTWC, so 9 more would surpass his numbers from the qualifiers there.
So let's see what
Meanwhile,
DMJ
focusing
can
on-
do.
Yep, DMJ, he's on the verge of a 1.3 here. Huff has a 1.1. This is that was an aggressive dirty Tetris setup, but he takes the burns.
Smart play. If anyone knows about lining out, Huff is very proficient at it.
Yep, and DMJ with 1 more burn is going to have the 1.3. There it is, so more points for DMJ.
He needs more points too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We need more points, Ronkly. It is the
Yes.
final session.
Where is Aspara for Huff? He wants the 1.2, but he can't score a Tetris. He covers the well just as the bar shows up.
Yep, and he's going to need a 5-tap over to the left. Gets it with that square. Probably not the piece you want to 5-tap over to the left, but he's making it work with some flat burns is Huff, and he's going to burn his way to a 1.2.
Well, if you're 5-tapping a square to the left, you're doing it wrong. They only take 4.
That shows you how much I know about rolling.
Huff trying to get this 1.3 now, and he will get it. 1.4 for DMJ. Mean close to a max out here on level 30.
So DMJ, by the way, still going here, about to hit the super kill streak.
Oh no.
But let's take a look at DMJ here. 1 more Tetris available for the super kill screen. If he gets it, it's a 1.5. And he's got 2 more burns available. Takes one, gets
He's
the
got it.
Tetris.
Nice.
And he gets the 1.5. GG's from DMJ.
7 points
And
for DMJ.
And for the second time today, Cole gets knocked out of the top 4.
Oh, poor Cole. What did he do to deserve this? Yep, and he's gonna get pushed down even further because Huff has a 1.4, and that's gonna be enough to put him ahead of
man.
Cole.
1.4 for 6. 23 points.
So guess what? Cole moves down again. But yeah, right now, 4 players in this session are in the top 6. Meme with 27, Huff and DMJ with 23, and Cole with 22.
You know, I think the consolation prize for Rhubarb is that he's so close to GDQ that he can just show up and qualify there.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Rhubarb probably wouldn't even have to get in a vehicle to get to GDQ.
Oh, man.
Yeah, again, anyone that doesn't qualify here, that includes anyone in chat, you can register for SGDQ and try your hand at the Tetris tournament. Yeah, Toast, you're going to be organizing that, right?
Yep, it'll be me, and also for those of you that know Kronos is involved with this as well. So he and I will be there. Beast and Shen will be there as well. But it'll probably be mostly me and Kronos handling the organization of the in-person tournament. We're gonna have a little section inside the practice / tournament room at GDQ where you'll be playing a lot of Tetris.
Yeah, and big shout outs to all the tournament organizers out there. It is a very difficult and sometimes thankless role, but it is very, 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 very cool to see people actually wanting to run these events and make them happen for the communities. And yeah, I'm excited to check it out.
Oh yeah, I think you're probably gonna get maybe a couple of people that don't make the top 4 here that will decide, you know what, I'm gonna do it anyway. I think you're going to get some of the local players that are not cracked. In Minnesota, you're talking about players that are maybe sub-max outers or near-max outers, like me, Batfoy, Ben Mullen. I don't want to speak for them, but those are the type of players that you could probably also see at GDQ playing. Maybe also some of the maybe there's some decent level players that are at GDQ, but not for Tetris that might play. I could think of maybe like a Mega Retroman or a Packy if they're going. Those would be the type of players that fall into that category. And then all of the great people at SGDQ that are just showing up to have some fun playing Tetris, because we've got room for a lot of competitors.
Yeah, and honestly, like part of GDQs, especially with those tournaments, is you can just, find new people that you wouldn't have otherwise met. And, and we've been talking all day about how great the Tetris community is. That ain't no lie,
No.
So even just, getting to hang out with people, especially, I know my first GDQ event, I didn't know anyone, really. I knew one person at the whole event. And so, even just entering the tournaments, great way to, find some new people that might love the same game you do. Yeah,
the first GDQ I was able to go to was actually last year, or SGDQ, and I went there, and the only person I actually knew there because I'd met him before was GT Ace, and that was only because I met him at CTWC the month before.
Yeah, when I went in 2018, I was fortunate because I was going with a whole bunch of the folks from the Necrodancer community, like Elad Difficult, Squega went, and I got to meet some really awesome people. It's where I met Dark Twins for the first time, and I think he goes by Jim the Traveler or something like that. A bunch of people that I met in the like in the board game room. I spent so much time in that room when I was there. It's just such a great experience to go there live. It's just like a whole week of just geeking out. It's a lot of fun. It's not a lot of fun as this board for DMJ.
Yeah.
Oh no, that is one of the boards of all time right there. But
what the?
Oh,
can he get something over to the right? Yes, he can.
Oh my god! What is this? DMJ!
You're not supposed to be able to do that.
Insane! Oh, that's gonna do it though. RNG finally had enough of his shenanigans.
He tried his best, but not even rolling could get him out of that quagmire.
Yeah. That was some insane digging though. Oh. Alright, Cole opens up the right side there. Cole approaching level 29. He does not have a max out before then. So he's going to have to get this board in order.
Yeah, Tetris is on level 28 or about 33,800. So not enough to get a max out. And he's into the kill screen anyway. On level 29, they are 35,000 points. But Cole's got to get this board in order first before he can think about going for a max out.
I think you're off by 1,000 on both of those.
I hate math. It's 36,000.
Yeah, never do math on stream. That's the number one rule. Never do math on stream.
Usually I'm the exception to the rule.
Yeah, he does a lot of math because he's he likes to do predictions as to like what kind of pace the player is on, and he's usually pretty accurate.
Yeah. The formula for figuring out Tetris score is the level the player is on, add 1 to it. So like if you're on level 0, you take 1 and you multiply that by 1,200, and that's the value of a Tetris on any given level.
Cole almost there.
Oh, that burn's going to do it.
Cole.
There it is. And good timing on that as we are approaching 30 minutes left. So we are nearly 2/3 finished with this final qualifying session. So we're going to start to see some jockeying for position as players not only try and make their way to the top 4, but maybe look to play themselves into a more favorable seed if they're looking at that top 4 spot.
Interesting wording there, because I was just about to point out that Jockey Pulse is now in 4th, and if Huff gets a max out here, it's going to be an L for Jockey Pulse.
Yeah, negative W Jockey Pulse if that's the case.
Yes, yeah.
No, and he was a little prophetic in that post match interview because Richard did ask him how you feeling about this session. He's like, I'm getting knocked out.
Yeah, it could be happening any moment. 1.2 for Cole, just barely getting that on level 37 before topping out. Another 4 points for him. He's up to 26.
So yeah, Cole is into third right now. So we'll see how long he can maintain that spot because he's been getting beaten down a handful of times here just by other players passing him up.
And I mean, Huff just maxed out himself, so we're in the territory where Huff can now overtake Cole.
Yep.
But
actually,
Jockey Pulse is going to be knocked out with that max out from Huff.
Yeah, that's 3 points for Huff and another 4 for Meme. So Meme is rapidly approaching Rhubarb's 33.
Yeah, if Meme can get a 1.4 here, she will be safe. And she is very close to that.
Yep, and now Huff trying to go for this 1.3. He'll get the Tetris. He'll get the 1.3, and he's still got a lot of time because he's only on level 32.
Yeah, this is a nice game for Huff. Very good opportunity for him to get a lot of points. Meme not yet safe. She'll pick up 5 to go to 32.
Yeah, getting a big drought at the end there. Unfortunate for Meme, but still good amount of points from her.
So yeah, as long as Meme
more for Huff.
As long as Meme can get a max out, that is the scenario. A max out will punch Meme's ticket to SGDQ.
Huff also getting close with this game here. He's at 1.5. That puts him at 30. He's still got a lot of runway. I don't know about a 1.8 at this point, but
yeah. He's got just under 30 lines to go, but he's going to have to do some burning. Gets the 5 tap of the long bar over and trying to set up here. Is he going to go for the dirty Tetris? This is ballsy from Huff right here.
It's not going to work.
No, but he does get the 1.5.
Still a great game for Huff, and that puts him in a position to be safe with a 1.1.
Yep.
And now if DMJ can get a 1.1 himself here before Cole scores any points, Cole would get knocked out of the top 4 again.
Oh, poor Cole. But with respect to their CTWC qualifiers, Cole is almost where he got at for CTWC. I believe he's just going to need 4 more points to equal the CTWC qualifier. DMG is gonna need 10 more, so DMJ a little bit behind schedule, but still time left. Huff is gonna need 10 more points, and Meme is going to need 32 more. But they're not going for their CTWC qual scores. They're going for the top 4 here, and as of right now, it looks like 30 points might do the trick. Possibly, we don't know for sure yet, but it's looking that way.
We'll have to see. I mean, we still have 26 minutes. That could be 3 games for some of these players, maybe 4.
Mm-hmm.
Especially for those that are already pretty advanced in their game. I have noticed that Cole has switched to 19 starts. So he's maybe feeling a little bit of pressure here to try to get to 34 before the end of the qual.
And to address some questions in chat really quickly, we have a timer on our end. And since we have 4 players here, we just did not have all the space for the timer. But we have a timer. The players have the timer. And we have 25 and a half minutes to go.
Indeed, lots of time for these players. All 4 of them are still very much alive to get in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, DMJ closest one to a max out here on level 20, 612,000 points. So our eyes might go over to that side of the screen first. And did Meme just top out? I think so, unfortunately.
Yes, she did.
That bar left didn't go over.
No, not at all.
So, yeah, DMJ on a nice game here. He's the one who needs the points the most right now.
Yeah, DMJ currently sitting 4th out of the 4 players in this session, but still has time, still has plenty of time, and definitely on track. He's got a 69% Tetris rate. Yeah, okay, fine, I'll say it. Hey, now. But at 727,000, so this is about a 1.08 into kill screen if he can keep up what he's doing.
Oh, wait. So you see what Meme did over there? We have this thing in the community where if a player doesn't get any points before topping out, we call that a club zero.
Oh, did Meme Club Zero?
Yeah, and the funny thing is, the whole reason I said that was because they were talking about commentating a club zero in the green room before we came in here.
Oh my gosh!
So I just kind of had to throw that back.
Nope. I had probably one of the more entertaining club zeros in a DAS League match I had last season. It was you've probably seen the clip. It was between Kingsman and Jay.
Can you make sure that Meme's capture is working right?
Okay. Yes. Let me go do some calibration on Meme side. I'll let you take over here.
Yep. So Cole is going to have to start a new game there, topped out at 553. But we have DMJ on the cusp of getting some more points here. Like I said, he's the one in most need at the moment. He'll get a Tetris. Yeah, we could see a 1.1 here. But then again, we still have level 29 and beyond to work with as well, just before the max out. And we'll get the max out in to 28. Still 3 more to go.
Yeah, it looks like Meme's capture is back up as well. So looks like we're okay there. But yeah, so the Club Zero game I had last season in DAS League, it was just a bad P sequence. Kingsman topped out with 11 points. That is right. 1-1. One more than 10. So push down points are all he got. And I was about to tell Jay, I'm like, Jay, you just need 12 points to win. What does Jay do? Club Zero.
Club Zeros. Oh my God.
Oh, geez.
So Kingsman won that game 11-0.
Well, DMJ has got 3 more points on the board. Once again, pushing Cole out of the top 4.
Yep. So there's a 1.2 for DMJ. He's on level 31. And about DMJ, I'm sure I'm not the only one to have mentioned DMJ week in the community. I kind of refer to him as the tournament junkie. He lives in the what I call Tornado Alley, so in the Midwest area, and DMJ is one where he's like, I'll sleep in my car if that's what it takes to go to a tournament.
Sounds like DMJ.
Yeah, so like even if DMJ doesn't make top 4, I would not be surprised to see him at GDQ. And knowing DMJ, it wouldn't surprise me if he does that and he ends up finding a way to sleep in his own car. But hopefully we'll be able to get him some housing if he comes up here so that he doesn't have to do that.
1.3 for DMJ, and still going as well.
Yeah, he's got about just under 40 lines. So. I mean, if he gets all Tetrises, this could be beyond a rollover, but let's see what happens because he's getting droughted.
Yeah. Oh, not well.
But that's a 1.3 for him.
Yeah, 5 points. And if he gets, he needs 6 more or, if he gets a 1.55, that'll be more than 6. So DMJ still needs to get a 1.4 or better.
Yeah, and a Huff with a 1.2 million will punch his ticket to SGDQ because that will give him enough points to leapfrog Rhubarb in the standings. So a 1.2 for Huff means he's going to SGDQ.
Yeah, and with 20 minutes remaining, DMJ does have time for 2 games. So, splitting those points across 2 games as well. Not necessarily needing a 1.4 necessarily, but... yeah, again, these players are going to be racing against the clock when the 90 minutes are up in 20 minutes from now. Whatever their last game is, they can still play that out. So as a reminder for everyone, keep that in mind because we might see some, aggressive resetting as we get near the end here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the 1.2 for Huff. So I mean, I don't think I'm being preemptive in saying this, but we'll see what the scores say. But congratulations, Huff! You made it to SGDQ.
GG. Still going too. We'll see what kind of score he can put up.
So yeah, at this point, Huff is now playing for seeding because these qualifiers that finish in the top 4, they will be the top 4 seeds in the tournament. So
Huff
getting a higher
1.3.
Yeah, getting a higher seed maybe means you have a more favorable matchup once you get to the Twin Cities. And Huff fighting for a 1.4. He can burn his way to a 1.4 if he wants to, but no, Huff is a gambler. Gets the Tetris 1.441 and just under 50 lines to the super kill screen.
And another Tetris as well. He is firing on all cylinders at this point. This is an impressive 29.
Absolutely. And the board's getting a little tough, but he's getting some good flat burns. He decides to pass up the dirty center well Tetris and bring this board down a little bit.
Ooh.
5 tap over. My goodness, Huff is playing with fire right now.
Huff is on fire too. He's got the 1.5. I think that's going to be it though. 7 big points for Huff. He's got the number 1 seed at the moment with 37.
There you go.
Official congratulations.
Meme over here.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
We can now say it with certainty. Huff is in for SGDQ. The worst he can finish now is 4th.
All right, Meme gets out of that. Ignore the drought counter. I've noticed it's broken.
Yeah, NTCB like that sometimes, but she is slowly but surely working this board down. Would love a long bar, but not getting a long bar. So Meme just going to take some more flat burns. Get things
she's running out of time.
Yeah, the kill screen is looming for Meme. If you can at least open up the right well, it'll be a lot better for her. But she's got 2 more burns she needs to take. And oh my gosh, what timing.
But yeah, there's the bar. There's the Tetris 997 and the triple into the max.
There we go.
Okay.
What? Just what brilliant survival from Meme there. Even for someone at her level, you look at that board, you look at the situation, you think there's no way Meme's getting out of this. And what does she do? Brilliant solve, dirty Tetris, and now the board is looking a lot cleaner.
And she's going to Minnesota. Oh wait, she's already in Minnesota.
Well, yep, it's coming home, I guess.
You know, it's so convenient that so many Tetris players are so close to SGDQ already.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, Minnesota it's an underrated hotbed of Tetris. We're not as big.
Wait, is she digging out of this too?
I think that's the plan, Ron Klee.
Oh my God, dirty Tetris!
In column 3, 5 or 6 rows off the bottom, Meme is letting you all know that she is gunning for the main stage.
Absolutely, 1,249,000
and still going.
Thus, we are down to 16 minutes, just a few seconds extra.
Yep, so getting close to the end days of the qualifier here, not just of this session, but the qualifier as a whole. 4 sessions up, 4 sessions down, and still a lot of fighting for position to get into that top 4 to be done.
Yeah, Cole can make it in with a rollover. DMJ can make it in with a 1.4, and both those players have at least 2 games remaining, probably 3.
Yeah, and Meme currently sitting on the edge of level 28, so she might be able to get maybe 2 more Tetrises out of this.
Could be a rollover.
Could be.
Or it could be a drought.
Yeah, Burn's gonna take away a Tetris, but she's gonna get a very respectable 1.5.
Yes. And 7 points, she's up to 39.
So there we go. And Meme with that game has punched her ticket to SGDQ. So Meme and Huff are confirmed in.
We mentioned that Huff and Meme were the players that have in the past placed second at CTWC. Meme did it in the last 2 years. Huff did it in 2021. Give you an idea of the type of longevity he's had in the scene. And the fact that he is still playing at the very highest levels is impressive.
Yeah, Huff showing no signs of slowing down. Just consistently one of the top players in the world for nearly a decade. Just a testament to how good of a Tetris player this guy is.
And then Meme, I don't think enough can be said about her. She has, she exploded onto the scene a couple years ago, and I mean, she's been around for a long time. But once she got really good, I mean, it was almost meteoric how quickly she rose to the top.
Yeah, it was almost a couple of years ago after CTWC 24. I remember interviewing her, asking her about this at Mini D, and she basically said that something clicked internally, and it's like the game opened up for her.
It certainly has. She's been doing so amazing. I used to call her and she probably still is in my mind, the queen of live events, because of how many live events she has won and has done really well in, beating the likes of Alex T. She has grown tremendously as a player over the last couple years, and it's always a pleasure to watch her work her art.
Yeah, and we are at 13 minutes remaining, so getting closer to done. But to give you an idea of what Meme has done, these are, by the way, tournament finishes in just the last year. So,
no.
So
Sorry,
you had
I just watched Cole do a adjustment intending to do a spin, and he misses a spin. I was like, oh no.
Wait, is that a Tugi spin?
And what I think the Tugi spin is only on tees.
Okay, that does make sense. But yeah, so Meme's finishes in the past year. I won't spoil her finish at CTWC, but most of you here probably
even though I did.
It. Yeah, okay. So if you're paying attention to what Ronkley said, you know how Meme did at CTWC. Meme won CTWC Toronto early this year, beating Guafi. And also last year, took second in CTM October in the Masters division. Also took second at CTWC Philadelphia. Won Mini D last year, took second at CTWC last year. And I'll throw in a few more. She won Detroit Regional last year. She won the Milwaukee Regional this year. Won Genesis last year. Just the list of accolades goes on.
Yes. Cole has gotten the max out. He's looking for more as he hits level 29.
Yep, so Cole going to get at least a couple more points, but he wants that 1.1.
He would love a 1.6 to just finish this off. Oh,
yeah,
DMJ 902.
Oh, a heartbreaking top up for DMJ because DMJ is not safe yet. He needs at least 34 points to pass Rhubarb. So DMJ has not punched his ticket to GDQ yet. Neither has Cole. They both, at a minimum, need to pass that 33 points from Rhubarb to be able to safely say, I'm heading to the Twin Cities.
Cole, for the fourth time today, is back in the top 4 with this 1.1. It's him up 29 points. He can stay in it if he gets another 400K on this game.
Yep, and he's showing some good kill screen play on level 32. Unfortunately, has to cover the well, so he's gonna spend a small amount of time in the burn unit. It's gonna be a quick discharge for him.
Well, I care about that. Okay, yes.
Yep. Yep. Quick. It was a matter. It was a matter of relative how quick that was.
Yes. Enough time to doubt it.
It was one of those things where he was out and then the nurse catches him at the last minute and says, no, don't forget this.
36, 37, 38, 39, 40-piece drought for Cole. He can't get the 1.2. He'll get 3 more points, so he's up to 29, and now his magic number is going to be 1.3.
Yeah, we just passed the 10-minute mark here, so Less than 10 minutes remain in this qualifier. So, time is running out.
Yeah, Meme and Huff at this point, they're just playing for seeding in the bracket. Cole and DMJ fighting to get in, and Rhubarb probably viciously sweating over there, hoping that neither Cole nor DMJ get enough points to pass him. Although,
well played.
Yep. Although Rhubarb might be okay if just one of them passes him, because then he's still in. But if both of them pass, Rhubarb drops down to the 5th spot.
And that does not get you an automatic berth into the playoffs.
No, you have to go for the at-large bid then by going to SGDQ and working your way up through the big old bracket there.
Perfect clear from Cole.
Oh, yep.
Nice.
And unfortunately, no bonus
0
points on the scoreboard. Yeah, you get.
I like pointing it out.
Hey, we love a perfect clear too. I just know that you get no extra points for that one.
Well, the thing with the perfect clear, though, is that there are people in the community that actually hate it. And I'm like, why? Getting a perfect clear results in the board that you play most often as a Tetris player.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to work with that board, why are you playing Tetris?
Yeah. I did just check, and 100% of Tetris games do start with the board you get following a perfect clear.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we are coming up on 8 minutes remaining. This is where you might see players strategically ending their games early or forcing a reset because the pace is not there. Now, a little bit more of the mental game comes in to play. And we also have to take into consideration players are going to be not only going up against the players that are already done, but they might be in direct competition with each other for either getting into the bracket or getting a better seed in that final tournament bracket.
Yeah, something
Very specifically
interesting.
The number 1 seed is up for grabs between Huff and Meme, and both of them. Meme has an exact max out. Well, not an exact max out, but max out plus 1.
Yep.
Because technically the max out's 99999.
Yeah, unless you want to be the actually guy, you could say that you get the score at 999 because that's an actual score, but the 1 million is where it's maxed out because you can't add that on. So tomato. I don't have a dog in this fight. I just wanted to be difficult.
Yeah, as we approach 7 minutes here to go, I actually want to point out, Cole had a lot of difficulty so far in this game with a 48% Tetris rate here, but Cole's deciding to keep going. I actually think Cole is hoping to get a max out here, immediately reset, and then start a final game.
He may not have to immediately reset either because he's still got 7 minutes here. That should be plenty of time for him to finish this game. Huff going to wrap up with a 1.3 over there. Meme already has a 1.3, so Meme will hold on to the number 1 seed for now.
Yeah. On the official scoreboard, Huff is currently the 1 seed, but as mentioned, once Meme's done with her game, she's going to get more points and hop back in front of Huff once again. But, she gets a Tetris and she's like, I'm not done yet. Don't put this score in right away.
Well, I think you get to put it in now.
Oh,
fine. I'll put the score in now.
1 piece away from getting that 1.4, though. So
yeah, whenever you get a 9 in that 5th position under this ball format, it always hurts. It doesn't matter how good or bad your game was.
Yeah. It's also like adding insult to injury that you can see the long bar in the preview piece, and you're like, oh, it was right there.
Yes, Tetris hates you.
Yep, and with
well-known fact.
Yep, and now under 6 minutes remaining. So the standings as it is, we're kind of focused in on the top 5. Meme in first with 44, Huff in second with 42, Rhubarb in third with 33, Cole with 29, and DMJ with 28. Cole and DMJ in a intense finish here, trying to punch a ticket to Minneapolis, St. Paul for SGDQ, and I say Minneapolis and St. Paul. I say the Twin Cities because I know the people in St. Paul. If you don't mention them when you mention Minneapolis, they get a little upset about it. They got a little Napoleon complex over there.
Oh wow! How many of them are originally from Medina?
Well, if they know what's good for them, they probably wouldn't admit it.
You're only starting a fight 7 hours into the stream.
As we all know, Edina is the land of the cake eaters.
Yes. Another Tetris for Cole here. He's got a lot of work to do to get this max. Like I think the best thing for Cole obviously would be to just get the 1.3 and get it over with. But if he doesn't get that, a 1.1 would put him a max out away.
Yep, and DMJ just got a dirty column 8 Tetris and then successfully transitioned as well back to the right side, 742,000 into level 23. This is just under a 1.1 for maybe like a 1.09 into kill screen if he can keep this up. And
you know what happens when he gets a max out, right?
What's that?
Cole goes back outside the top 4.
Poor Cole. But coming up on 4 minutes remaining in this session, time is running out for the players, and I wonder if I need to recalibrate meme screen because she is playing, but the curtain is still showing up for her, so I got to fix that.
Oh, it just came down. I didn't realize she's still playing.
So let me see here. At least I thought she was still playing. Let me do some calibration. Nope, she's on the rocket screen. My bad.
Okay. Tetris for DMJ 908. He needs 3 more to get some more points on the board here. And can confirm he needs more points.
Oh, yeah. We do need more points, Ron Klee.
Another Tetris 942. Cole also on level 26. He's getting pretty close to his max out. He needs 4 more Tetrises. And this was off a 400-something transition for Cole as well.
Yeah, and for your top players, for most people, 400K at level 19 sounds really amazing. For the top players, 400K is kind of an off game.
Even for like me, I think 400K is an off game.
Yeah, and we are under 3 minutes left here. DMJ with the max out. He's got 2 more Tetrises before the kill screen. Unless he takes a burn. He does not have any burns to give, so if he takes one, he loses a Tetris. But he's getting S-bursted. Oh my gosh, what the S-burst.
Top of the board.
But he holds out, gets the Tetris, and he's going to try and maybe get one more before the kill screen. He gets it, and can he save this stack is the question.
I think he can.
Yeah, it's looking good so far.
Well, that flat is nice. Excellent play from DMJ to bring this board down. He's still got a shot at getting it done right now.
And Cole on the verge of... Yep, there it is. The max out has happened. Shout outs to Rookout Rogue, better known in the Tetris community as Matt Martin with a raid. Had a lovely time watching his stream. I believe it was a couple nights ago.
DMJ topped out there. I don't know if he realizes he doesn't have to score. He's only got 32.
Yeah, he's at 32.
He could have kept going. He had 2 minutes.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe there's there may be some mind games we don't know about going on with DMJ, but Cole does have the max out, so that's 2 more points for Cole. As of right now, DMJ is in the lead until Cole gets a 1.1.
Yeah, Cole is pretty close, but again, that is no easy feat.
Yeah, but we are down to our final 90 seconds. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining, and it's time to tighten things up here. Players might be on their ride or die game, or they may see the pace and decide, nope, we're just going to start it over.
Left well for Cole. He's up to 32 points. He needs 1.3 to get this done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, almost getting to 1.2 here. Just passing 1.2.
No Tetris. He has 33 points, but he does not have the kicker over Rhubarb, so he does need to get to 1.3 here or get a max out in his next game.
Now, DMJ has topped up, but the good thing is he's still got 45 seconds left, so he'll wait for the qualifier screen to get done. He's going to start the game, and he's going to have time left. This might be it for DMJ. This is probably... Nope, Huff gets the max out. He's going to top out and try and get one more game in. So yes. Huff with the max out with a 1.013 million.
Yeah, and Huff wants that. Huff there with the time.
Huff wants that 1 seed. We have 20 seconds remaining in the qualifier here. So if you're going to get one more game in, now is the time to do it. Cole with the 1.3, and he's going to try and get one more too. So we might be seeing all four players maybe trying to do a strategic last minute reset, beat the buzzer, and get that final game in. You're seeing it out of all of them. And
they said they were going to do this if they were safe, but I think Huff forgot.
Yep. And that, by the way, is time. We are down to our final games. These are the ride or die games for the players. If they end it, this is what their final game's going to be.
All eyes are on DMJ right now. All other players playing for placement here, but DMJ playing to get in. We need to see a max out from DMJ, and that's all we need from him to secure a spot.
So right now, Cole, Huff, and Meme have clinched spots. Cole passes Rhubarb with 34 points. DMJ just needs a max out. If DMJ gets a max out, he is in at SGDQ. If DMJ does not get a max out this game, Rhubarb takes that 4th spot.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the DM from Rhubarb to say, talk about DMJ's game, please.
You know, Rhubarb is a man of efficiency. He might just put it in chat. So since we're on these final games here, you're looking at Cold and Meme. They have opted for level 15 starts, so it's a little different on 15. First off, you've got that Colgate toothpaste level color scheme they're starting with, but also the speed is slower. I think it's like, what, a third slower than what you see on 18. The transition happens at 100 lines instead of 130, and they go to level 16, at which point the speed is the same as 18. You're just on level 16.
Mm-hmm. And getting less points.
Yeah. You know, they were not listening. We said we need more points, and they decided, no, we do not.
No, less points.
Yeah.
Well, they in fact need no more points, you know?
DMJ needs more points.
Yes.
DMJ is the one that needs the points.
This is a literal decider for DMJ. In essence, it's DMJ playing against Rhubarb, if you want to think of it that way.
I mean, kind of at this point, he's just playing against himself because he needs to get the max out. He knows he can get a max out. He's just got to not psych himself out for it. And I don't think DMJ's one to do that. DMJ is a very strong player. He has played under a lot of pressure in tournaments, including nearly having Alex T fall on him at CTWC 2024. Which, you know, that's a fun story. But
yeah,
he's a very calm and collected player, and I don't think he's going to have much of a problem getting this done. He's just got to take it one piece at a time.
Yeah. By the way, Ronkley, I have a message coming in from Twitch chat from Vicious Rhubarb saying, talk about DMJ's gameplay.
Pass.
Yeah, I am not
will
sure.
not be responsible for whether DMJ goes to GDQ or not.
Nope. All on the line for DMJ. And that's really the game to keep your eye on, because that's what'll tell you what's at stake. The rest of the players, Cole might just be locked into that 3C depending on how DMJ does. But Meme and Huff are now in a fight to try and get that #1 overall seed. Meme currently with the tiebreaker with that 1.9 game. So they have the same amount of points, but Meme does have the tiebreaker. So we'll see if one of these two ends up being the 1 seed and which one it is.
DMJ having an excellent 18 games so far. Looking for a low 600 transition.
Yeah, 476,000. Yeah, 476K at the turn. If he turns up the heat, this could easily be a 600K transition for him.
Yeah, he's doing quite well so far. Meanwhile,
yeah, Huff is doing something. Just try to take some burns here. This isn't even a dirty Tetris setup. He's got those 2 gaps there in column number 4, so he'll have to do a little work to unearth himself.
Yeah, this qualification is a lot closer than I thought it would be. You know, if you had to put me in front of a mic and say who was going to be #1 seed coming out of this, I would say, 100% Meme. That may not be the case.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you were doing your March Madness equivalent SGDQ qualifier bracket, I think it's safe to say you might have 1 or 2 bracket busters here today when all is said and done.
This is an incredible transition for DMJ. Please don't pumpy heart this.
Oh,
60.
There it is. Yeah. So I probably know the answer to this one, but refresh my mind. When you say don't pumpy heart this, what is that referring to?
Oh yeah, me and Omen talked about this in the second session. So during the Road to 10 Million that they did, a Race to 10 Million, Pumpy Heart was hosting that, and this one really crazy song from the GDQ or from the CTWC online years came on, and he starts dancing to it, and he's just like being completely silly with his dance. Someone made a meme out of that and says, "Me when I transition with the 650." So that's now become the Pumpy Heart.
I got it. It's the Carlton dance of Tetris.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it.
Yep, but there you go. DMJ with a 793,000. By the way, this is on level 22 here. So if you're looking at what that might be in kill screen, this is looking like it's going to be at least a 1.2, if not more.
Yeah, he is already 6 Tetrises away.
Yeah, this is a 1.26 if he can keep this up.
He is looking very strong this game.
Yeah, if you look up the definition of locked in the dictionary, you might see a picture of DMJ and his Tetris board right now.
Bit of a drought though. RNG trying to lock in, but
yeah,
DMJ says no.
So about 3 more Tetrises are all DMJ needs. It's not going to be enough to burn into the kill screen, but DMJ is not about that life. He wants the Tetrises. He needs more points,
and he only needs 1 more Tetris.
Yeah,
that's
one more will do it.
Will do it.
So
where is the bar?
Yep, don't tell me. There it is. DMJ with the max out. He's going to get 2 more points. That puts him at 34. That also. By the way, speaking of bumping people out, moves him above Cole right now.
Yeah, but that doesn't move Cole outside of the top 4.
Thank goodness. So your top 4 as it stands right now with the current scores is going to be Meme, Huff, DMJ, and Cole in that order. But again, they're on their final game, so that final result could change based on how all of these players do.
Yeah, Cole has the slight advantage of not needing, he's still got that max out to get. So if DMJ only beats him by around 100,000 points, Cole will still have it.
Yeah, but now DMJ with a 1.2. So DMJ is sitting at 36 points. So Cole needs at least a 1.1 now to overtake DMJ for that 3rd seed.
Huff has taken the lead as well. He's got the max out here on level 28, about to hit the kill screen. Meanwhile, DMJ has hit the kill screen.
This is a wonderful game from DMJ. Nearly a 1.3 into the kill screen. He's going to burn and get the 1.3. So now sitting at 37 points. And Huff, as you mentioned, with a max out as well. So as of right now, Huff is the 1 seed.
And Huff is still going here. Some really good games for all 4 players to end this. Keep in mind, the 2 on the right started on level 15, which is a lower scoring potential, and we're still looking at, potential max outs here. Although Meme's going to have to wait.
And Huff is going to top out. That's a 1.2 million for Huff, so we'll put that final score in for him.
And that means that Meme is in a chase down for the number 1 seed. You need 1.2.
Yep, just a 1.2 will give Meme the 1 seed. She does not need to beat Huff's score from this game.
Oh my God, this board is not going to do it.
Nope. Bring back the Monka S, everybody. I don't think she can get a long bar over.
Oh, she didn't even get over the J there. Oh my God.
She gets the max out. So Meme and Huff are done. It's down to DMJ and Cole.
Yeah, and unless one of them scores a 2 million here, well, hold on. What's DMJ doing? 1.5?
And he's in level 35, so he's got about 35 lines to work with.
Well, even a 2 million doesn't catch him up to Meme.
But DMJ on the verge of a rollover here. If he can get this board cleaned up, get that well open, well, we'll see if the pieces cooperate. They're not right now.
Yeah, he's trying to get things opened up, looking for that 1.6, trying to get an insurance marker over Cole here for the number 3 seed. Oh, he misdrops the bar, and you could see that too because he thought there was going to be a line clear, so he didn't do anything with the S right away.
Yeah, we sometimes refer to that as a ghost burn, where you thought it was going to clear out, and that's going to be a top out for DMJ. 1.585 million for him.
That's his best score too. So Cole needs 6 points, so I don't think he's going to get any more. So that's going to be it. Huff, number 1 seed with 48 points. Meme, second with 46. DMJ picking up those points at the end is a third at 39, and Cole rounding out the top 4 at 37.
Yep, and those
being knocked out of the top 4 times.
exactly.
Stays. Great effort from all 4 players there. That was a tremendous qualifying session there.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea of how much we had today, 65 total max outs across 4 sessions.
Wow.
That's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that would have dominated any CTWC before 2018.
Yeah, absolutely. But the qualifiers are all done. The players are finished. They're probably exhausted. And the seeding for the top 4 is now set.
And we're going to also try to get all 4 of our players in, who also coincidentally happen to be all 4 of the qualifiers. So that works out pretty well for us.
Yeah, perfect timing.
But yeah, absolutely great job from all 4 of them over this last 90-minute session. So yeah, we'll try to get them in shortly here as long as they're good. And it looks like we are joined by all 4 of our SGDQ competitors. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. Hello.
Cole, you called it. All 4 of you are in.
I believed in us. Mostly them, not me.
You did it too. I mean, you were actually. I was counting the number of times that you were into the top 4 and then knocked out of the top 4. It was 4 times before you finally passed rhubarb to not be knocked out again. So, but DMJ, you were the one that was kind of sweating at the end there. What was that last game like for you?
Well, I didn't really have a good way to have the stream pulled up and the timer because like my setup is really scuffed. So the best I could do is check the timer, like unlock my phone and check the timer. And I never had the score link pulled up, so I didn't know if I felt like I was doing good, but I saw that I had like 11 minutes, 20 seconds left going into my second to last game. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go like really hard and then like top out around level 32 and then try to squeeze another game in. And then I topped out naturally with like a 1.2 and I saw I had 2 whole minutes left, so I was good. And then I just played my best.
The last game.
Yeah, like I was trying to just like be safe and not like die immediately and not get any points.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I was in or not. So was I in before the last game?
You are in. You are. No, you were not in before that last game. You needed that last game. You just needed a max out, but you needed that last game to get in, and you were just very dominant that game. I mean, 1.5 almost to rollover.
Yeah,
well more than you needed. Speaking of rollovers, I think congratulations are in order. Meme, what a performance in your first game of the session. What was going through your mind there? Obviously, you knew that you had done something special.
I didn't realize it was like world record until like way after the fact and calculating. I thought that was like, I was like, surely the world record is currently held by a very, very wonderful Dutch player named Sidnev. And I was like, I think Sidnev did better. I think she had a much better like rollover lines. And I was just like, super shocked that I got like that was my first ever rollover on level 31. Because my previous best, I had a rollover on level 32. So I was just like, once I got that Tetris, like my board was in shambles, and I was just like super shocked. So I like that's why I like immediately like topped out after that. Like I was just like so shocked. But
Yeah, we were looking on stream, and you basically had your hands covering your face for about 5 minutes there. Did you feel like you needed to like take a few minutes to like compose yourself after that? Because I think we saw you take a little bit of a pause. What was going through your mind? Were you like, I need to check this right now, or were you like, oh, I need to like breathe?
part of it was checking, but after I got that game, my hands were like very furiously shaking. I was like so shook.
Oh no.
And it was like that for like the next like 5 minutes. So I like really needed like a breather from that. So but I was also waiting to see if anyone would check, because like I think when I saw Ronkley, like when you said like it wasn't world record, I was like, oh yeah, oh that sounds about right. But then like I checked.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Then I checked and like it was actually world record, and I was like, that like I was like, if I was shaking a lot before, like I was definitely shaking now. So
Yeah. Well, yeah, congratulations on that. That was impressive.
yeah, thank you.
Toast, you got anything for the players?
I think I'm pretty good. I'm just getting
Well,
my stuff wrapped up and getting all my documentation. So I'll let Richard take the wheel.
I do want to congratulate Huff on the first seed here. Congratulations on a job well done, clutching it out in that last game, taking the first place seed over Meme by 2 points. So, Huff, how do you feel about your first place finish here in the qualifier?
Firstly, thank you. And I don't know, I guess I feel kind of good about it. I kind of thought I was in last out of these four for a while, like the first half of the qual, but it's pretty good.
Were you worried at all in the beginning that you weren't going to qualify, or did you feel pretty confident in your abilities to at least make it in the top four?
I kind of knew I was going to qualify. So
that's the confidence we're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, for a while it was, Meme was out in front by pretty much a full game, but, everyone just played consistent the entire time from, all four of you. It was really nice to see. Even with Meme scoring that 1.9 in there, you were able to score consistently, and by the end you were able to stay ahead. Of course, to be fair, Meme did do the 15 start at the end, as did Cole, but
I did cheat.
Yeah, it was a.
I didn't do the 15 start. My bad.
And
wait, was that your first game?
And,
a 1.9?
No,
that was Meme's second game was 1.9. Her first game was the world record rollover line count.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, how early did you do it?
Meme had a strong start.
Yeah. Yeah, great job from all four of you. I'm going to go in reverse order of the seeds here for any shout outs. So, Cole, do you have any, shout outs to community or anything that you want to give?
Shout outs to my brother. Whenever I brought this up to him a month ago, like, hey, do you maybe want to go to Summer Games Done Quick because I might be playing? He instantly was like, all right, let's look into it. We both wanted to go I've wanted to go to Summer Games Done Quick since I was 10 years old, let alone compete in it. So shout outs Toast for organizing this. It's a very big thing for myself to make it in. So I'm very happy with my performance today.
Yeah, great job. DMJ, any words from you?
Yeah, I want to shout out my friends Mark and Lori, who let me come to their house because my internet died when I tried to qualify in session 2.
Yes, thank you so much to that.
This setup is so scuffed you don't even know. Like there's cables everywhere. I don't even have a stand for my monitor. It's just laying on the couch facing the ceiling. I have like my mouse over here, my keyboard over here. So, yeah. But I just had to because I thought it would be so cool to even take part in a GDQ event. Because like I've known about GDQ for a long time, and I just think it's super cool that I could take part in one.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, congratulations on getting third place from this scuffed setup. That's got to be incredible to do.
Thank you.
Meme, anything that you want to add to the audience?
First of all, congrats to Huff for getting number 1 seed. And then also just thank you so much to all my friends that I've made throughout the years for supporting me, for like letting me be at the spot that I am. It's kind of like it feels like almost like a fever dream in a way, getting to this point. But I'm super honored to be competing live at SGDQ because I've heard about this. I've heard about like there being a GDQ event in Minneapolis for a long time, but just never really got around to doing it. And I feel very honored to now finally have the chance to do it. So thank you so much, everyone. I do have one more thing to say, which is I think some of you know what I'm gonna say. But W Jockey Pulse. That's all I will leave it at.
W Jockey Pulse. All right, Huff. Any words for the audience?
Yeah, real quick. Shout outs, Meme, of course. Kingsman, my goat Alex T, and Cypress, and also, you know what? W Jockey Pulse too. And I think that's good.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I'm going to hand it over to our commentators as well for anything that you want to add. Great job today by both of you, by our other commentators, and all of our players.
We've already shouted out a couple of great resources. Obviously, Classic Tetris Monthly at ctm.gg, Tetris for the non-pros at tnp.tetris.lol, nestrus.org if you want to play online, all stuff like that. And you can usually catch me on Sunday nights over at twitch.tv/Classic Tetris League when we have a season running, which we will starting next month. So definitely come check that out. It's a lot of fun. I've been doing it for about, a year and a half now. It's a great time. Kingsman runs a nice tight ship over there and really enjoy helping him out there.
All right.
What you got?
I suppose it's my turn, but I'm going to piggyback off what Ronkley said for Tetris for the non-pros, TNP. If you're watching this, you're like, hey, this is pretty cool. I want to play, but I'm not very good at Tetris. It does not matter. They have divisions for you, whether your PB's 1 or a million. tmp.tetris.lol. Get in there, play some Tetris, have a good time. Everyone is more than willing to help you get set up for success there. I also want to shout out the CTWC, Classic Tetris World Championships. You can catch them on Twitch at Classic Tetris. They're also on Discord. In that Discord, you can also find out about regional tournaments, major events, and get acclimated with the community. Speaking of regional tournaments, in addition to SGDQ, we have a Minnesota regional coming up in August. It's going to be at 2DCon in the Twin Cities, August 21st through 23rd. Look for more information coming out about that in the next week or two as we finalize our schedule. And you'll probably see a registration on start.gg for that coming up. And as far as me, if you want to get more toast in your life, I host Classic Tetris Wars late Monday evenings. I host Wars After Dark. It's a late night 8-person event of awesomeness. I also am a streamer on CTL along with Ronkley, Omenvar, Morlando, and many other great streamers. I take what's available, but I also started hosting Toasty Tuesdays, so be sure to check that out. And if you want to check out me, twitch.tv/gbtoast. But most importantly, this doesn't happen without the great people in the Tetris community. I already shouted out the commentators. It doesn't happen without the great players: Meme, Cole, DMJ Huff, Knight, T-Storm, Rhubarb, Aaron, everybody that played today, Winter and Jockey Pulse as well. It doesn't happen without you guys being great players. It doesn't happen without other great people in the community behind the scenes. Many people like Vince Clemente, Kingsman, Mari, Sharky, Game Scout, and the list goes on and on and on. And of course, can't forget about my man Rhubarb. He just got edged out of the top 4, but I got a feeling we're going to see him at SGDQ anyway. Rhubarb, just one of those great players. Great guy to hang around. Great Tetris player. W. Rhubarb. And of course, shout outs and thank you. Eternal gratitude to the GDQ crew, Rilka and Richard, and the rest of you that helped us make this happen and are going to help us make this into an amazing event at SGDQ this summer. So much thanks to all of you. I really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much, everybody. And I am going to, echo everyone's shout out for Toast. This specific qualifier would not have happened without Toast. Toast did so much reaching out to the players, making sure that they were good to go, coordinating with us on the GDQ end, making sure that we had everything that we needed. And I cannot overstate this because Toast did so much to make this happen. And I am excited to see you commentate on the main stage for the finals for this. So good luck. And yes, thank you very much, Toast. Please, everybody in chat, also give as many hearts as you can for Toast, pulling out this incredible qualifier for everybody. We will see all 4 of these people at SGDQ in the tournament itself. And I want to remind everyone as we close out here, you too can enter in this Tetris tournament. So visit gdq.gg to learn how to register for the event itself, and the qualifier at SGDQ is open to any attendee. So if you're going to the event, you have a chance to play on the main stage too. So best of luck to everybody. But as we close out here, I want to give a heads up for tomorrow. We are going to have Perilous Paths and the Scenic Route starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. But that is it for GDQ Hotfix tonight. Congratulations again to all 4 players you see on the screen. And we will be live again tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. So good night, everybody, and take care.